My name is Ian Soane, by the way, here in the TV commentary position. Alongside me is Josh Barrett, and Josh, I think, like me, you've been waiting quite a long time to get this 750 Motor Club season underway.
Absolutely, it's been 9 months since the last meeting, which was the Burkitt Relay, wasn't it, at the end of last year, and it's fantastic to see how many cars we've got here at Snetterton this weekend. I think 331 was at the last count, which is a fantastic number for the situation we've had over the last few months.
Yeah, absolutely, and some very full grids, indeed a capacity grid for this first race of the day, which is going to be for the RLM Bike Sports and the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship combined. The cars are now out onto the grid, as you can see. So let's talk you through this grid, because it is such a big one. On pole position, you can see there in the number 11 Radical PR6, the white and orange car of Josh Smith. Josh, very much a front runner in the championship last season, and we'll see what he can do from pole position today. I think he was underneath the lap record, well underneath the lap record in qualifying. Alongside him, making a return after a little bit of a layoff, Martin Brooks in the number 99 Radical there, also on the front row. He was a runner-up in Sports 1000, or RGB as it was back then, in 2005. Second row, on the inside, you have the number 27 car, which is Scott Mittel. And Scott's moved up a class this season, moved into Class A from Class C in the Mittel chassis. And then alongside him is number 77, Charles Hall, in the Spire that he raced towards the end of last season, having started the year in a different car. Third row, on the inside, we'll have number 7, and this is the Julian Griffiths Radical PR6, the black car with the red nose that you can see on the third row. And alongside him will be number 91, Michael Chen, in his Radical SR3. On the fourth row, we'll have number 44, which is Andrew Kimpton. He's in a PR6, and number 3, Barry Liversidge, in a Radical SR3 RSX for the man from Colchester. On row 5 will be 10 and 73. 10 is James Barwell in the SR3 RSX, and 73 is Alistair Smart in the PR6. Row 6 will be 22, Richard Wells, and he is in another SR3 RSX, and 24, Ian Charles, in a Radical PR6. Row 7 is going to be number 8, David Cray. We've seen him out in a number of different cars over the years, but in a Radical Pro Sport on this occasion in the in Class A, Radical Pro Sport for him. Alongside him is number 60, Andrew Gores, in the SR3 RS. And then we've got Robert Gilman, number 6, on the inside of row 8. He's in Radical SR3. And next to him, number 5, Doug Carter from Kenville up in Cumbria, long-standing competitor in this championship as well, in his PR6. And then we've got the final row of the bike sports cars. We've got number 50, which is Norman Lackford, and he is in the invitation class in the PR6, and 23, Dominic Langdon Down, in an SR3 RS. Now, it's going to be a rolling start, but there will be a gap between the two grids. There will be a gap between the bike sports grid and then the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 grid that will start next. So on row 10, effectively on the front row of the Sports 1000 cars, we'll have number 54, Ryan Yarrow, and alongside him will be number 2, Richard Morris. Last year's runner-up, both of them in Spires. But it's a new car this year for Richard Morris. The next row, row 11, 27 and 72, 27, Danny Andrew, and 72, Jonathan McGill. So you've got a Mittel and a Spire there. Row 12 is 67, Victor Neumann, and 63, Colin Chapman. Someone making his debut in the case of Victor, and someone who's been racing in Sports 1000 for many a year, Colin Chapman. Then you've got 21, Phil Hutchins, and 44, Carl Austin on the 13th row. 87, Tom Johnston, and 34, Stephen Dean on row 14 as the green flag lap, the rolling start lap, gets underway. 5, Michael Roots, another driver making a return at 750 Motor Club action this weekend. He was previously a competitor in the Locost Championship a few years ago, and 37, Drew Faulkner. And then rounding out the grid, 8, Joe Locke, switching to Sports 1000 for this season, but having problems in practice, and 92, Paul Wilson, will round out the 32 car grid. There are a couple of reserves that may or may not get a race. But Josh, we've got 2 championships for the price of 1 here, and as a result of that, we've got a very big grid, which will bring some challenges, I think.
Yes, it was very busy out there in qualifying. I had a look at that, and you've got the Sports 1000 cars, which have some very quick drivers at the front of them, but don't have quite the acceleration of the bike sports cars with the bigger engines, and certainly don't have the downforce or the grip, because they're on treaded tyres compared to the slicks of those cars in front. So, but they are quicker than some of the cars that have qualified or who are going to be starting ahead of them. So it's going to be a very busy first couple of laps as the Sports 1000s sort of find their way on pace in the overall order. So working your way through the traffic is going to be an important factor to being successful within that Sports 1000 Championship. And it's great to see this grid, one of the biggest sports prototype grids you see anywhere in the world really, 32 cars out on the circuit, so that's great to see. And you've got a number of different manufacturers out there. In the bike sports, you've got Radical, Mattel and Spire all on the front 2 rows of the grid, which is really good to see in a motorsport environment which is getting less and less rarity. It's great to see that out there.
It certainly is. So it's a rolling start. We're on the 200 circuit. Those are our 2 front row drivers from the Sports 1000 part of the grid on your screen now, for those of you watching at home. And that's Ryan Yarrow in the silver car with the blue livery, and Richard Morris silver and orange, and they are different colours this year, which is helpful for us commentators. So the safety car leading them round Murray's, that should pull in, and we should be good for 20 minutes of racing for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship and the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. So out of Murray's they go, and do we get the race underway? Up to the line come the cars, the red light goes out, away we go then, and it's a pretty good start then by the pole position man Josh Smith as they all stream up towards Rich's corner for the first time. It's Martin Brooks that's there, that's settled into second place by the looks of it as they all stream their way through. There's the Sports 1000 cars getting their race underway as well, but back to the front of the field, and that looks like it's Charles Hall trying to make a move.
He's already got past Scott Mattel, and now he's challenging Martin Brooks, the Spire that we see Charles Hall in this year. He debuted that here at Snetterton at the end of last year. We've got a new aero package on it as well, and a really strong start there from Charles Hall, the former single-seater racer, but it's Josh Smith, that leads the way in the Radical PR6, being chased by Martin Brooks, and Scott Mattel is re-challenging round the outside into Brundle in the Mattel, but he can't get past the Spire of Charles Hall. That car looks really different with that new aero package on it. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's going to take a little bit of getting used to. Then it looks like it's Julian Griffiths there in 5th position in car number 7. As far as the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship part of this grid is concerned, we will try and update you on what is going on in the Sports 1000 part of the race just as soon as we can. But Josh Smith it is then, the number 11 car from the driver from Somerset, making his way out of Murray's and up to the line to complete the first of how many laps we're going to get into 20 minutes. And across the line they go. The front 4 starting to pull away already. Josh Smith was about half a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying, and both he and Martin Brooks were significantly quicker than the 2 chasers. So that may well split each other up as the field heads through Ritchie's. These cars really quick around the Snetterton 200 circuit. 69-second lap we saw in qualifying this morning. There's 27, that's Scott Mattel, who accelerates out of the Chapman curve, the left flick that takes you onto the Bentley straight. Bit of dust gone up there in the background, so I don't know if someone has been off the road, but it's still Smith leading from Brooks in second, and it's then the Hall car trying to defend from Metello. Again goes to the outside through Brundle, but Hall with that big wing on the back of the car now is able to keep him at bay. Then it looks like it is still Griffiths in 5th place, and I think it's Michael Chen in 6th. Leading the Sports 1000s at the end of the first lap, it was Danny Andrew in actual fact who had got ahead of Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow. So up from row 2, Danny Andrew takes the lead of the Sports 1000s. I wonder if that big wing on the Spire is causing it to lose speed as the leaders into the pits, isn't he? Josh Smith pulled right, and Danny Andrews off the road too. Yeah, and that's the Sports 1000 leader, so drama for the leaders of both parts of this race. So through now has gone, I think, Martin Brooks in the lead of the race, and then challenge on for second place as they go up towards Riches. It's Mattel having a look down the inside of Charles Hall, but he can't make it through. So it's a complete change to the race. Josh Smith looked like he was pulling away, but into the pit lane for the college run car there of Josh Smith. So he is presumably out of the race early on. So that means Martin Brooks leaves Charles Hall and Scott Mattel with Julian Griffiths and Michael Chen completing the top 5 out of the Chapman Curve and down the Bentley Straight come the bike sports leader. As I was saying, the Spire, I think with that big rear wing on it, is causing it more drag down the straights. That means it's slower down the straights than the Mattel, with Scott Mattel at the wheel, but Scott can't quite get alongside enough to challenge there into the fast left-hander in.
No, of course, it's a foreshortened championship now with a reduced number of rounds this year, so a drama for Josh Smith, ones that he can ill afford really, as we go into the Sports 1000 part of the race there. I think we can see the number 34 car going through.
Stephen Dean's Spire being chased by Tom Johnston. They're behind one of the slower bike sports cars there as they come down towards Brundle, and now Stephen Dean goes up the inside and he gets through there and goes ahead of the car driven by Dominic Langdon down, and that means Tom Johnston is now the next car to try and make his way past that Radical SR3.
Absolutely right. So another lap's been completed in the meantime, and it is still Martin Brooks leading from Charles Hall, Scott Mattel and Julian Griffiths as those cars all cross the finish line to complete lap number 3. But we're watching this battle, which involves some of the slower bike sports cars and some of the Sports 1000 cars as well, as Josh correctly says. The line goes one of them there as we complete lap 3 on to lap 4 of the race. There's a scrap going on, and that involves the 67 car, which is Victor Neumann, isn't it? The driver from Strasbourg who's competed previously in the Peugeot 28 Cup. Oh, and drama there for number 44. That's Andrew Kimpton, who was running in 6th position. He's pulled off just on the way into riches.
Number 44.
That looks like a Sports 1000 car, doesn't it? So, not sure if that did look like a Radical, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
The car's running a number it shouldn't be.
Okay, well, that's slightly confusing, as we have it's Carl Austin, I beg your pardon, yes, who's the number 44. Yeah, probably should have a 144 in front of it. I think that's what confused me. Anyway.
Victor Newman, though, who we're speaking about, he's 3rd in the Sports 1000 category, so going well there. Meanwhile, Scott Mattel's got 2nd place, hasn't he? He's got ahead there of Charles Hall, which must have been done into Ritchie's. The two cars were separated by just 100th of a second when they completed lap 4. Until lap 5, that pass has been done, but now Scott Mattel is 5 seconds behind Martin Brooks, who's making a great return to the 750 Motor Club.
Yep, so Mattel there in 2nd, and then Charles Hall now down to 3rd position. They're pretty much level pegging as they cross the start and finish line. Oh, and a big bit of a mistake there from Mattel. He kicks up the dust, having ridden the curb quite roughly there, but he's managed to stay ahead of Charles Hall.
Got a big kick of oversteer in the middle of the corner, didn't he? Which I don't think he was expecting. But he saved it, and he's kept into 2nd place. Now you've got one of the GTR Spires there. That's Paul Wilson, one of the Spires from quite a good number of years ago now. Good to see it out there. But Scott Mattel and Charles Hall easily pass it.
Yeah, so Paul Wilson being lapped there by some of the cars out front. 2nd and 3rd overall, Charles Hall, or Scott Mattel and Charles Hall now. And they're quite a way clear, actually, of Julian Griffiths in 4th position. Michael Chen 5th and Andrew Kimpton 6th. It was, as we say, Carson that we lost, not the car I said. So this is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, but now the lead for Martin Brooks is over 7 seconds in that number 99 Radical PR6. So he's going very well indeed on his appearance in bike sports here at Snetterton this weekend. Just looking at the Sports 1000 order, it is Richard Morris that is now leading that. And he has got cars between himself and Ryan Yarrow, is the 2nd place car within Sports 1000. So just to keep you updated on that, so Richard Morris in car number 2 and Ryan Yarrow in car 54. Those are the 2 Sports 1000 leaders, but we're focusing at the moment on the battle for 2nd outright, and it looks to me as if Scott Mattel's making this place his own, Josh.
Yes, now he's got through a lap without an issue as the car's got there on the SR3s. Richard Wells getting back going within Class B, within the Bike Sports Championship for the production engine cars, the Class A cars, the tuned engine cars at the front of the grid. Let's see now if Scott Mattel can chase down Martin Brooks. At the end of 6 laps, it was a better lap that time for Mattel, a 1 minute 10.71, which brought him a few tenths closer to Martin Brooks. But a few tenths isn't really quick enough. But the traffic, of course, can be a big element in the second half of this race here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And so that lap as well of 1:10.71 is a new lap record. 1:11.45 by Lewis Plato was the previous lap record in bike sports on the 200 circuit, which we've not used all that often in recent years, and certainly not in dry conditions. So we've had around about 7 minutes or so of this race so far, so coming up towards half race distance now. There is the race leader, number 99, Martin Brooks, and he is the driver from London, one of the Class A cars. So as Josh says, the tuned cars. You've got tuned production and a sub 1000cc class, and of course today you've got Sports 1000 class as well, where they race on treaded tyres, whereas the bike sports cars can go on slicks. Looks like there's a black and white flag going out, I think, for car 22 there. So that's a driving standards flag, I think, going out to Richard Wells, who we saw have a moment a little while ago.
Martin Brooks goes through a slower lap of 1 minute 12 from him. So Scott Mattel bringing that gap down. Gap after 7 laps down to 6 seconds. He was nearly a second quicker than Martin Brooks on that previous lap, and I don't think Brooks had much traffic to deal with either. So getting back into the groove, Martin Brooks, losing time. Meanwhile, the battle here, that's before third, I think, in a Sports 1000 class, and Victor Newman gets back past Jonathan McGill. That must have changed just a few moments ago, but good battle for third position there. Good run here from Jonathan McGill and, of course, newcomer Victor Newman.
Yep, and he's in the ex-Chippy Westmail, Christopher Westmail car that won the championship last year. So those head through Murray's. And that's just tight.
Just to say, Joe Lockwood's behind them. Joe Lock coming through from the back of the grid into the top 5 of the Sports 1000 class.
And of course, we've seen him out in bike sports in the past, before that in Honda Civic racing as well. So he's having a sort of third different championship in about as many years.
Is that the ex-Joe Lock car?
I think it is, isn't it?
So that's Andrew Kimpton, who's moved up from his SR4 and going well in 6th position, just ahead of James Barwell, who's there in 7th position as they exit onto Coram Curve. These cars so quick through the fast right-hander at Coram, lots of downforce on these cars, of course. And there's Josh Smith, he's back out.
Yeah, so let's just have a look on our screen. He's running in 28. He's the
fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, he's 2 laps down though on the race leaders.
Well, that means he's now got the lap record rather than Scott Mattel, who we mentioned a few moments ago.
Yeah, so there's the. Oh, and McGill's got back ahead of Victor Neumann there as well. And look at this, you've got Joe Lock getting involved too, as you were saying. And also, that's the Richard Wells car, isn't it? That's the one that's had a couple of moments. And has got the black and white driving standards flag to worry about as well.
Yeah, so McGill had a big challenge there, didn't he? But I think he braked himself into Nelson and ran out wide, allowing the Mattel and the Spire respectively to go back through. So that means in third position goes the Mattel MC53 of Victor Newman, being chased down by Joe Lock, pushing on in car number 18, the Spire.
Round about half race distance, the order is 99 Martin Brooks leading, 27 Scott Mattel second, 77 Charles Hall third, 7 Julian Griffiths in fourth, 91 Michael Chen is fifth, Andrew Kimpton, number 44, is in sixth place. As far as the Sports 1000 is concerned, it's number 2, Richard Morris from 54 right now. Oh, that's Richard Morris off the road! Just as I was saying, he was in the lead of the Sports 1000s. He's off the road there, and where is that? Is that
out of Chapman?
Out of Chapman, isn't it? Onto the Bentley Straight.
That's right.
So he has lost the lead, I think, of...
There's the third place battle just behind us. He's only lost to 1 place.
Yeah, so Richard Morris, first time we've seen him really during the course of this race, and he was on the grass when we did so. And he has dropped down to second place within the Sports 1000. He's now got a lot of work to do. He's rejoined behind the number 60 car, that's Andrew Gord's SR3.
He was leading by 2.5 seconds over Ryan Yarrow, who's having a really good run. Only in his second full season of car racing. No contact there into Coram, and somehow Victor Newman saved it. He got tagged by Joe Lock. That was a dramatic moment for him. So there's Morris, who's second in the Sports 1000, and here's third and fourth. 67, that's the Mattel of Newman, and he put his arm up in the air though. I don't think he was particularly impressed with being tacked into Coram Curve. A very fast place and a very good save, not to go for a big old moment.
Now, there's Richard Morris trying to get past the Radical. Now, of course, this isn't particularly easy. He can do it quite nicely through the corners, but down the straight, the Radical does have that chance of coming back past him, and that's exactly what's going to almost happen down into the Wilson hairpin. And this is the scene of his off a lap ago. He stays on the circuit this time. We didn't see what started that off. He may have got involved with another car on the previous lap, but Richard Morris now trying to getting back on Ryan Yarrow, but he is about at least 10 seconds behind, isn't he? So that's the Sports 1000 situation. Meanwhile, for the overall lead, Martin Brooks is being caught by Scott Mattel now. The gap between those two less than 5 seconds. As we watch Neumann and Joe Lock and Jonathan McGill just in the background there, they're being lapped now by the race leader Martin Brooks, and possibly Brooks here being a little bit held up in traffic, Josh.
Yes, quite possibly. And as I was saying, because he hasn't done that much racing, I don't think, recently. You can be quick in one lap, perhaps much easier than actually working your way through the traffic. Of course, Scott Mattel's been a front runner in this, a race winner last season. And of course, as well, good to say that Scott Mattel now in Class A. He was a Class C runner. He was by himself, wasn't he, last year? But now he gets to run in the top class. So he didn't actually get a particularly good championship position last year, despite winning 5 of the races overall. So good to see Mattel in Class A and chasing down Martin Brooks, just 2.5 seconds away now, Ian, as they make their way down to the Wilson hairpin, but then a couple of cars side by side in front.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's very frantic action. Just to say about the lap record in Sports 1000, that's still intact. That is still with Scott Mattel at 1:15.33 for the moment, at least. So, down the Bentley Straight they come on lap number 12. There is Martin Brooks, but not that far behind. You can see the number 27 car now of Scott Mattel turning his way through Drumble and Nelson. He's going to put a lap on his customer, and his customer dutifully waves him through. Number 67, so no delay there for Scott Mattel as he rounded the bomb hole down towards Coram Vago as he sets off in pursuit and continues his pursuit of Martin Brooks in the race lead.
Interesting to know that Charles Paul has fallen quite a way behind them, hasn't he? 8 seconds behind Scott Mattel, so he hasn't got the pace of the car in front. His best lap was a second slowest. He got radical from Mattel from Spire. Great to see it.
Yep, it's really good competitive action and great to see a mix of different cars, as you say there, Josh. And talking of Josh, there's Josh Smith going through. Let's see what lap time Seaton is to 1:10.10 as the best lap of the race. So yeah, that's well within the previous lap record. It's only a second and a half inside Lewis Plato's lap record.
How many races can the front score here?
I think it's still a couple of races, but it's going to reduce from the championship round, of course.
Oh, there's a car off there. That's car number 50.
Which is Norman Lackford, isn't it? The Cornish driver, a regular at Castle Coombe for many years and more recently in the OSS Championship, which has been discontinued. So racing in the invitation class this year, but Norman, I'm afraid, having had a moment.
That was at Brundle, so under the bridge, fast corner there. So let's hope he can get back going. There's about 5 minutes of the 20 to go, so a quarter of the race to go. Michael Brooks in the previous lap, as Mattel went through the traffic, the gap went back out to 4 seconds. In the Sports 1000 category, it's Ryan Yarrow that leads to by a slightly reduced margin to Richard Morris. 7.5 seconds, that gap is coming down, but not significantly enough. And Victor Newman still in 3rd position. Just looking there at car number 58, which was Anthony Ayres. He is in 8th position, but here Julian Griffiths, who's in 4th and being caught on this lap by Michael Chen, who's going to have a go. Can't do anything there. Is that Victor Newman slowing in the Metallic on the right-hand side of the circuit?
Possibly was it. Looks like it was, doesn't it? So it looks like he's hobbled. Number 6. Oh no, that's the 5 car. That's Danny Andrew, isn't it? Michael Roos, beg your pardon. In the number 5 car that was struggling then.
But Joe Locke has got 3rd place away from it, so not a good lap for the Sports 1000 Mattel cars.
No, it's not. And there's Michael Roots, who did a couple of seasons in Locost, sharing a car a few years ago now. I think he did 25 years of karting. He was in on his Sports 1000 debut. We are nearing the end of this race now, with less than 5 minutes to go.
In front there of Tom Johnson was a good battle with 7th. That was between Anthony Ayres and James Barwell. And we saw the battle earlier between Julian Griffith and Michael Chen, and Andrew Kimpton's caught them too. So there's some good battles away from the podium in the bike sports category. There's car number 73. That's the 9th place car of Alistair Smart. Lapping that's by GTR there, number 92 of Paul Wilson, who goes out of Chapman Curve and down the Bentley Straight at a reduced speed by the looks of things. The gap in the Sports 1000 class is down to 5 seconds now. Richard Morris catching Ryan Yarrow, and it goes down to 1.5 seconds on that lap. So in the Sports 1000 class, Richard Morris is catching Ryan Yarrow really at quite some rate here.
It was a much slower lap from Yarrow. It wasn't a particularly quick lap from Morris. There are yellow flags out though, which might explain it. But yeah, that's the thing that's happened there. Meanwhile, we're watching the number 3 car, Barry Lifsage, lap number 92, Paul Wilson, as we go into the last 3 minutes of this race. It looks like we could have a battle on for the lead of the Sports 1000s before this race is over.
They're being caught rapidly by Josh Smith. Such the pace that Smith has got in the Radical PR6. Of course, doesn't matter for their own race, but impressive to see.
And he is on the same lap as them as well, isn't he? Because they have been lapped, so he's effectively trying to pass them for position as well. He's up into 17th overall.
car of Doug Carter going out of Murray's. He's in 11th position, accelerates across the line, regular in this championship. He's not too far ahead of the Sports 1000 leaders. There's the bike sports leader, though, Martin Brooks, turning his way into Ritchie's, as he's got a couple of laps to go now, and he's gapping 4.5 seconds over Scott Mattel. So that continues as it was. What about in the Sports 1000s? It's still Yarrow by about a second to Richard Morris, with these 2 further laps to go in.
Yeah, as we're watching Brooks, the race leader, with at this lap and 1 more to go. After it then, he's the thick end of 5 seconds clear of Scott Mattel, so he should be good to get the win here. As we watch him turn into Brundle with the back marker just ahead of him. And should make fairly short work of Doug Carter there as he makes his way around the field.
So that's the 11th place car being lapped, one of the top 10 cars on the lead lap, such the pace of the leaders in this opening 750 Motor Club race of the season, and great again to see the 750 Motor Club getting back on track here at Snetterton.
Oh, absolutely wonderful, and with such good numbers of cars, not just in this race, but all of the races throughout the course of this weekend as well. So Brooks just goes across the line now, I think, and should be about to start his follow-up. Yep, it will be his final lap there with less than a minute to go on the clock, and he is 5.5 seconds clear of Scott Mattel now. So it looks like he's good for the win here. What's going on with Sports 1000?
It's changed. Richard Morris has got past Ryan Yarrow on that previous lap. So out of sight, a change in the Sports 1000 class for Richard Morris to grab the lead back. So it's been a fantastic recovery in 10 seconds. He caught Ryan Yarrow. He hadn't really pulled much away in that first part of the race, but great speed there, determination to rectify his earlier error to get the lead back.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got the fastest lap of the race as well, as far as those are concerned.
Meanwhile, out of the bomb hole comes the leader of the race, Martin Brooks. A great return to racing here for the Radical PR6 driver. He turns his way through Coram Curve, and Ian is about to win the first 750 Motor Club race of the decade. Absolutely
right. First round of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship of 2020 is going to get away not of that driver, but of the one that's coming to the line now. Martin Brooks it is that takes the checkered flag, and it's a fairly resounding win in the end. Obviously, we lost Josh Smith to the pits earlier on. He did come out and broke the lap record. Second place there has gone to Scott Mattel, about 6 seconds down. Third place should be, I think, Charles Hall, who's yet to appear on the start and finish straight. And there is Richard Morris, I think, going through to take the win of the Sports 1000, and that is his first victory in Sports 1000. He had 6 second places and a couple of thirds last year, but it's Richard Morris's first Sports 1000 win.
And he actually won by a couple of seconds in the end over Ryan Yarrow as well, so a superb drive there for Morris. I saw Charles Hall was flicking his car about at the end, so whether he was running out of fuel or there was a problem with that spire towards the end of the race, he held on to third place though, so decent points, but not going as well as he went in the Radical last season.
No, it would seem not, but I'm sure there'll be more work to do to develop that car.
I wonder if he did run out of fuel.
Well, he's now trying to pull it back into the pit lane exit, and Marshall giving him a hand there in the end. But yes, it clearly wasn't going to get too much further than the finish line.
Possibly it uses more fuel than the Radical, and again, having that big rear wing on uses more drag, and therefore you need to use more fuel to pull it along.
Yeah, and maybe just a miscalculation of how many laps would get. No safety car or anything like that. It was 20 minutes straight through. What was it? It was 17 laps of racing around this 2-mile-long Snetterton 200 circuit. So it was a win for number 99 Martin Brooks, from 27 Scott Mattel and 77 Charles Hall. Class B going the way of number 91 Michael Chen. And in Sports 1000 it was number 2 Richard Morris that took the win, from 54 Ryan Yarrow and 67 Victor Neumann in third place. There's Carl Austin. His car will be recovered. A few cars having dramas during the course of this race and not getting all the way to the end. So we lost Danny Andrew, of course, after just a couple of laps. We lost Carl Austin, Ian Charles and Norman Lackford, and then Michael Root. So I think we had something like 5 non-finishers from the 32 cars that started the race in the end.
Just looking in the Sports 1000, Victor Newman got back to third, didn't he? Ahead of Joe Locke right at the end by just 0.3 of a second. So that was a good battle that we saw once or twice. And then Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill 5th and 6th.
OK, well, let's head down to the pit lane now. And here, for the first time today, from Anthony Jordan with our race winner.
Well, Martin Brooks, absolutely fantastic race on there. He started in second place, but of course you brought it back. Must have been a huge shock when you saw the leader, the number 11, come into the pit lane at some point. Can you hear me? Oh. It's going to be an issue, isn't it? Obviously, fantastic race from yourself out there. Started in second. Must have been a huge shock when you saw the number 11 pull into the pit lane.
Yeah, well, you know, Josh is our team leader, and I almost followed him in, so because I didn't know what was going on. So I was really sad to see Josh pull in. I think he had the pace on me today, and I'm sure he'll do great in the second race of the day. But then the whole race was just about keeping a gap to the guys behind and getting through back markers without losing too much time. And the car was just great today. So the guys at RG Motorsport have been working unbelievably hard to get me here after a 6-year break from racing. This is my first race back. And to start with a win, I can hardly believe it.
Fantastic, of course. A 6-year gap. We were just thinking, with all the break from racing because of the pandemic, of course, to have a 6-year gap and come back with a win straight away is absolutely fantastic. As you say, you must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I'm almost emotional on the warm-down lap because it's been so long. And winning races at any level is so hard because everyone's here to do their best, and there's some really quick cars, really quick drivers here. It's so competitive in bike sports. It's really great to be back with the Sim 50 Motor Club again after such a long gap.
Well, fantastic. Well, again, congratulations on such a win there. Over 5 seconds of a gap there. Absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Champion. Thank you.
So thank you very much to Anthony for the word we had there with our race winner, Martin Brooks. I don't know if we'll have a chance to possibly have a word with Richard Morris as well. We'll see if that is the case in a moment. He was our Sports 1000 winner, and it'd be good to hear whether we're able to hear from him if we possibly can, but obviously with the COVID secure way we are trying to operate, a little bit more difficult than normally it is to get post-race interviews. We will, though, turn our attention in a moment to second race of the day, which is for the Alfa Romeo Championship, and it's going to be their first time on the scene with the 750 Motor Club, and it's promising to be a very good race indeed. Well, what I'll do is I'll tell you about the grid, I think, for the Alfa Romeo. Well, let's tell you a bit about the championship first of all, because it is the first time we've seen it on the 750 Motor Club live stream. We've got the grid, which we'll give you in a moment, but just to tell you about the championship first of all. So it's been running for nearly 40 years now, and it runs these days in 3 classes. There's a modified class for unlimited capacity production based Alfas, Fiats and Lancias as well. They can race on slick tyres, they can be supercharged, they can be turbocharged, they can have sequential gearboxes. There's then the Power Trophy, which has a more limited list of modifications that you can do, and it runs to a maximum power to weight formula as well. And again, Fiat, Bath and Lancia cars also eligible, as well as the Alfas, and there are a few of those in that class. And then we've got the Twin Spark Cup, which is for standard production Alfas using the 2-litre 16-valve Twin Spark engine, and they race on Yokohama control tyres as well. So that's the Alfa Romeo Championship, and we're very pleased to have it racing with us here at the 750 Motor Club in 2020 after many years racing elsewhere.
It's great to see you, and 24 of them on the grid today, so a great start as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is very much the hope, that their grid numbers will continue to increase and benefit from moving to the 750 Motor Club, as we've seen with other championships in recent years. F1000, for example, has made a similar move, and they had a really strong debut year with 750 Motor Club last year, and we'll see them out at Silverstone, I think, in a few weeks' time for their season opener. But it's the Alfas that are joining us for the first time here today, and first of several meetings that they will have as part of the 750 Motor Club season. We'll also have them out, not as part of the 750 Motor Club meeting, but at Brands Hatch Festival Italia. They'll be at Anglesey for a triple header in September, Alton Park in October, and they'll round out the year at Silverstone in mid-November, with our season being extended a little bit later into the autumn to try and make up for some of the lost time that we've had in the first few months, or what would have been the first few months of the season. So let's have a look at the grid then for this Alfa Romeo Championship race. And on pole position, it is it's different to the one I've got on my screen actually, but we'll go with this one. So Graham Seeger showing on pole position, and alongside him Riccardo Lascelli in the Mito. Second row, number 1 and number 88. 1 is Vincent Dubois. It's Thomas Hill, I beg your pardon, and 88 is Vincent Dubois. Tom Hill moving up to the Power Trophy this year, having been a champion on I think 3 occasions in the past in the Twin Spark Cup. Dave Messenger, number 79, and Andrew Inman, number 80, line up on the third row of the grid. Fourth row, we've got a couple of the Abarth, the Fiat Abarth that we told you about, the Puntos. 21 is Simon McPhee and 22 is Chris McPhee. Then you've got Andrew Bork, I think the first of the Twin Spark Cup cars on the inside of row number 5, number 86, and alongside him is his class rival, number 23, James Ford. Simon Creswell, number 6 in the 156, and Steve O'Brien in the 147 make up row 6. Looking back to row 7, you've got Gethin Llewellyn in a 156 and Jamie Thwaites in a 155 that races in the Power Trophy. Richard Ford, number 9, and 34, George Osborne in 156 and 75 respectively. Then it's Luke Powell and Jeremy Chilton making up row 9, both of those driving 147s. Another of the Punto Abarths that used to race in Ireland, didn't they, those cars? Luke Praline and Scott Austin, number 55. So it's 28 Luke Praline and 55 is Scott Austin's 155. 48 John Tortolani in the 156 and Martin Jones 44. And then you've got Richard Thurbin, number 90 on the back of the grid in the Lancia Delta Integrale. Beautiful looking car, but obviously had some problems in practice. And yeah, I think we've got the back of some of the previous races grid on there as well, so we'll just race our way through that. The one that qualified fastest, so we would just need to see if it is there or not, as the cars are coming out onto the circuit now. Barry McMahon in his mighty 156 was more than 5 seconds faster than anybody else, but we're just having a look out of the window to see if he is there.
Yeah, I wonder if he may be starting for the pit lane or from the back, because that's a big touring car that normally races in brick cars. It normally doesn't do standing still starts, so we'll see whether that starts at the front or not.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the situation is with that one.
But that's a full touring spec car, so it's not really a surprise that it's so much quicker than the others. Good, interesting to see this year compared to when I commentated on them last year at Brands Hatch. The Twin Spark cars are now in with the rest of the grid, because last year they had a separate grid sort of 10 seconds away at the back, and when they caught the cars in front, much like we saw in the previous race, sometimes that could cause a few issues. So now everybody all together on one grid.
Right, it is Barry McMahon's car that is lining up on pole position, I can see. So everyone else that we just mentioned, shuffle back one effectively, and Barry McMahon is there on pole position. He's returning after 2 years predominantly in brick car. I think he did race here last season, didn't he?
Well, he did,
and had a win.
He's only did Brands Hatch as well.
Yeah. I think he won the first race here last year, then the engine let go, right. And then I think the second race was won by Richard Thurbin, who should be starting at the back for this one.
What was interesting about that Brands Hatch race last year was that 156 isn't very easy to get off the line, so therefore Barry McMahon drops down, and we had the four-wheel drive Lancia at Brands Hatch at the front of the grid, Richard Thurbin, who you can say starts at the back, unfortunately in full drive. It makes a rather good start. It took Barry McMahon a long time to catch him. We're not quite going to have that situation this time with the Lancia at the back, but it'll be interesting to see if McMahon does lose some places at the start and how far back he goes if that is the case. Interesting to see here, Ian, as well, some of the new builds for this year. You've got the Alfa Romeo Mito there, haven't you, on the
second row now.
Yes. And the Alfa Romeo GT of Thomas Hill alongside the reigning champion, moving up a class this season. So good to see some new builds for 2020.
Yeah, very smart looking grid this as well for the opening round of the championship, the Alfa Romeos. And there you can see it is the number 5 car of Graham Seeger on the right hand side of the screen, the Peak Alpha car, the GTV. And next to the car on pole, which is the one just disappearing out of shot now, 57, Barry McMahon. A little bit further back, you can see number 88, that's Vincent Dubois making his return to Alphas. Did a bit of Racing in Sports 1000 over the last year or so. You can see one of the Abarths there. I think that's going to be Simon McPhee that you can see, 21. There you can see the Lancia. So actually, I think the Twin Spark Cup cars are gridded behind the the modified and power trophy class cars. So
last year, I think they had a 10-second delay. So
yeah, I think that's probably right in terms of what we will get today as well. It's a standing start. They do get a green flag lap as well, these cars, in due course.
That Mito we've been talking about, that's had a change of driver in recent days, hasn't it? Because Ted Pearson was due to drive that, but he's having an operation down in Adderbrooks. So Riccardo Lascelli is going to take it over. The best wishes to Ted. I think he was racing Formula Ford last weekend. But he's managed to get himself an operation, which hasn't been the easiest thing to do in recent months.
No.
So best of luck to Ted.
No, so this is a 2-litre Mito turbo developed by the Alfa workshop. And yeah, so that's on the second row of the grid. Graham Seeger there on the outside of the front row in the 3.2-litre GTV, who's the 2015 champion. Yeah, he leads at the start of a race, does Graham, but he can certainly judge it and usually sort of ends up making it places as the race goes on, and more or less the head place at the right time.
So if we've got two cars in the front row which perhaps don't know the best of starts, it could be an interesting getaway here.
It could be. Green flag lap first then, so we'll get that out of the way. And just looking at the lap record for these cars, it's a 1:19.593 for Hadley Hawkins. But certainly Barry McMahon was well underneath that in qualifying this morning, a 1:18.14.
So, as I was saying, that four-wheel drive Lancia might be something to watch for off the line, although quite a few cars in front and quite a tight grid. I would suggest Richard Thurbin may want to be a bit cautious off the line. Richard Thurbin's raced with the 750 Motor Club before because he did the Cleo 182 Championship, which will be out later on today.
Yeah, there's our reigning champion just getting through shot in the red car. There's a few red cars on this grid. That's Tom Hill in the GT. He was the 3-time champion, including the last couple of years. He's a design engineer at the Mahindra Formula E team, and he's been racing Alphas for about 6 years now, since he was 17 years of age. That Alfa GT, by the way, I think it's only the second such car in the championship, and prepared by Roger Evans. So he's now in the same class as the driver that ran him close for the championship last year, which was Dave Messenger as well, who lines only a couple of places behind him on the grid.
Yes, Tom Hill, what about a second quicker than Dave Messenger in qualifying, but that won't necessarily translate to race up. He's chucking the car sideways to try and get some heat into the tyres, which is pretty spectacular. Yeah,
having some fun, isn't he? Beautiful grid. I can think of... it's a bit wasted on us, Josh. There's lots of commentators who would appreciate this grid of Alphas far more than we would, but we do enjoy them nevertheless. We're very glad to have them with us at the 750 Motor Club this year.
Cool to see some of the retro cars out there, the 155s. See Jamie Thwaites drive one. He was racing a Chevron B19 last weekend at Brands Hatch, and had his driven by somebody else, and his McLaren Can-Am car at Brands Hatch too. So a slight difference in pace, but a nice car nevertheless.
I feel slightly insulted you describing a 155 as a retro car. I mean, these are cars that were running when I was growing up, Josh. Steady on. Right, we've got them coming back round Murray's and up towards the grid. And it's going to be another race lasting for 20 minutes for this Alfa Romeo Championship.
Again, lap traffic will be an element in this one, in the differential pace from the front to the back.
Yeah, I mean, if we take out the ones that would be road lap times, there's probably about 23 seconds from fastest to slowest.
Although I guess if you're looking at averages, Barry McMahon changes the lap time of the front car quite significantly.
Yeah, he was so much faster in qualifying, but it's been a fragile car in the past. It has got a new engine, though, rebuilt engine for this season for number 57, Barry McMahon, who broke the lap record on the 300 circuit, I think, last year. Last April, I think it was, that was the Alfa's last raced at the Norfolk venue. So last few cars coming into position, we do have the split grid then, with the modified and power trophy cars at the front. We have the Twin Spark Cup cars at the rear. They will start on a delay, try and keep you up to date with what's going on in both parts of the race. But looking at the gantry, almost ready for the off, I think. Engine notes rumbling away as we wait for the start. They're starting to rise now. Anticipation, yes, the red light goes on there. You can see on the pit wall, and away we go. Not a particularly brilliant start as we thought from the two front row men, nor the meter either. That's a bit slow away. But it's Barry McMahon from Graham Seeger as they head down towards Richie's for the first time. It's Tom Hill there, almost touching the back of Seeger's car as they went into turn 1 at Richie's as the Twin Spark Cup race gets underway as well. That's heading down towards Richie's corner now, but it's Barry McMahon leading from Graham Seeger in second place. Tom Hill is third, very sideways Tom Hill in third, and then the rest.
Without wanting to defend any of the drivers, I don't know anyone made a particularly great start, did they, Ian? So
no.
All the slower stuff was sort of negated. But everybody got away safely, and that is the main thing. So we can go racing for 20 minutes. Barry McMahon all by himself is a little flapping away, though, at the front of his car. Then it's Seeger in second. Then it's Dubois there trying to come up the inside of the two Power Trophy cars. But the sideways Tom Hill leads that in third overall.
Yeah, and it's Dave Messenger just behind him, isn't it, I think, in the 79 car.
That time it was Seeger that got sideways, and he loses momentum out on these two Power Trophy car, goes up the inside. Tom Hill up to second overall.
Oh, I think Seeger's got a problem, possibly, because there's another bit of a mistake there as well as they went through towards Coram Curve. And you've got the two Fiat Punto Abarths that are battling away as well. So there is Tom Hill. He is in second place then overall at the moment. From third place, Dave Messenger, fourth place, Vincent Dubois, fifth place is Graham Seeger, but Barry McMahon is almost in a different county as Dubois is getting past Messenger there as they came off Morris.
Yes, so using that extra power of the modified class is going to go second, I suggest, by the time they get to Ritchie. So huge gap up front, 7 seconds for Barry McMahon over Vincent Dubois, who gets that second place into Ritchie's. He qualified down in fifth, so a good opening lap there from Dubois. Then Tom Hill getting away from Dave Messenger now in that Power Trophy class as they make their way down into Wilton. A huge line and a spin now from Dubois, so it was a good first lap. Lap 2 not gone so well in the middle of the road. Hopefully everybody will avoid it. Yeah, I think the sort of scatching and going one side or the other. There's Richard Thurbin in the Lancia Delta Integrale, which is just going through Chapman now, but yellow flags waved in the background with that car off at Chapman, and just as the Twin Spark cars were probably going to be heading there as well, and they were being led, I think, by Steve O'Brien at the end of the first lap. Notice the Mitos are pretty much at the back of the group, isn't it? Ricardo Lascelles, so he didn't have a great first lap. He
didn't have a great start, did he? He was quite sluggish away from the line. We said none of them had a particularly great start, but his was particularly noteworthy. Now there's 86, which is Andrew Bork, and he has been a runner-up in the championship in the past, and he has just found his way past the number 21 car of Simon McPhee. So that's Andrew Bork, number 86. And he is one of the Twin Spark Cup cars, and is he actually the one that's now leading that class? Try and work that out. There's Barry McMahon, just gone through to complete his second lap.
See the splitter flapping away there on that car. Yeah. Hopefully not a problem.
Very low to the ground as well, isn't it? There's the Integrale. There's the Mito just in behind as well. Oh, and straight over the grass there goes number 2. That's Gethin Llewellyn, driver from Reigate, who's got Murray's all wrong, but managed to avoid too much damage and has been able to rejoin the race. He was running in 16th position, I think.
Initially, he gained a load of places there, but I think he'll lose them again down the centre straight.
Yeah, there's the 55 car, which is that of Scott Austin in the Alfa 155, the driver from Watford. This is the XCN Brookfield car. Got a new Fiat 5-cylinder 20-valve turbo engine for this year.
Graham Seeger goes second there down the Bentley straight, getting that away from Tom Hill. In different classes they are, though. Tom Hill leads his category by about a second over Dave Messenger. As he hops over the curve there on the inside. I suggest he's pulling away from Messenger. Then you've got Scott Austin there chasing. He's in the qualified class, by the way, isn't he? In that retro 155.
Steady. So there is Seeger. He's making his way through. He's now already sort of a quarter of a minute behind the race leader, Barry McMahon. And yeah, I think, looking at our screen, I think it's actually Andrew Bork leading the Twin Spark Cup rather than what's showing as our screen as Paul Keynes. I think that's actually Andrew Bork, isn't it?
Gethin Llewellyn's on the grass again, so that's twice in at least 2 miles. So perhaps he's done some rally crossing in his car, so he's doing it today. Gethin Llewellyn was 16th still at the end of the previous lap. There's a good battle that he's amongst. He's head car number 6, which is Simon Cresswell, as they make their way through Murray's to complete another lap. And is this the battle for the lead of the class?
I don't think it is, because I think that car that's showing on our screen at 75 Paul Keynes is actually, I think that must be Andrew Ball. So there's a glitch on the timing there, possibly, is what's going on there. But here's Gethin Llewellyn, and this is the car that John Billingsley took to a couple of wins here, I think, last season in the Twin Spark Cup class. But he's got just right behind him now, number 6, which is Simon Creswell, in another 1.56. Under brake now for Wilson, and then they will turn their way into the left-hand kink at Chapman. That brings them onto the Bentley Straight. Not a lot to choose between them.
Steve O'Brien lost places on that previous lap. He was ahead of them, and now he's a couple of places behind. As they make their way down the Bentley Straight. The Mito's struggling still, isn't it? Riccardo Lascelli only 13th. So he's not really making progress, unfortunately. Here are this group of Twin Spark cars being led by Gethin Llewellyn over Simon Creswell, 2 ahead of 6th. Meanwhile, the leader, Barry McMahon, has completed lap 4, 1 minute 19.8. His new fastest lap of the race. The battery battle heading towards the end of that. Part 23, you see there, of James Ford.
Yeah, still got another couple of tenths or so to get the lap record away from Eddie Hawkins, 1:19.593. That record from several years ago. Again, the 200 circuit, not actually that used that often these days at Snetterton, so the Alphas won't have raced it all that often. But look at this, a challenge now for the position within the Twin Spark Cup class, because number 6, Simon Creswell, trying to get alongside Gethin Llewellyn as they come along the start and finish straight, dives back into the toe. You've got Simon, you've got James Ford right in there as well. Another regular front runner in the Twin Spark Cup class as they turn their way through Rich's corner now and up towards Wilson. Changed just a little bit further back, and that was the battle involving, I think, Steve O'Brien and Richard Ford.
Gethin Llewellyn's car's very dramatic through the corners. I'm sure that's the setup that's sort of pitching the car sideways at every opportunity, but he's keeping it on the tarmac, keeping it ahead of Simon Creswell. Meanwhile, here are the two pinchos. Chris McPhee is ahead of Simon currently, but good battle between them.
Yeah, always providing some good entertainment for this type of car, which had its own what makes it in the Republic of Ireland. Primarily, a few of these cars have made their way over, and very good value, budget tin top racing, and very welcome they are within the Alfa Championship. As, not guess they do score points, but there's no Alphas there indeed. So we've had, what have we had? About 7 minutes or so of this race now. I've got black and white driving standards plate going out to somebody. We'll try and work out who that is in just a moment. The board is out there, but we can't see the number on it at the moment.
Richard Thurbin not making the progress that he would have hoped in the Lancia, is he? Made it into the top 10, 1 minute 26, so his pace could put him back towards the top 5, so perhaps he's getting quicker as he gets that car back up to speed, and he's right behind the McPhees as they turn their way into Wilson. They hop the inside rear tyre off the ground as the car goes hard right through the right-hander. Now you see the power of the Lancia that will accelerate alongside the two Pintos.
Great sight, isn't it, as well, in that particular livery. This was originally, though, a 1990 road car, and it was imported from Italy back in 2001, this Lancia. It was taken off the road in 2015 because of, guess what, rust. Typically afflicted the Lancias, but it was rebuilt by John Chills, who used to be involved with the BTCC Alfa team, of course, in the past, and which has been racing it for the last 2 or 3 years in a variety of different categories. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
It's not past the Pintos, though, so I suggest it's not running as they would like, but it's running, so that's more of an improvement they would qualify, I think. Qualified the slowest car of anybody.
Yeah, and it was a winner here last year, as I say, so fortunes fluctuating somewhat.
Across the line they come to complete the 6th lap of this race. Barry McMahon now half a minute ahead of the race. Not going to be far away from lapping the field, I don't think, Ian. Here comes the Lancia again. Thurbin trying to come up the inside of Simon McPhee, gets him, and he looks to the inside of Chris McPhee, but he can't quite do that. Of course, that car, with in four-wheel drive, is very good off the corners. But today, the acceleration at the end of the straights in isn't what he'd like it to be.
Certainly not. No, not quite where it should be. Quick rundown on the order, because we're about halfway through this race. It's being led by number 57 Barry McMahon, from number 5 Graham Seeger, 55 Scott Austin is in 3rd place. 1 Tom Hill, the reigning champion, is 4th. 5th, number 79, Dave Passenger. 6th is 88, Vincent Dubois. 7th is 80, Andrew Inman. 8th is number 22, Chris McPhee. 9th, number 90, Richard Thurbin. And 10th, number 21, Simon McPhee. But those are chopping and changing all the time.
Yeah, Thurbin's dropped now behind George Osborne too, so this lap particularly not going as well. George Osborne in the Alfa Romeo 75, they're going ahead of Thurbin. So Thurbin, he was looking to get 8th to begin the lap, has now dropped back to 11th. There's the Alfa Romeo 75, and George Osborne working his way now up towards Coram Curve, and then they're just ahead of that car with a wrongly showing transponder. We think that's Andrew Court, who could be in the Twin Spark.
Yeah, and I think he was leading. I did see him in that sort of circuit a little bit earlier on.
It's a long way ahead of the others, 20 seconds. Jeff Well in second, James Ford third, and Simon Cresswell in fourth. Now George Osborne's going to try and get past Simon McPhee on the way up towards Ritchie's. You see the sight there of that car that we were talking about, the Andrew Bork car. Meanwhile, Osborne didn't get through past McPhee, and now he's under pressure from Richard Thurbin. He's recovering again. Down towards Wilson.
Yeah, he is, and he's just attacking that 75 of George Osborne, and outright wins at Plantagenet and Silverstone in 2019 in the number 34 car.
Now he's going to re-challenge Simon McPhee again, see if he can make it work this time. I think he has a bit more power. Richard Thurbin trying to do similar. George Osborne is in the same class as the Fiats. Thurbin in the modified class, so they're all powered trophy cars around them. And Simon McPhee loses out because he loses 2 positions.
Yeah, so, and something trailing off the back of, is that James Ford's car there, 23 I think. Don't know what that was.
Bizarre, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not mechanically minded, but yeah, it's strange. But he's trailing something, so I wonder if he'll get the meatball flag.
The Mito's in the pit lane, so problems continue there for Riccardo Laselli. Looks like he's pulled off into retirement. We're heading into the second half of this race, the opening round for the Alfa Romeo Championship. Meanwhile, 3 abreast across the line. This is the battle for what is, I think, 8th position. Chris McPhee in the Punto loses out to the more powerful cars around him. The Alfa Romeo 75 has Richard Thurbin go right round the outside, and Thurbin's passed the ball now in a lap. So where, a lap or 2 ago, the car was struggling, it's come back on again.
He's found the on switcher by the looks of it, hasn't he? Because that's a sudden dramatic change in performance. George Osborne making his way ahead of those Fiats as well. And then it's Barry McMahon just behind them, isn't it, as we watch the Mito in the pit lane, unfortunately. So that's out of the race. There's Graham Seeger just going for a shot. He's still in second position. And Tom Hill still third, I think. There's the Mito. Is that heading back out onto track? It is. Yes, it is. So checking out the window.
We haven't seen much of this car in the race, have we? It's the race leader, Barry McMahon's Alfa Romeo 156. All touring car spec, making its way down through the Romeo. And now he's a diffuser flapping on that car too now as well. I think it's running okay. Last lap, 1 minute 21, a couple of seconds away. But he's about to lap that car he battled with here just a year ago in the Richard Thurbin last year.
Yeah. Okay, so Richard Thurbin who won the second race here last year, I believe. And there is the black and orange flag, and I think that must be James Ford as we possibly thought, the number 23 car with bits dangling and trailing behind it, rather dangerous, and will need to be attended to. So there's Barry McMahon, who has completed, 10 laps now? Yeah, and he is on his way through Ritchie's once more. He's put a lap then on Richard Thurbin. He's putting a lap now on Andy Inman as well, number 80.
The Thurbin car going much quicker now, though, in a 1 minute 25, which will put him up with the podium position cars. So I suspect if he continues in that direction, he'll get past Andy Inman for 7th very shortly.
Yeah, Andy Inman in the Revs Alfa prepared car, a long-standing competitor in the Alfa Romeo Championship.
He's already lost that place to Thurbin, who was a couple of seconds behind up the line. So the Lancia are really going strong now.
It certainly seems that way. Now there is, there's 6, which is Cresswell, and he's just behind. That is the James Ford car that was trailing something, wasn't it? Which doesn't now appear to be. So whether that's just dropped off, I'm not quite sure. Looks like there's a wheel mark down the door of number 6 Simon Cresswell, doesn't there? Which suggests that there might have been contact at some point along his way during the course of this race in the Bianco prepared machine.
It's pretty dramatic, that twin spark category. They're half a minute behind Andrew Borks. I presume Borks still in that category. He's a long way ahead of the rest. As they make their way down the Bentley Straight, being led in this battle by Geffen Llewellyn, just being lapped by the second place overall, Graham Seeger. Then you should say James Ford there in 23 behind. But that's been a race-long battle between this group of cars. A really good battle within the twin spark category.
3/4 of the way through this race now, 20 minutes race, 15 minutes have already gone by. We're getting towards the end of the first of 2 races today for these cars. Double header to start the season. We've got a triple header at Anglesey in a couple of months' time, as we mentioned. And there's Geffen Llewellyn, just behind him, James Ford, just behind him, Simon Creswell. And head out of Murray's and on to the start-finish straight once again. And that is probably the black and orange flag for the car that we've just seen, James Ford. A bit now, I think the reason Ford is probably gone, but if it's still being shown, he does still need to call to the pits.
There he is, turning into Richard. They're all being closed in on by Richard Ford, car number 9. So that is going to be a 4-car battle. They make their way down to the Wilson hairpin for these cars on their 11th lap of the race. They keep tight up over the curve, and they're soon to be lapped by the 3rd place car of Scott Austin. In 4th and 5th place to go, Tom Hill has got Vincent Dubois all over the back of him, but they're in different classes, and Tom Hill's still got a decent lead in the Power Trophy over Dave Messenger. Meanwhile, the 2 Pintos are still battling away.
They have been all race long, haven't they? Chris McPhee ahead of Simon McPhee at the moment. They are going to complete their 10th lap now, I think. Yes, they are. And so, or even possibly 11 laps now, but almost side by side into Richie's corner. Great fight going on in the Southgate Racing entered and tended cars. Down towards the Wilson hairpin they go. Simon trying to outbrake Chris as they go round Wilson. He was on the outside line though, and he couldn't do anything about that. Really evenly matched, and it would have been great probably back in the day, not that many years ago, to see a full grid of these cars racing around Mondello.
Simon lost a bit of speed on the exit of the corner, so that might let Chris break away a bit. But I'm sure they'll be back together in no time at all as they make their way down here into Brundle. Actually, I think they're already back together again. So, not sure these 2 cars have ever seen a party in their history of their racing life.
Certainly not been out of the same shot in this race, have they? So it's been pretty close between them. And they are competing for the final place in the top 10 overall as well. So there is a certain amount of pride to be won here.
Vincent Dubois has got 4th now, by the way, ahead of Tom Hill.
As you said, though, there he is. He's in a different class. He's a class above. He's in the modified class. And Tom Hill in the Power Trophies. Tom's still looking good in that, about 7 or 8 seconds clear of Dave Messenger.
Dubois has been lapping quicker than Scott Austin ahead. Possibly Austin was getting past that twin spark battle that may have been the reason for the slower lap. We'll see if probably only a couple or 3 laps to go if Dubois can do anything about that 7-second gap to Scott Austin. The twin spark guys have all split up now, haven't they? It looks like that pit stop's been made by James Ford, so that's dropped him away, and it's allowed Geffen Llewellyn to get away from Richard Ford, who's got ahead now, has he, of Simon Creswell? Yeah,
there's James Ford taking out of the pit lane. I'm not sure there wasn't anything to sort out in the end, but anyway, he's been released by the scrutineers back into the race, but that'll be a frustration for him because it will effectively put him pretty much towards the back of the field now. We've had those couple of retirements, Jonathan Tortolini and Riccardo Laselli.
Look who's side by side here.
Fancy that, and they were trying to get all the way around Brundle there, weren't they? But no, didn't quite work. So it's still 22, which is Chris, ahead of 21, which is Simon. Great scrap that they are having, but Barry McMahon now working his final lap of the race. Because he's less than a minute away from the timed element of this race coming to an end. When he crossed the line last time, I think these guys will have at least one more lap to enjoy their fantastic battle before the end. Heading out of Murray's Downs along the start and finish straight they go.
Great to see a number of viewers down there at Murray's in with MSB now allowing visitors to watch race meetings. It's great to see a number of people here today at Snetterton enjoying the 750 Motor Club action.
So Barry McMahon well on his way towards the line. There he is. He's just making his way towards Quorum at this point, isn't he? From hole towards Quorum he will go. Barry McMahon in the white and green Alfa 156 turbo. But strap going on just behind him. There's Gethin Llewellyn, who's been lapped again by the race leader. Barry McMahon probably lapping well within himself. He's done a best lap of 1:19.88. He's not threatened the A.D. Hawkins lap record of 1:19.593, but he's out of the final corner. He's up to the line. Checkered flag is made ready. Checkered flag goes out now, and Barry McMahon wins round 1 of the 2020 Alfa Romeo Championship.
Just behind him on the road was that second place battle within the Twin Spark category that went to Gethin Llewellyn, ahead of Richard Ford, Simon Cresswell, Steve O'Brien amongst that battle too, which is a race-long scrap. While the rest of the field come through, and of course we'll have to wait a little while for the second place car, which should be Graham Seeger, who's comfortably in that position in the Alfa Romeo GTV, the only one of that model in the race. Scott Austin, who was slowly being caught by Vincent Dubois, but I don't think that cut off anything. And then it'll be Tom Hill, who wins his category, the Power Trophy class. He was nearly 10 seconds ahead of Dave Messenger by the end, and third in that category is Andy Inman in the 156. PT there ahead of a couple of 156s in the Power Trophy class. But finally got Graham Seeger across the line in second place, 55 seconds behind the winner. So just check the rest of that order is as we expected it to be. There goes James Ford after his pit stop. There comes Scott Austin, in third place, look pleased with that. And then Vincent Dubois in fourth, and then we wait for Tom Hill to kickstart his championship defence with a victory, no, perhaps with a lap down, with a victory in the Power Trophy class.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he's completed his race, and I think also Andrew Bork, who we think has won the Twin Spark Cup. We didn't see much of him during that race, and I think he was the winner of that class, although I think there was a glitch on the timing which had him down as somebody else, but these things happen early in the season. So, quick run down there, and it was a win for number 57, Barry McMahon. Second was number 5, which was Graham Seeger, and third was number 55, Scott Austin. That's how it was in the modified class. In the Power Trophy, it was number 1, Tom Hill, from number 79, Dave Messenger, and 80, Andrew Inman. And we think in the Twin Spark Cup it was the car of Andrew Bork that took the victory, number 86, from in second place Gethin Llewellyn, number 2, and third, number 9 in the end, Richard Ford. So that's the way of things in the opening race today for Alfa Romeo Championship. They do have another race later on. I can see already that Barry McMahon's car has been brought into pit lane, and you can see our intrepid reporter Anthony Jordan moving in, ready to have a word in just a moment. So I think we're probably just about ready to go down there now. So next voice you hear will be that of Anthony Jordan talking to Barry McMahon.
Well, Barry, what was that? You left the field.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the car's going really, really well this year. We've had it rebuilt over the winter. Obviously, we've had a few additional months, and very, very happy. I think we've got a small problem with the splitter, so it was a bit of understeer. But ultimately, get that repaired for the next race and see if we can break a lap record.
I did say, as you pulled in there was a mighty knock from the splitter as you just pulled up here. It is hanging off on one side, but like I say, even with that slight bit of damage, pulling such a huge gap from second place was incredible.
Yes, thanks very much. The guys from Owen Developments and Horsepower Factory have built a really good car, so very, very impressed.
Excellent. And of course, it's your first time back with 750 Motor Club. You've just come from obviously the BRSCC. How is it comparing?
Ultimately, it's not a lot of difference. Very happy with what we've got so far, and long may it continue. I think we're very happy with the 750 Motor Club.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, huge congratulations on a dominant win, and best of luck for the second race.
Thank you very much. Catch you soon. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
So that's the first of 2 races today for the Alfa Romeo Championship, and next up we are going to turn our attention to single-seaters, and that will be for the Formula V's. The Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship will be coming up in just a few moments' time, and another very good grid of those in prospect for what will be a 15-minute race for the Formula V's. And last year's champion Graham Gant, I don't think is here to start the defence of his championship. A few drivers either opting or unable to come out and race in Formula V during the course of this year, which leaves things relatively wide open, one would think. But there's probably one name that would probably think might be a favourite for the championship. Do we reckon Danny Hans might be a favourite for the title this year?
Well, he's 1 second pole position, might suggest that, mightn't he? And impressive lap time from Danny Hans this morning. Both he and James Harris were significantly quicker than anybody else, but it was a shortened session, so possibly some drivers not quite getting their full pace in. But a big slipstream in racing prospects for Formula V. It'd be very difficult to pull away, especially around this circuit with a big toe available. Ian Jordan sent me a message earlier in the week. He was gutted he can't be here. It would have been his 30th season of Formula V, but his father has to shield with the COVID-19 situation, and as Dave Jordan runs the cars, therefore Ian unable to be here, but he said he'll be watching us, so hello Ian. Shame you're not here, but I'm sure you'll be back for that 30th season.
Yeah, and we'll look forward to seeing you back out on track in due course. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one then. 2 races, both of them today for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. It's 53rd anniversary season. This will now be. It's been going on for so long. Of course, these are 1300cc Volkswagen Beetle air-cooled engines that power these single-seaters, and many of the parts have their genesis in those old swing axle Beetles. But some of these cars that have been really highly developed over the years, and got several of the cars towards the front aisle of the GACs, and those have been some of the cars to have in recent years, with them getting the championship in 2018 with Craig Pollard. But let's have a look at the grid then, see how it is going to line up for this 15-minute race. And pole position, I think it is going to be Danny Hans that we'll see on pole position, and alongside him Ian Buxton. I think that James Harridge possibly out of the meeting because he did only get a couple of laps in, so that's going to be 2 Danny Hans, and we'll have a look at of our window. No, James Harridge is there, number 77, so James Harridge is going to be there, number 77. So then Ian Buxton, number 5 from Stevie O, number 50 will be on the 3rd row. Tim Probert, on the 2nd row I should say, Tim Probert and Andrew Cooper will be on the 3rd row, and then Peter Studer, 55, will start row 4. Let's move on. And alongside him will be Christian Goller. Then you've got, he's in the 56 car, Maurice Gloucester. Number 94 and 24, Rick Lanley, will be on row 5, and 43, Vaughan Jones, and 75, Mark Egan on row 6. Ben Cressy and Bill Garner, 11 and 10 on row 7. 72 and 28, Colin Gregory and Sam Engineer on row number 8. And 17, Elliot Mason, and 32, Simon Foley on row 9. Row 10 should be 80, Peter Can, and 7, Richard Walsh. 66, Phil Waterhouse, and 20, Richard Rainbow. And then on row 12, 13, Rachel Swain, and 64, Sam Allbank. 13th row, 42, James Huckle, and 59, Chris Wilshire. 14th row, 47, Matt Topham, and 51, Peter Balsey. Interesting to see how he gets on from the back, if he's out there. And 15, Mike Holtner and the GAC. I think I saw him have problems in qualifying. He will be at the back. So it's going to be a 15-minute race for these cars, and there you can see the 2 blue ones, the GAC of Danny Hans and the Maverick of James Harridge on the front row.
A new car for Danny Hans, only a new livery, but
Different.
Totally different to me, that.
Yeah, I don't know what work Danny has been doing on it over the winter and in lockdown, but certainly it's different. Certainly you've got a modified front nose on the GAC, haven't you, previously, which is changed again. But then you've got Harwich in the Maverick, which is quick but not necessarily had the reliability over the past few years.
I don't think it really got a run out last year, did it? It's entered a number of meetings, but I don't think it ever got into a race.
Very rarely.
So hopefully for him, that car behaves itself in the races today, and he'll be able to give Danny Hans a run for his money, because I'm sure the two of them at least will be able to battle for that lead-in.
Absolutely right. Several of the leading drivers from last year's championship aren't here then, so no Graham Gant, no Ian Jordan, no Craig Pollard, no Ben Meludi.
Well, I saw Ben in the paddock, so Ben Meludi's here, just not on the track.
Yeah, and I think, so you've really just got Tim Probert, who was fourth in the championship last year, and Danny Hans, who was second in the championship last year, to Graham Gant from last year's top six that are returning.
Tim Probert got his first win after about 10 years of trying at Donington Park last year in an extraordinary race.
It was, wasn't it?
What was he, fourth going into the chicane on the last lap, and ended up coming out to win the race by the smallest of margins.
Yeah, it was one of many crazy Formula V races we've had at Donington Park in particular. I think this should be a good one as well, but it's a circuit that does lend itself towards the slipstreaming that we like.
Not quite as much as the old circuit. 10 years now we've been running on this layout, which is crazy, really.
I just have to check that. When I was looking at lap records, and I was thinking 2011, that should have been the previous layout, but no, that was the first year of the new 200 and 300 circuit since the change years at was Sia and at Murray's in particular, the impact on the 200 circuit. Yes,
of course, Russell, as it was, had a number of different layouts before the Murrays that we have now. And again, Sia was different, wasn't it? Of course, it was a longer circuit going back far enough in Snetterton's history. But now that being a hairpin and then into the left flick at Chapman, so not quite as flowing as the old Sia corner that lends itself even more to slipstream. But I'm sure we'll see plenty of drafting and passing in this Formula V race, and lots of that to look forward to over the course of the weekend, because we've got the Locost Championship out later, Mazda MX-5s too, and tomorrow the Mazda 7s, all that really will lend themselves to slipstreaming, perfect for this racetrack.
Absolutely. So, just a short delay, probably clearing something up from the previous race, and then we'll be able to get these Formula Vs out onto track for first of two races today. Last year, Danny Hans, who's on pole position, he had 4 wins, he had 8 podium finishes altogether, and of course he was the 2008 champion. That's 12 years ago now, hard to believe that. But the car that he drove to that championship is also on the grid, lining up 9th. That's in the hands of Maurice Gloucester, car number 94 for the 44-year-old automotive engineer from Warwick. And it's been for a few hands. It was originally built in 2006. Aaron Trigwell was 6th in the championship with it in 2011, and Morris bought the car in 2013 and has raced it from 2014 onwards.
Not too far behind him is Ben Cressy, who I think is the first of the newcomers in car number 11, driving a Storm within Class B. So I think he's the first of the new drivers going well there in the first half of the grid.
Yeah, just looking at other drivers who provided us with information. 7, Richard Walsh, he's a new driver to the championship. He made his debut in the Vee Festival here at Snetterton last year, but first time out in the championship. He's going to line up...
Start delayed in.
It certainly is. He's going to line up on row 10 of the grid in his Spider. And he is an ex-rugby player now trying to be a racing driver, he says. Only raced once prior to this year, and his particular racing highlight, not crashing in his first race. He wanted to try something else as far as singles heats were concerned, and he thought Formula V was the perfect thing, and I think absolutely right with that. I know you've driven 2 circuits before, one here, Snetterton, and one Silverstone as well.
Interesting to see, you mentioned the Spider there. There's a couple of Spiders, I think, for the first time that I can remember. You've got Peter Belsey out too in the former championship winning car of Jez Clark, but good to see a second Spider on the grid for the first time in my memory, and I'm not sure if you can recall that happening before.
No, I'm not sure that I can actually, or not in recent times. There's Danny Hans, AHS Motorsport, so Alan Harding's outfit there.
Is it an AHS? Because it's got Dominator on it too.
Yes, it has. So this is the thing, isn't it? Our entry list, which tells us that it is a GAC, is wrong.
I thought it didn't look like a GAC.
Well, I kind of agreed with you, but yeah, that's definitely a Dominator, isn't it? So our programme is incorrect.
So that's a similar car to the Paul Smith Dominator did, and that perhaps might suggest why he was so far ahead of the rest, because we know the AHS Dominator is a very good car.
Yeah, that's because I think he was helped out by AHS last year with the GAC, wasn't he, with an engine. But yeah, I think it is a Dominator this season. So.
Good to see Peter Beldy there at the back of the grid. So he is one to watch to come through the field, because you could kind of suggest if he was starting at the front, he would be a podium contender, Peter Beldy. He's certainly been on the podium before. He had a couple of podiums last season. So he is one to watch from the back if his Spider is running as he would like it to be. So the cars making their way around on this green flag, warming up ahead of this 15-minute race, the final race ahead of the lunch break here at Snetterton. But do stay with us on the Alfa Live streaming, because we've got 9 further races to come up this afternoon. So a busy weekend back for the 750 Motor Club, and we've had a good couple of races to start it, but this race has the potentially and to go on to the next level.
No, absolutely right. I think it's going to be really competitive. Let's hope that Harwich can have a good race, because if he does, I think he'll take the fight to Danny Hands. Let's see what Peter Belzy can do from the back, and let's see if the likes of Buxton, who's won many a race in Formula V in the past, let's see if he can contribute more to what could be an exciting podium battle. Lots of visitors here at Snetterton today. Good to see so many of you here enjoying the motor racing that's going on. And this is the first visit of 2 this year by the 750 Motor Club to Snetterton. We're back here in October, so look forward to more good racing from 750 Motor Club then as well. And everyone here today strictly following the COVID secure venue guidelines, social distancing and so on and so forth. We do urge everyone here to continue to follow that. The car's been back round onto the grid. 15-minute race for the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. First round of a season that will also take these cars to Brands Hatch in August, to Anglesey in September, Alton Park in October, and then the season will finish at Donington in late November. So there we are, the Dominator and the Maverick on the front row. Danny Hands and James Harridge, Ian Buxton, number 5, and Steve O, number 50, on the second row of the grid under overcast skies here at Snetterton. A warm day. And we should be in for an excellent 15-minute race. Last few cars coming into position. We get the green flag then at the back. 29 cars we should have. And tension and anticipation rising. Revs rising now. Red light's about to be turned on, I think. There it is. And the lights go out and away they go. And it's a pretty good start by Ian Buxton from the second row of the grid, but a disastrous start by Danny Hands. Actually, he's gone right back through the field, I think we'll find. So it's James Harridge that's leading from Ian Buxton in second place as they turn their way through Ridge's Corner. It looks like Tim Probert, I think, in third place there as they make their way out of Ridge's and towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time, but it was a disastrous start for Danny Hands.
Sounded like he couldn't get a gear. The car was crunching trying to find a gear. He has done now. He's in about 10th place, so that completely changes the complexion of this race. So Maurice Gloucester there had to put 2 wheels on the grass as Hands brought his way through. A big slide we saw from James Harridge, the leader, as they went through the Wilson Hairpin, and you can see the slipstream beginning already. Harridge defending to the inside. Ian Buxton looks to the outside. Harridge places the Maverick in the middle of the road as they go underneath the vehicle bridge and into the left-hander at Brundle. So it did 77. Harridge that holds on pretty well down the straight there, despite the slipstreaming. Ian Buxton unable to get through, and it's inside the top 10 is Danny Hands, so we shall see him come through the field, as is Peter Belzy a bit further back. He's already passed about half a dozen cars.
Yeah, there you can see the number 10 car of Bill Garner, the Shane, going through there, the TWR Shane. And he started the race in 14th position. But there is James Harry, who's going to come through to lead at the end of lap number 1 then, from Ian Buxton with the Union flag livery on his number 5 Daghorn in 2nd place. And 3rd, it looks as if that's going to be Tim Probert, I think, at the moment. And then 4th, possibly Andrew. No, Steve. Right, saying Peter Studer's 3rd, Steve O 4th. Ah, right. Red Cosmo. I think it's Peter Studer 3rd, Steve O 4th, Christian Goller 5th. No, Tim Probert has now been inserted into the times. So, to clarify, 77 James Harris leading from 5 Ian Buxton, 4 Tim Probert.
And behind a challenger, that's Peter Studer, going side by side with Steve-O on the inside line. Studer has it, got Christian Goller just behind. Then in the chasing group, and leading that group, is Danny Hans, who's recovered to 7th. There he is, getting closer and closer to them already, but he's 5.5 seconds behind the leader, James Harris, who is already in, broke the toe to the rest.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds ahead of Ian Buxton at the end of the first lap. It looks like it might be a little bit more than that now. And it's Tim Probert 3rd, Peter Studer 4th, Steve-O 5th, Christian Goller 6th, and Danny Hans in 7th place. Danny Hans now on the back of this group. He was a 2.5 behind at the beginning of the lap, and actually from 3rd back to 7th, there's not much to choose at all. Those 5 cars right together as they make their way down towards the corner. It's Christian Goller thinking about having a look in the number 56 HS Challenger.
Instead, right round the outside of him goes Danny Hans. A great move through Coram Curve, right round the outside. Lots of confidence there for Hans to gain that. Now the similar car of Steve-O is up ahead of him. And I'm sure it won't take too long until he's able to pass. He's in the slipstream, and I think he's pulling out to the left-hand side of the circuit. So they're side by side as they complete lap 2 of this race. And he actually has to dip him back into the slipstream because, of course, Goller is gaining from the car ahead. O is gaining from the car ahead, but into Ritchie's, he goes through. So Hans now 5th with Peter Studer ahead, but there's a car off the road, and that is Rachel Swain making her debut.
Yeah, the Aylesbury drivers, GAC looking a little bit on the smoky side. I'm afraid Rachel is out of the race. There is Tim Probert then in 3rd place with Peter Studer just behind him in 4th place in the number 55 car. The driver from Carbuck in the TCR Challenger, a driver we don't see out in every race, but is usually up towards the sharp end when he is able to compete. So there's Harwich, nearly 3 seconds now clear of Ian Buxton. Those two, the only drivers that are a bit lonely at this stage, aren't they? Because look at this. For 3rd place, it's side by side, Tim Probert and Peter Studer. Probert in the red Storm just about hangs on through Brundle, but through Nelson up over the curb goes Peter Studer. All of this allowing Danny Hans to close in.
Into the cornhole they go for his 3rd lap. Hans made a move at Coram last time. And again, goes to the outside of Peter Studer. This will be a strong move if he can get it. He's trying to go right round the outside at Coram. The corner that keeps on going, gets tighter and tighter. But another strong move from Hans. He goes through, he slips up the inside into Murray's. And now Tim Probert is his next car to challenge. And once he gets Probert, there will be some gap to work out. It was 5.5 seconds, wasn't it, earlier that Hans was behind the leader. It hasn't really gone out any further. So once he gets past Probert, he might be able to chase the leaders. 3 abreast behind them was pretty spectacular. But Tim Probert putting up a good defensive drive here on Danny Hans. And Hans cannot go through. Those there battling behind. Goller and Maurice Gloucester joining in now in that scrap.
Yeah, Hans 6.8 seconds off the lead of James Harwich. So he's got about 3.4 seconds to make up to Ian Buxton once he's passed, Tim Probert, which he's not yet, and then another 3.4 seconds to make up to James Harwich as things stand. So it's 77 Harwich leading, 5 Buxton in 2nd, 4 Tim Probert is 3rd, 2 Danny Hans 4th, 55 Peter Studer is 5th, and 50 Steve-O is in 6th position as they head their way down the Bentley Straight once more. There's Ian Buxton in the front of shot, and then just behind you've got the number 2 car of Danny Hans. So he has made it through now, so Chapman along the Bentley Straight up into 3rd place.
Peter Studer going well, isn't he, there in 5th place? I think since you said earlier, too much of him in recent seasons. He's going well there, ahead of the battle for 6th. Now there's a 4-car train because Andrew Cooper has caught the battle being led by Steve-O. So they're running 2 wheels out over the curbs. Was Christian Goller, who's running there in 8th position. There's fewer cars making their way down into Murray's with Danny Hans pushing on there. A bit of understeer as he turns through Murray's, but he's certainly putting away from Tim Probert. So this gap now to Ian Buxton is the one he's chasing. Buxton going well there in 2nd place, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely right. So the gap from 1st to 3rd is now 8.6 seconds because Harwich in the lead is just the fastest lap of the race, so 1:23.66. Now that's about 4 seconds. No, sorry, 2 seconds outside the lap record. And we don't really see Formula V lap records get broken anymore because they've changed tyres in the past few seasons onto Hoosiers. They were on Dunlops before. These tyres are a bit more durable but not as quick.
Side by side here as Martin Gloucester tries to gain another place. He's got past Evo, it got very close there. Gloucester sideways out the corner too. And I think O had to back out of it to avoid contact. He's going to lose 2 further positions, I reckon, to Christian Goller and Andrew Cooper. So, and up ahead of them, Peter Studer going for 4th, looking up the inside of Tim Probert. Couldn't do that, but Maurice Gloucester is the one who's gained. He's up into 6th behind the pair we're watching on screen now.
Yeah, so that pair, Tim Probert and Peter Studer, then you've got Maurice Gloucester and Steve-O.
To note, Pete Belzy up to 14th at the end of the previous lap.
What lap times is he doing? He's doing a 1:28.05 as his best, so about 4.5 seconds off what James Harridge is doing in the lead, but he has had traffic to contend with, of course. Now here's the fight for 4th place. Number 4, Tim Probert, the Yorkshireman, and Peter Studer at 55.
It's smoky Probert's car now all of a sudden, and that may allow Peter Studer to challenge as they come up across the line. Studer is alongside as they cross the line to start another lap and head off towards Ritchie. Studer on the outside line. Is he going to be able to swoop in front of Probert? He's not, so Probert hangs on to 4th. Meanwhile, Hand now only 1.5 seconds behind Buxton. Not a new fastest lap of the race, but going quicker than the car ahead. A 1:24.26. Meanwhile, another 3 car battle up across the line a bit further back. And that's Peter Belzy making his way through. He's side by side with Sam Engineer, who's on the outside. He's got Bill Garner behind. Belzy can't go around the outside at Ritchie's. So not quite making perhaps as much progress as we might have imagined, but making decent progress nevertheless, trying to get into the top half dozen.
Yeah, absolutely right. So he's just there behind the number 28 car, Sam Engineer. We see things at the moment coming through. Chapman, just ahead of Bill Garner as well, number 10, and he clears now the Sam Engineer car as he heads down the Bentley Straight for the 6th time in this race, which is being led by number 77, James Harridge, by about 7 seconds from Ian Buxton, with Danny Hands closing on the 2nd place.
Looks like Ben Cressy has got the ex-Ben Maludi car, so running there in 12th position. Looks very much like that Storm. So Ben Cressy going well in his first race in 12th position, ahead of Peter Belzy, now who's there in 13th, with Sam Engineer and Bill Garner having a good battle as they turn through shot. And a bit wide goes Engineer, so that allows Bill Garner up the inside for Coram, but he can't quite make that work. A tricky place to pass. Meanwhile, across the line, nose to tail for 2nd between Ian Buxton and Danny Hands. So Hands might be able to get 2nd. Here's that battle for 4th that is suddenly grown because Studer and Probert ahead of Studer just, have got this group of cars behind them now.
Change for 2nd. Danny Hands has got through up at Wilton, hasn't he? So he has made it through as off the road goes number 47. That's Matt Topham. Londoner is trying to find his way back onto the circuit. There's James Harridge, though, the race leader. And here's the fight for 2nd. Can Ian Buxton fight back on Danny Hands? He goes to the right-hand side of the circuit. That's the outside for Brundle. Not known for holding back Ian Buxton, but he's not able to do anything about Danny Hands there. But Hands has got more than 7.5 seconds to make up on the race leader, and we're about 5.5 minutes to go now. I don't think it's going to do that.
And finally, Peter Studer's got ahead of Tim Probert for 4th, so that change has happened. Studer in the TDS Challenger leading this 5-car battle for 4th position, ahead of Tim Probert, Maurice Gloucester, Andrew Cooper and Christian Goller all involved in this. So this is 4th through to 8th. But Studer now is the one who's given away the tow, although he's got a few car lengths over Tim Probert on the exit of Murray's, that car that perhaps struggling a bit now with that smoke billowing out the back. Across the line they come, and they get closer and closer to Studer again on the run up towards Ritchie's, and Probert darts to the inside. And he doesn't quite go back through, but that you saw vividly there, Ian, the effect of the slipstream.
Absolutely right, and it's a big deal with these 2 long straights here at Snetterton. So Gloucester trying to find a way around Probert. You've got Andrew Cooper, and that's the ex-Dan Pitchford car, isn't it? The GAC there that he's racing these days, one of the board directors of the 750 Most Club, but he's now under threat from Christian Goller as well for his 7th place.
It's good when they keep it in the same livery, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's easier to work out whose car it was before. Was that Buxton back ahead of Hands, ahead of this battle for 4th? I think it was. So Ian Buxton back ahead of Danny Hands for 2nd, I reckon, which perhaps was unexpected. We don't get another shot of that to confirm that, but the battle for 4th continues. Perhaps a bit more spread out than the previous lap. There, though, Christian Goller right on the tail of Andrew Cooper as they turn their way up towards Coram. All 4 wheels over the curves that time for Goller as he really is pushing hard to try and get back through. But that battle of a second is Buxton back ahead of Hans here.
Yeah, so it's possibly not really what we expected. So any hopes that Hans are going to catch the Hound have gone now as we're into the final third of this race. He's going to try and fight back, and as we can see out of our window, the two of them are side by side now as they head up to Rich's corner. Someone's getting the meatball flag there. You can see Hans just getting the alongside Buxton there, but look at this scrap going further back. You've got Probert trying to get down the inside of Studer now into Rich's, and he's done it. Meanwhile, Hans up at Wilson is back ahead of Buxton.
Great battles, don't know where to look, do we? Brilliant stuff from Formula V. This is what we hoped for, and they are delivering. So Danny Hans back to second, ahead of Ian Buxton. James Harridge, he wondered what all the fuss is all about, isn't he? He's way ahead of anybody else. But I'm sure when they, although for the second race he's qualified much further back, so he'll have a busier race then. Meanwhile, for second, Danny Hans' position didn't last long. Ian Buxton back through.
Well, for Harridge, it's a question of slipstreaming, what slipstreaming, but there it is, evidenced by Buxton and Hans have been doing quite a bit of it with each other over the last couple of laps or so. Hans going to fight back here through the bomb hole, and he can't do anything there, so he heads off up towards, down towards Coram with only about 3 laps to go. Till the mechanical warning flag being put out for one of the drivers, who's possibly could be Tim Probert, because he's been on for a lot, isn't he? Let's face it, although that's down the years, that wasn't completely unusual for Formula V, although they've cleaned their act up a lot in recent years.
He's got a bit of a gap again over Peter Studer now. Now he's got back ahead after what was a pretty aggressive move into Richie. It was asserting his authority, I think, on 4th position at the beginning of the lap that they are about to end, with Probert ahead. And yes, I think the marshals are waving that flag to Probert. They were. Oh, and Probert putting Studer on the grass, heading down towards Richie, and Gloucester tried to come up the inside of both of them. They were all in the same order, remarkably. That could have ended, I think, a lot worse than it did. Now, though, fighting back is Studer. He's on the inside for the Wilson hairpin. This time he goes through without any wheels or tyres on the grass. He's back into 4th place.
Yes, he is indeed. Yes, 4th place it is for Studer. Looking back, spin for Steve O. So he was 10th. And Steve O, very experienced driver in Formula V.
He was in that battle earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah,
so
he was.
Dropped
back and now dropped further back with that spin out the Wilson hairpin. So here's Studer in 4th place. Then it looks like Gloucester's made it through to 5th. Probert's 6th then, as they head into Brundle and Nelson for the 10th time of this race, as Harridge has already gone through to complete another lap.
Suggest it's probably the best race we've seen from Maurice Gloucester. He's been in the top 10 in recent years, but now he's jumped forward into this 4th place battle.
Yeah, he's had, I think, 4 top 6s last year.
Battling with those around him, I think he's pretty pleased with.
Yeah.
Andrew Cooper as well, who sort of jumped up. The order of Probert's going off, I think. He ran very wide at Murray's.
Is he heading for the pit lane, albeit by a slightly odd route? Yes, he is, I think. So possibly was just jumping out of the way of everybody else, and the marshals do put the flag in now, which rather confirms it was for Tim Probert's Smoky Storm.
Here comes Gloucester to the outside of Studer. I don't think he's able to go through, but with Probert's confusion there, that's dropped the other two away. So Christian Goller and Andrew Cooper have dropped away from the 4th place battle ahead of them.
Meanwhile, James Harridge will now be on his final lap as Goller gets it very crossed up under braking for Wilson there. No real harm done. So here's the fight for 2nd and 3rd, and it's Buxton ahead of Hans. Hans will come back. This will be the last lap though, because we're already at the 15-minute mark.
Strong run from Ian Buxton this has been, running up in 2nd place. He's been a podium finisher before. I don't think he was last year.
There's James Harridge there already into Murray's for the final time. Well, this is a good effort after a setback in qualifying. He's won races before, but I'm sure he'll be very happy to win again in this Maverick that he and his dad put together in a single garage. Good effort from them, and the checkered flag goes out, and Harridge is over the moon with that checkered flag for James Harridge. Double fist bump, clapping himself, waving to the marshals, and he's delighted with a very convincing win, probably far more convincing than we envisaged the winner in this Formula V race, Josh.
Yeah, so he's going to come 2nd across the line. Is it going to be Buxton or Hans? Well, it looks to be Ian Buxton holding off Danny Hans, who did he drop away there on the last lap of the race? I think he did. And Maurice Gloucester's come through to 4th, so he's got ahead of Peter Studer on the final lap of the race, and behind Andrew Cooper beat Christian Goller by less than 1/10 of a second, and then it's Colin Gregory in 8th position. Despite the spin, Steve O held on to 9th.
There he is now, just crossing the line, I think.
And for 10th, there's a gaggle of cars being headed now by Peter Belzy, so he got to the top 10, so that was a good finish in the end for Belzy. Still didn't make immediate progress up the order in, but did it gradually and got up to a good position.
Indeed. Let's have a quick rundown on the results then, with certainly the top 10 having come through. The winner, number 77, James Harridge, winning by 11 seconds in the end from number 5, Ian Buxton, in second place. Third place to number 2, Danny Hands. Fourth to number 94, Maurice Gloucester. Fifth, number 55, Pete Studer. Sixth, number 41, Andrew Cooper. Seventh was 56, Christian Goller. Eighth, number 72, Colin Gregory. Ninth, number 50, Steve O. And 10th to number 51 from the back of the grid, Peter Belzy.
A mile later, James Harridge looks just as happy with himself as he was when he crossed the line. So well done to James. Great return to racing, really, because he did try to race last year but didn't get out there that many times. A great effort there from James Harridge to win by 11 seconds in the end over Ian Buxton. Interestingly, Danny Hands dropped a long way back on that last lap, so whether he had issues lingering in that car from the start, which I'm sure was a gear selection problem for Danny Hands. Although looking at the lap times, they were going quicker than they did in qualifying. So James Harridge is 1 minute 23.6, was over a second quicker than the pole lap, impressively.
Okay, so the Formula V's heading in. That's our final race before the lunch break, but don't forget 9 more races still to come for you this afternoon. All the ones that we've seen already, they have a second outing, but we've also got MR2s, we've got Cleos, they both have double headers, and MX5s and Locosts will complete the action as well. In this afternoon's 9 races that we've got, they will be getting underway at around about 2:05.
Going to be breathless action this afternoon, I think, here.
Yeah, and sprint races all the way, 15 and 20-minute races, proper club racing. Meanwhile, I can see that James Harridge is in the pit lane. He's pumping the air with his fists. He will have consumed more energy on the slowing down lap than I think he will have done in the race. Anyway, I think we're about ready to hear from him. Let's head over to the pit lane and to Anthony Jordan.
Well, James, what a win today. You seem absolutely chuffed about that. I mean, your reaction as you came into the pit lane there said it all. How are you feeling with that one?
Over the moon. You know, lots of hard work goes into it. And yeah, long time coming. Yeah.
Good. I mean, speaking to some of the guys, it was fortunate there with the start, with the number 2 having that terrible start there, managed to get ahead at the front, and then midway through that race they were scrapping and fighting away. You managed to hold that gap all the way through.
Yeah, I managed to break away at the start, down the back straight where they get a tow, and I think that helped me a lot. So yeah, thank you for everybody's help, especially my dad. So, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, brilliant race, well done. Great start to the season.
Thanks.
So we are heading into the lunch break here at Snetterton. For those of you here at the circuit, do enjoy your lunch break. Unfortunately, you can't come into the paddock as you normally would do at a race meeting because of the COVID-19 secure regulations, but do enjoy your sandwiches that you've brought with you or get them from the refreshment facilities here. This is what's happening after lunch. Toyota MR2s underway at 2:05. About 50 minutes from now. We've got the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost, and the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. But that's not all. There's another 4 races to come after that as well. Let's see if we can see what those are. And yes, it's the second outing for the Alfas. Another race for the Heritage Park Centre Formula Vee Championship, with Harridge with a lot more work to do in that one. And the Toyota MR2s and the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182s to round out the day. So that's it for the moment. We'll be back with you in, about 3/4 of an hour for some more racing after the lunch break. welcome back to Snetterton for the resumption of racing after the lunch break here at this 750 Motor Club race meeting, streamed live via Alfa Live on 750mc.co.uk/live. The car's on the grid already for the Toyota MR2 Championship, the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Let's run you through the grid then. Pole position, number 26, Paul Cook, and alongside him is number 96, Aaron Cook. On the second row, 25, returning to the championship, former champion Paul Hinson, and number 27, the four-time champion Sean Trainer. Third row, on the inside is number 22, Nick Williamson, and alongside him is number 2, last year's runner-up, Ben Rowe. On row 4, it's number 69, Daniel Bryant, and 41, Ali Topley. Sam Harper, number 18, and Peter Higton, number 4, make up the fifth row. Jonathan Grimes, 79, and Lee Brown, 86, are on row 6 of what is a very full grid, I promise you. Row 7, 33, Mick Nichols, and 7, Wayne Lewis. Row 8 is 71, Graham Mailings, and 82, Andrew Ruthven. Row 9, Adam Lockwood and Luke Carter. On row 10, 8, Tim Heron, and 84, Neil Stratton. Row 11, 39, Adam Lewis, 99, Oliver Aldworth. Dave Hemingway, 55, and Gavin Aldworth, number 15, are on the 12th row. Row 13, we have Jim Mew, 78, and Michael Japp, 42. Simon Quinn, number 67, and Patrick Stainer, number 20, on row 14. David Mustard, number 74, and Phil Collins, number 28, on row 15. And still they come. Row 16 is Maxine Nichols, number 17, and Georgios Georgides, number 36. 44, Martin Grist, and 49, Dave Rowe, on row 17. Row 18 is 53, Will Humphreys, and 52, Nick Emily. So that's how the grid should line up then for what's going to be a 15-minute race for the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. The car's pretty much gridded up, just a few more cars on the back and ready to go. And we should be in for an excellent race. Sean Trainer, four-time champion. We'll hopefully hear from him a little bit later on because Anthony had a word with him before the race, but we've not got time to bring that interview now. He switched from a Mark II to a Mark III car for this season, so that's what we need to look out for there. And generally speaking, there are more Mark III Roadsters on the grid. A reminder, there are three classes. Class A for the Mark I cars, precious few of those left on the grid now. Many of the drivers are still in the championship, but they've switched to another class. Class B for the Mark IIs, the heaviest cars, and also with the largest engine capacity, 2-litre engine. And Class C for the Mark III Roadsters, the most modern and the lightest cars. They all run on Toyo control tyres as well. Josh Barrett is alongside me, Ian Saban, here in the commentary box. And always great action from the MR2s, and the grid looks absolutely mouth-watering for this one, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely great, isn't it? I think we've got the top 5 cars separated by just half a second, so it's going to be a great race. It's about to get underway because the 5-second board has been shown to these 38 cars, full grid of Toyota MR2s.
So it's Paul Cook on pole position, the grey and yellow number 26 car. Lights go out and away they go. Alongside him, number 96, Aaron Cook. But look at this, all the more modern roadsters there in the middle. You can see Dave Hemingway's older shape Mark I, Maxine Nichols in the black and pink Mark III there. But it looks like it's Sean Trainer that's trying to go around the outside of all of them. In fact, he's slotted into third place there in the number 27 car, the four-time champion. But it is Paul Cook then, I think, that leads out of Riches and up towards Wilson Corner for the first time with Aaron Cook, number 96, alongside him. Nose to nose as they go into the Wilson hairpin. He'll be on the outside line for that, but then the inside line for Chapman Curve that brings them onto the Bentley Straight. There is the number 84 car, the luminous yellow car of Neil Stratton in the middle of the grid. Very striking colour scheme on his car, but it looked like most of them have made it through the first few corners safely.
I think Paul Hinton's lost some positions. He certainly dropped down from his grid position because Ben Rowe's up there now in 4th position. So a good start from him. I can't see Hinton anywhere near the front, so not sure what's happened to him. In car number 25, the former champion. Car 86 there making a position. That's Lee Brown up the inside to gain one there into Nelson. But everybody else funneling their way there through the Brundle and Nelson S's before making their way back through towards the end of the lap, and that's where Paul Cook is leading a group of cars. Well, it's the whole field, isn't it? There's no real gaps in the pack, so Paul Cook in the lead, but there is one off the road, and that is Wayne Lewis. So Wayne Lewis spinning off there, the driver in car number 7. So here dropped to the back of this huge train of cars. A complete lap 1 with Paul Cook's being slipstreamed by Aaron Cook up towards Richie's corner. Paul Cook finished 8th in the championship last year. 3rd position for Aaron Cook, but Cook Aaron Cook doesn't go through at Ritchie's with the multiple champion in a new car this year, Sean Trainer, chasing them.
Yeah, Sean did a one-off race, or one-off meeting at Alton Park in a borrowed roadster, a Mailings borrowed roadster at the end of last season, just to put his toe in the water, wanting a new challenge for the season. Once you've won 4 championships in the Mark II, I think it's time to try something else, and he's gone for a Mark III roadster for this season, and it seems to be going pretty well so far. Down the Bentley Straight they go. Paul Cook has Aaron Cook, who is one of the great success stories of last season, 3rd in the championship with 3 wins in his first season in the MR2 championship. He's there. They've got Trainer going with them though, as they go through Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Cook using a bit more curb than the rest. Then it's Ben Rowe up from Devon, of course, in 4th place. A bit of a gap behind the first 3. Back to Ben Rowe in 4th, and then it's Ali Topley 5th. Nick Williamson is in 6th place in the 2-tone blue car, but here comes Aaron Cook up the inside towards Coram. And then the left-hander at Murray's, of course, which Paul Cook will have the line for, but will Cook already have forced himself ahead? The 2 Cooks, one with an E, one without, absolutely side by side. And it's Aaron on the inside line with his nose ahead now, the black and yellow car.
Impressed there, they managed to carry their momentum out of Murray despite being side by side and not come under threat from Sean Trainer. They're absolutely level with Paul Cook to the outside for Ritchie's. Is he going to be able to swoop through? No, Aaron Cook's done it. So the move began at Coram. A couple of corners later into Ritchie's, and the position he's gained for Aaron Cook. Car number 96 leads. By the way, Paul Hinson is 8th after his slow start from row 2. Aaron Cook goes in hot into Wilson. He's sideways. He saves it. Meanwhile, his mate Ali Topley trying to get past Ben Rowe for 4th. Couldn't do that. That means Nick Williamson. He's almost pushing Topley in the Rogue Motorsport car down the Bentley Straight on this, the 3rd lap. Very close indeed up front. Less than 3 seconds separate the top 8.
Yeah, and Daniel Bryant was just behind that battle for 5th and 6th as well. So it's the 2 Cooks side by side once again down the Bentley Straight into Brundle. Aaron Cook in the Rogue Motorsport run car that continues to lead though from Paul Cook. His near namesake in 2nd place. 3rd place, number 27 Sean Trainer still. Trainer won one of the 2 races here at Snetterton last year. The other went the way of Ali Topley, who's running in 5th position at the moment. Still unable to find a way past Ben Rowe, I think.
Different weather conditions this time a year ago. It was very wet, and we were using the longer circuit too. So a different meeting this weekend. Paul Cook there, up over the curb. Ali Topley's got the window wipers on. That's not because it's raining. I think he's been rather busy in the cockpit of his car. But you've got 10 cars really in this lead group, which is fantastic to see in after 3 laps of racing.
Looks as if Dave Hemingway leading the slender Mark I class, and he's been successful in that class last season as well. He was the champion of it last year. But there is Aaron Cook, Ali Topley, I should say, now up on the inside of Ben Rowe and up into 4th position. So he's done that at Ritchie's, and Nick Williamson will try and capitalise as well and go through to 5th. This time there's a bit more daylight between Aaron Cook and Paul Cook there. Oh, and a moment there for Topley. Was he just tagged into that semi-spin?
Hard to tell. He saved it well. Can't see any marks in the front of Ben Rowe's car, but he's about to lose a place because Nick Williamson coming around the outside of him, and that may allow Daniel Bryant and Paul Hinson to buy into it as they make their way up towards Ritchie's. Meanwhile, up front, there was a bit more daylight between the 2 Cooks, but the slipstream brings Paul Cook closer to the leader, so that meant Aaron Cook felt the need to defend into Brundle. He done so well. What about behind? It's Topley there in 4th, but Daniel Bryant comes through into 5th position, so he did get past both Ben Rowe and Nick Williamson. So good move there from Daniel Bryant. He, I think, was a former Class A Mark 1 driver, wasn't he? Moved into this Mark 2 car and going really well here at Snetterton into the top 5.
Absolutely right. So that's really good to see. So there's Topley now with a bit of a gap back to Bryant in 5th as they make their way through Murray's, and then it's Rowe in 6th, Williamson in 7th. Make their way onto the start-to-finish straight once again. Leaders coming through to cross the line again for a 4th time, and it's Cook and Cook still absolutely together, separated by just 7 100ths, and Paul Cook there's just done the best lap of the race, but that's Daniel Bryant, number 69, in 5th position now, the driver from Portsmouth, challenging for 4th place there. Here are the top 3, and Sean Trainer is not letting these first 2 get away in his sort of first serious outing, if you like, in the MR2 Roadster.
He's finding the challenge of the Mark III Roadster, the lighter car, but with less power, therefore not the easiest car to get past the Class B Mark II, so he's sitting in their slipstream for now, and they're battling away are Aaron Cook and Paul Cook. You mentioned Dave Hemingway earlier. He's going really well, isn't he? 15th in a Mark I car. That's a great effort from him. Meanwhile, there's car number 2, Ben Rowe, who is in 6th. Well, he was in 6th. He's into 5th now. He's got past Daniel Bryant as they hop over the curves once more, and they make their way towards the end of this, the 5th lap of the opening round of the Toyo Tyres MR2 Championship. There's Paul Hinson, former champion, the 2012 champion, running out wide there, but he got back on without losing any time. And through Murray's, Paul comes over the curb, gets the car sideways, so that's lost him a bit of momentum, you would have thought. So the gap has extended. It was 700th of a second. It's certainly a bit more than that now, Ian, but it's pretty close still.
Yeah, not a lot to choose. I'm sure it'll close up again. So first 3 go across the line in the order. Aaron Cook leading, number 96. Paul Cook second, number 26. Third, number 27, Sean Trainer. About halfway through this race now. Fourth is 41, Ali Topley. Fifth, number 2, Ben Rowe. Sixth, number 69, Daniel Bryant. Seventh, number 22, Nick Williamson. Eighth is number 25, Paul Hinson. Ninth is 71, Graham Mailings. And Pete Higton, number 4, is in 10th position. The top 3 negotiate their way around Wilson and Chapman, but look at this, there's Bryant and Williamson going side by side, so this is William Robinson trying to get 6th place back with a little bit of curb and grass. He's got his nose in front, although I think down the straight, well, they might both lose out here to Paul Hinson, the 2012 champion, as you say, makes it 3 wide down the Bentley Straight. He's done some compact cup racing in the intervening years as well. And is he going to make it through into 6th position? He's going to be on the inside line for Brundle. And I think he's done it, yes. So 2 places made up there by Paul Hinson.
The Toyota MR2 Championship showing the BDCC drivers you can go 3 wide into Brundle and end out the other side with no dramas. One driver has got a drama though, that's Luke Carter. He's out of the race in car number 32, but really good driving there, Ian, from all 3 of them.
Yeah, no, really, really good to see. Meanwhile, Sean Trainer's just dropped off a little bit from the first 2 now, hasn't he? Aaron Cook and Paul Cook, as we are into the second half of the race. So still 96 on 26 out front. So a few more gaps starting to open up now, but there's still battles almost everywhere you look around the Snetterton 200 circuit.
And across the line come the leaders nose to tail after 6 laps of racing. Are we going to see a challenge from Paul Cook? We are. He's on the outside line into Ritchie's. He tucks in underneath Aaron Cook, but Aaron Cook's got a good tight line there through Ritchie's to hold on. And on that previous lap, Paul Cook did the best lap of the race, a 1 minute 28.5, and he's now trying to use that to go past Aaron Cook, who locked up a rear brake there into the Wilson hairpin, but he got it turned in without too much of a drama. So down the Bentley Straight they go. In the tow is Paul Cook. So Aaron, presumably here, will pull to the left-hand side of the circuit to defend the line into Brundle, and that's absolutely what he's done, sending Paul Cook to the long way round. They're getting away from Sean Trainer now. Here comes Paul Cook, and round the outside into the left hand. Is that going to, oh, is he run a bit wide? He saw the car move him out over the curbs, and now he's well out over the curbs. 2 wheels on the grass out of Nelson, so that attempt did not work. Good defensive line there from Aaron Cook. Knew it's pretty difficult to go around the outside at Brundle, and Paul Cook therefore unable to get through, but it's just a battle between the 2 of them now. Yeah. Sean Trainer's, what, a second and a half away.
Aaron's certainly getting plenty of support on social media, on our comments, on the feed. Jim Cook, Rick Zacconi and Jack G all giving Aaron Cook in the lead of the race their support. So he's certainly benefiting from the enthusiasm of those watching online. Top 3 go through. I think Ali Topley now has broken away a bit from Ben Rowe as well, by the looks of it, in 4th position. And by a few car lengths at least. Rowe 5th, Williamson in 6th is the way of things at the moment. 2/3 of the way through this 15-minute race now for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. There is the number 71 car of Graham Mailings, and he's running in 9th place. Of course, he was someone we often saw towards the sharp end last season, or over the last couple of seasons. Had a few class wins over the recent years.
Into the final third of the race now. Goes through pretty quickly, don't they, these 15-minute action-packed races. This is lap 8 of it, and Aaron Cook not feeling the need to defend this time into Brundle. So same order up front, Aaron Cook to Paul Cook, and Sean Trainer 3rd, the best of the roadsters, as you say, in over Graham Mailings. And then the 3rd of those is Jonathan Grimes. Got a real dominant in Class C. He's Sean Trainer, but he's not really here just to win Class C, is he?
Oh, and at 67, that's Simon Quinn goes into retirement, I'm afraid. He's out of it. I was just on lap record watch there. The best lap of the race so far is a 1:28.57 for second place man Paul Cook, number 26. The lap record for Roland Wilkinson is a 1:28.39. So a couple of tens outside of that. That lap record dates back quite a few years now to Roland Wilkinson.
I think that was the day I began my commentary career with you, Ian.
Might well have been.
I think Roland Wilkinson ended up on his roof in qualifying and then came back out in the races. Anyway, less than 3 minutes to go now. There's one of the Mark 1s with Novice Cross on the back for William Humphreys, who's a bit further down the order, but going well in what would appear to be his first race. And side by side here, this is Graham Aylings trying to get past Paul Hinton, who's dropped back again. He was up in 6th earlier. Now Hinton trying hard to hang in there in 8th position. There's Paul Cook. Is he still second?
It looked like he was somewhere a bit dusty, didn't it, for a moment? Yes, he is, though. There's Paul Cook, Aaron Cook ahead. There's Paul Cook in 2nd place. Looks like a very hot day here at Snetterton with the heat haze, doesn't it? It's not that warm. 3rd place, Sean Trainer. 4th place, Ali Topley.
Now that camera is a long way away from the cars. It's a great camera work out there by the Alfa Live team to give us this full live coverage from Snetterton. It's probably the Wilton hairpin's almost a mile away, isn't it, from the camera position there, but giving us good quality coverage all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are probably going to have one more lap at the end of this one, I would think. Oh, and we were talking about Will Humphreys. He's had a spin, hasn't he, number 53?
He jinxed that a bit. But he's right in the middle of the road at Coram, which is a scary place to be, I would suggest. So cars, do they go inside or outside? I think they were doing a bit of both.
I think he managed to scramble it onto the grass just to sort it go through the back of shot. So I think we probably will be going on to the final lap now for Aaron Cook and Paul Cook. The gap's gone out. It was 0.3 of a second. It's just yet to come up. Yeah, 0.8 of a second now, the gap between Aaron and Paul.
Yeah, there's one, they crossed the line in. There was 1 minute 28 seconds to go, and that is what a lap time is. So it's going to look like this race will go to exactly 15 minutes.
Yeah, and it is a 15-minute race this year with 750 Motor Club. We've switched from sort of a number of minutes plus 1 lap to just a round number of 15 minutes in this case. So no, just plus 1 lap at the end. So that's a new innovation for 2020.
Sean Trainer starting to fall into the clutches of Ali Topley. 1.5 seconds is the gap there, but significantly he's fallen a long way behind the top two. It wasn't that long ago he was hanging on to them. So now he's lost the toe, seemingly he's lost the pace of the two leads too, as the leaders on this for the final time make their way down through Nelson. And they're just going to avoid catching the back markers, which will give Aaron Cook something to be relieved about, because that could have caused some problems as he uses all the road there coming towards the end of this race. Aaron Cook won 3 races last season, and he may well actually catch these 2 cars.
He might do before the end. I can see the marshal with the checker flag is wondering whether to get it out or not. He's going to go between those 2 back markers, isn't he? Paul Cook is going to follow suit. I think the checkered flag is going to pop out this time by the looks of it. So it's going to be a win in the opening round of the 2020 Toyo Tyres MR2 Championship for Aaron Cook. He's done it by 0.7 of a second from Paul Cook. Exactly 15 minutes on the clock at the end of the race, as we thought would be the case. Who's come through third, though?
That would be Sean Trainer. So he does take that position and a class win on that final lap. Paul Cook did the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 28.3, so that'll give him pole position for race 2, as that grid is set by the results of the fastest laps of this race. Behind the top 3, Ali Topley took 4th, just a few tenths of a second ahead of Ben Rowe.
Also lap record as well for Paul Cook, so he's taken that away from Roland Wilkinson.
Side by side across the line there, Dave Hemingway comes to win Class A, but he was absolutely level there with Gavin Aldworth, who just pipped him to the line by just 0.02 of a second.
Still the car street through. There goes Maxine Nichols, and where has she finished today? A little bit further back than she would have liked. 34th, I think, in the end, as the last few cars just come through. So let's just give you a quick rundown on the finishing order then. It was number 96, Aaron Cook, that took the victory. From number 26, Paul Cook in 2nd place. In 3rd place, it was 27, Sean Trainer. In 4th place, it was number 41, Ali Topley. 5th to number 2, Ben Rowe. 6th was number 22, Nick Williamson. 7th, number 69, Daniel Bryant. 8th was 71, Graham Aylings. 9th place 25 Paul Henson, and 10th 79 Jonathan Grimes. So Class C was won by Sean Traynor in number 27, and that was from 71 and 79, Graham Madings and Jonathan Grimes. Class A was won by Dave Hemingway, number 55 in 16th position overall, and the only other driver in that class was Will Humphries, who finished in 33rd after his spin-up call a few laps from the end. So that is it as far as the first race of the day for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship is concerned. They'll be out again a little bit later on during the course of the afternoon. But I can see that our race winner, Aaron Cook, by the looks of it, has now made his way into the pit lane. And I can see our camera crew and our interviewer, Anthony Jordan, poised and ready to go. So let's hand down to Anthony now for a word with Aaron Cook.
Well, Aaron Cook, who's just disappeared into the car, we'll try and get him out again. Here he is, he's appeared again. Aaron, what a race that was. Nose to tail for pretty much the whole thing. Electric.
Yeah, that was hard work. Congrats to Paul Cook, second place, but I was pleased with that. First race out, last race last season, I got the win there from Paul Cook again, I think it was. But yeah, brilliant racing. Glad to come home with a win.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the MR2s, they prove every time in and out. Fantastic racing and close racing, and again, you didn't disappoint on this one. Talk us through, I mean, it was about lap 2 that you were side by side through the final corner. Absolutely nail-biting stuff. What was going through your head at the time?
Yeah, I knew I had to try something quite early on. You got 40 cars behind. If you don't get a move on, they normally catch up pretty quick. So I knew I had to do something. There was slightly gap. It was like a slight gap, went into the gap. Paul didn't shut the door, which was good. Went side by side all the way around the last corner, which is scary enough by yourself. But yeah, managed to get it to stick, and then was just defending after lap, putting the car in the right place, but we finally come home. But massive thanks to Rogue Motorsport for sorting us out with a decent car. Brilliant.
Excellent stuff, a cracking victory, brilliant to watch, and yeah, huge congratulations, great start to the 2020 season.
Lovely, cheers mate, thank you.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
So that is the Toyota MR2s. They are back out again a little bit later on in the day. We are going to switch to hatchbacks next, because next up we've got the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship, and it's going to be another 50-minute race, another good grid of cars for this one, which we will give you in just a second. But this relatively new championship, with it only having run for, I think, 5 previous seasons. Patrick Fletcher winning the championship 3 times, James Bark won it the year before that, and last year it was won by Ryan Polly, who is back here to defend his title. So let's see if we can have a look at the grid. We can't quite bring that to you just yet. So while we look at it, while we're waiting for that, Josh, let's just think about who we have out there on the grid for this one. And Ryan Polly, obviously, as reigning champion, is going to start favourite, you would think.
Absolutely, on pole by 7/10 of a second in qualifying this morning. A fairly local driver to Snetterton too is Ryan. And I think he's really got better and better, hasn't he, every season since he started circuit racing. He started in the Saxo in Stock Hatch. He won that, didn't he, in the Saxos, and then came into Cleos and was always a podium contender. But last year really stepped up, and he won 7 rounds last season to James Bark's 6, and he won the championship by just 4 points. But now with Bark absent this weekend, it's difficult to see where his main challenge will come from. Don de Graaf was third in the championship last year, but he starts at the back after problems this morning. So here we want to watch for the ex-Formula Renault racer, starting from the back. But you've got some newcomers this season. You've got Simon Freeman, who did the Michelin Cleo series for the Cup cars, and Crispin Williamson, who dominated the Peugeot 206 series. So there's a couple of drivers coming into this championship who are to look for, and they are in the top 10 on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a few newcomers to the championship, and I think although Polly's direct competitor is not necessarily immediately obvious. I think there's a lot of strength just behind him. Let's have a look at the grid now then for this K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship race, and it's actually Ryan Polly on pole position, and alongside him will be number 21 Scott Edgar. Second row we're going to have 42 Nick Garner and 88 Tom Hall. Third row 4 Tim Bentley and 17 Simon Freeman. Onto the fourth row, it's going to be 5 Crispin Williamson and 86 Oliver Wayne. Row 5, 7 Stephen Richardson and 13 Josh Larkin. Row 6, 99 Neil Heath and 23 Jason Powell. Seventh row is going to be 11 Stephen Langton and 22 Christopher Keir. On the next row, row 8, it will be 44 and 31. 44 David Garside, 31 David J Daniels, a bit further back than we'd expect to see him. Row 9 returning number 19 Matt Holtim and 80 Chris Noah. Row 10 it's going to be 27 Michael Ward and 8 Alan Peterson. And then 15 Don de Graaf, 51 Simon Vincent and 26 Gareth Tansey are going to round out the field. And there we can see the grid lining up. So pole position, we've got the number 1 car of Ryan Polly, and alongside him, new colour scheme for this season for Scott Edgar.
And just behind, Nick Garner, he's returning, isn't he? He was a former podium finisher. I don't think he did much racing the last season or two, so good to see him back out. So again, he may be one to go after Ryan Polly, and as you say, Scott Edgar, hear me please, won't he, with that JG Racing Cleo to be on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, absolutely right. It should be a good one. These do get a green flag lap, by the way, so we've still got that to happen before the race gets underway. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Don de Graaf can do from the end. He didn't really get a proper flying lap in, did he? So he lines up way back on row 11 of the grid. But as you were saying, he had a couple of wins during the course of last season, just 4 different winners last year. Polly, Bart, de Graaf and Jack Kingsbury also had a victory as well during the course of the year at Donington as the green flag lap gets underway.
Some fabulous liveries in the 759 Club K-Tech Cleo Championship this year, so that's great to see. Also good to see that's Don de Graaf at the back, isn't it? Just making sure that he was out there, so whatever his problem was. Doesn't he have much luck, does he, Don de Graaf? Always has something challenging him.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's the 86 car, which is Oliver Wayne, one of the new drivers to the championship for this season, and the car that he purchased from Don's brother Dan de Graaf earlier on this year. 34 years of age is Ollie, a newcomer to the championship this season. A few new drivers. One a bit further up the grid to watch out for is going to be Crispin Williamson. He last year won the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup in his first season in cars, but he'd done some karting, he'd done some rallying and supermoto as well. He raced alongside Carl Shield, who was the Janetta Super Cup and former M3 Cup racer as well in the previous season. So here they come onto the start, up towards the start of the race.
Good to see Tom Hall up there on the second row of the grid, because he sometimes got into the top 10, didn't he, last season? But a big improvement from him. Just looking at the lap times, second through to 7th on the grid, just separated by a couple of tenths of a second.
Yeah, so we've got the safety car, of course, chasing them round as they do on the green flag lap. There is the car at the back, 15 car of Don de Graaf. And so it's going to be a 15-minute race with more than 20 cars on the grid. Very healthy numbers indeed, still in the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship. So Ryan Polly pole position, as you say, by quite a convincing margin over Scott Edgar, but then fairly tight behind, wasn't it? Because, yeah, the next 15 cars were separated by less than a second. So really tight stuff.
But that puts into further perspective how good Ryan Polly's lap time was, to be 7 tenths of a second quicker than the rest, when the next, almost all the rest of the field is separated by that margin.
Yeah, okay. So they're turning their way out of Murray's up towards the line. Yellow flags waving at the front of the grid to try and get the cars onto the grid in safe order ahead of this 15-minute race. Polly and Edgar on the front row, Garner and Hall on the second row, Bentley and Freeman on the third row. A few different colour schemes then to get used to this year. You mind just checking the door shut properly before he gets underway. And last few rows of cars coming into position. There's Polly on the front, Edgar next to him. Waiting for the green flag at the back then, and then the lights to come on and go off for this 15-minute race. There's the flag, there's the lights, and out they go. And it's a good start by the Scott Edgar car from the outside of the front row. Not such a good start by Ryan Polly. I think he's lost 1 or 2 places by the looks of things as they head up towards Rich's Corner for the first time in this race. And yeah, it's Scott Edgar then that sweeps through into the lead of the race around Rich's Corner and up towards Wilson for the first time. Someone very late on the brakes there for Wilson is number 17. That is Simon Freeman. He does get around the corner though.
Yeah, he gained a number of positions there, so good move from Simon Freeman. He started 6th. He's now in 4th behind the similarly liveried car of Tom Hull, but it's Scott Edgar and Ryan Polly in 1st and 2nd positions, and Polly already challenging Edgar up the inside for the Brundle left-hander, and Edgar not really putting up much of a defence, to be honest, and Ryan Polly goes through, so that didn't take very long, did it, for Polly to get the lead back as they go into Nelson, and he's got it then from Edgar. 3rd is Hull, 4th is Freeman, and that Josh Larkin, a good start from him up into 5th position. And there's Don de Graaf, who's made up a number of positions already. He's going up the inside there of Oliver Wayne, and Wayne's going off, and he's going to lose a number of places.
Yep, so they're heading around Coram up towards Murray's for the first time, and it is Polly then back in front, almost up on 3 wheels as they turn their way through the left-hander at Murray's and back out onto the start and finish straight. They go then, so Polly from Edgar as they come over the line. 3rd then is the 88 car of Tom Hall, isn't it? In 3rd position, as the rest of them make their way through Coram now, through Rich's now and up towards Wilson.
Nick Garner lost out at the start, didn't he? Down to 6th position at the end of lap 1. And Polly, with that rear tyre bouncing through the Wilson hairpin. There's car number 4, Tim Bentley, another driver returning to the series this season. He accelerates down the Bentley straight. Don de Graaf got to 13th, so that was a gain of what, 9 positions, 10 positions is what he gained there on the opening lap, and he's already going past another, which I think will be David Garside, but Josh Larkin, we mentioned him, good start, 10th to 5th.
Yeah, absolutely right. There we can see Tom Hall, the 30-year-old company director from Milton Keynes, number 88. Started at Proving only a couple of years ago in the Cleos, and he's done 7 rounds today. His best finish though was here at Snetterton last year, and he finished in 7th place. So he's up in 3rd now, so definite improvement from Tom Hall.
Ryan Polly getting away up front, so the qualifying times are translating into race pace for the reigning champion, who accelerates up the centre straight to complete lap 2 as the leader. Scott Edgar in 2nd, Tom Hall 3rd, Simon Freeman 4th, and Josh Larkin in 5th, so same order, but as qualifying would suggest, the battle from 2nd is very tight indeed. There's Don de Graaf going across the line to pass David Garside on this lap, I reckon, and we'll be looking, and he's gained another 2, so he's up to 11th position. Is Don de Graaf chasing Stephen Richardson to get inside the top 10. Simon Freeman again late on the brakes on the outside, but behind them Nick Garner's gaining positions up the inside to get 5th away from Josh Larkin.
Yeah, Larkin there in the number 13 car, the deranged trucks liveried Rashid is trying to fight back though on Garner as they head along the Bentley straight towards Brundle and Nelson for the 3rd time. Polly though out in front pulling away here. Edgar's under threat from Hall as well in 2nd place. Hall shows his nose to Edgar but doesn't make anything of it, and he's now got his teammate Simon Freeman right with him as well, hasn't he, as they make their way through Brundle and Nelson towards Bombhole for the 3rd time in this race. There's Freeman back with his car, then you've got Garner, Larkin, Tim Bentley had a aggressive moment coming out of Chapman a few laps ago. 2 teammates getting it together there as the race leader Simon Ryan Polly even a bit sideways.
Yeah, he held on to it and he's extending this margin 2 seconds over second through to 8th, really. The long train of Cleo 182s being headed still by Scott Edgar, who made that good start, led for half a lap, holding on to P2 as they come up across the line. Nobody really challenging, I don't think, into Ritchie's on this particular lap. So they turn through the fast right-hander with Dondergraaf chasing this group now in 9th position. And Stephen Langton, car number 11, has pulled off and he looked pretty frustrated. So a problem for him is a challenge now from Josh Larkin trying to do to Nick Garner what Garner did to him a lap ago, and he's got it done. So back into that position, 5th from Josh Larkin. Ahead of Neil Garner, who lost momentum through that exchange, and Tim Bentley is trying to come up the inside of him now, and Garner trying to squeeze him, but then realised that Bentley was alongside and gave him more room. So this should be Tim Bentley up to 6th from 2 places. Lost with Nick Garner, but Garner trying to come back, sort of using a side draft down the Bentley straight, and he goes around the outside here. They're still level, but Garner's going to have it if he can get it stopped for Nelson, which he kind of does. I guess he's got it back again. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, that was a good battle. It was literally mirror to mirror, wasn't it, there at one point down the straight. So that's very much a fight going on.
There's de Graaf at the back of this queue now.
There's the Stephen Langton car that came unstuck at Murray's. Third season of racing for Stephen Langton. It's sadly not a sad, happy conclusion to it. To this weekend, the first race of this weekend at least, at Snetterton.
Issue, I think, there for Christian Williamson, because he's dropped behind Don de Graaf. So Graaf is 8th, I reckon, now, as they come up across the line. So Crispin Williamson, who was on the back of that train, has dropped away fairly significantly as Tom Hall trying to go for second here to get ahead of Scott Edgar.
Yep, so actually those 3 cars right together, Simon Freeman in there as well. Of course, it was Freeman that left his braking so late here on the opening lap, while Hall's left it quite late here on this lap. And actually, he's not done him any favours because he's gone wide and Freeman's gone through. So Freeman goes through to take, what's that, 3rd place away, and now he is the one taking the fight, Scott Edgar, as they make their way down the Bentley straight. So he'll be using all of the quite considerable tow that these Cleos give out. Yeah,
that didn't work at all for Tom Hall, did it? It's almost dropped him into the clutches of Josh Larkin. Can Simon Freeman gain 2 places in... Oh, but it's a big moment under braking. Big twitch for Simon Freeman. He caught it fairly well, actually, because he was lucky there not to go grass tracking. He didn't lose actually as much time as he could have done, but trying to brake late, the back end trying to break away from Simon Freeman. In 3rd position now. Continues to chase as Josh Larkin just behind runs out pretty wide as he tries to get the better of Tom Hall. Looks down the outside. Yellow flags have been withdrawn now, and that means challenging can happen into Murray's. And are we going to see a challenge here? No, we're not. So stay in that order that they went into that sequence of corners. And here comes Don de Graaf. He's behind Tim Bentley now. He's in 8th. This has been a good recovery from Don de Graaf as they come up across the line to complete yet another lap.
Yeah, so what are we on to now? We are on, what, about lap 5 of the race have gone. Pretty much halfway through the race distance in this K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship event. And they are up towards Chapman, Wilson and Chapman once again. And there you can see Josh Larkin, he's very much involved. There's Don de Graaf though, he's come through from the back of the grid up to 8th place now, and he's right behind number 4, Tim Bentley, who started on the 3rd row of the grid, of course. So it's been a good performance, this from Don de Graaf. What lap times has he been putting in? He's done a 1:27.35. The best lap of the race for Ryan Polly is a 1:27.17. So he'd be right up there with Polly if things had gone to plan from this morning.
Larkin gets 4th, past Tom Hall into Brundle up the inside. It's best lap from this race, isn't it? That sets the race grid for race 2. So that means de Graaf will be alongside Polly. So that'll be an interesting race at the end of the day. But de Graaf will be looking to gain more positions here. He's behind Tim Bentley as they make their way up to Coram Curve. But Tom Hall, who was there challenging for second only a lap or so ago, dropped down to 5th into Brundle with Josh Larkin going through. So where it was going very well, it started to go in the opposite direction for him.
It certainly has. It certainly has indeed. So, coming up towards the end of lap 6 of this race, it's probably going to go 11 laps this one, isn't it? I would think 15 minutes around here for these cars. Stream across the line then. Polly leading, Edgar 2nd, Freeman 3rd, Larkin 4th, Hall 5th, Garner in 6th. So 1:21, 17, 30, 13, 88 and 42. Those from making a note of these things. Which as they go. And then onwards up towards Wilson. De Graaf here tries to outbrake Bentley, tries to go around the outside of him. He's got up to this part of the field relatively quickly. Oh, as number 19 goes off, that's Matthew Holton, the plumber, on his return to racing in the Cleos. He's been off at Riches. But yeah, it's now much harder for De Graaf to try and make up places at the rate he was doing earlier on in the race.
Cars stream their way into Brundle. It's clear as far as you look down the straight there, wasn't it? Tim Bentley's car looks much plainer than the rest, doesn't it? The plain colours, where everybody else has got a full livery on their car. And he's got De Graaf having a good look at the boot lid at the moment of Bentley's car. He's exactly the same line through up towards Coram. Can De Graaf get a tighter line through here? No, he pops to the outside. It's an awkward place to pass, really, in a one-make category, so unable to get through, trying to concentrate on the exit in the corner for the long acceleration down the centre straight up towards Ritchie's. But it's right, these cars are all very equally, and you have to fight quite hard to pass a competitor in the Cleos.
Absolutely right. It's really difficult, really closely matched. It's deliberately kept that way. It's a very tightly controlled and regulated formula, so there's no real advantage in the car. It's all down to driver ability, and I think that's what really appeals about it to some people. Right, you've got Larkin and Hall, and it looks like Hall is trying to get back ahead of Larkin, back up into fourth position. He's got his nose ahead on the exit of Chapman, but Larkin, I think, is going to get the better run here down the Bentley straight. So the grey and sort of camo liveried Larkin car is going to have the inside line for Brundle and Nelson. And is he going to be able to squeeze through? Well, he's already done it, hasn't he? So Larkin's gone back to fourth.
Yeah, so that attempt from Tom Hall that started a couple of corners ago hasn't paid off in the end, and that has allowed Nick Garner back closer to them. They're in sixth, and behind, where had Tim Bentley gone? Was that Don De Graaf get him past? We'll check that when we get a longer view of it. Yeah, De Graaf is through now into seventh. He's got past Tim Bentley, so we'll see if he can chase after this battle for fourth. We're watching, we look back, there is Don De Graaf ahead now of the red car of Tim Bentley, with Crispin Williamson now up with him too. But out of Murray's, this is the battle for fourth, being headed by car number 13, Josh Larkin.
Over the line goes race leader Ryan Polly. Their second place man Scott Edgar, and third place man Simon Freeman. Those look fairly well sorted out at the moment, with 3 minutes and 10 seconds of a race left to go. And then you've got this, you've got Josh Larkin, you've got Tom Hall, you've got Nick Garner, who was a contender for the championship a couple of years or so ago, going into the final meeting pretty much, but as I say, didn't appear, I don't think, at all last season. Good to have him back for this year though, and a very encouraging field, more than 20 cars at the beginning of the season for the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship here at Snetterton. Hall then in 5th place, trying to get back ahead of Josh Larkin. So they go down the Bentley straight, but the first 3 look pretty well settled now, Josh.
Yeah, slower last lap by Ryan Polly, so just check that wasn't something that's going to be consistent, because he was over a second slower than Scott Edgar behind, but it's just a one-off, that's not a drama for him. He's still 2.5 seconds ahead. There's 13 then, Josh Larkin in 4th position, so good performance this year. It's good to see the improvement from a number of drivers from last season to this year. And Tom Hall is one of those, and he's trying to come up the inside of Larkin, who's sliding wide at Coram. He's trying to hang on to it, he does. He gets the car turned into Murray's, and he's still ahead, and he's got a decent exit too, so brought back nicely. You can sort of make a mistake at Coram, because Murray's is a hard place to pass. You sort of stop the car on the apex, and you don't lose too much out to your competitor, and that's what he's been able to do. So still in 4th with Larkin, ahead of Tom Hall and Nick Garner as they go on to the 10th lap of the race, which will be the penultimate lap of this opening round of the season. Behind, Don De Graaf not making any inroads towards them, and he's not actually getting away from Bentley or Williamson either.
No, it was very close up there at the Wilson hairpin, isn't it? And there's the scrap just behind as well, with Crispin Williamson at the back of that group in 9th position in car number 5, having switched from one French manufacturer, the Peugeot 206s, to another, the Cleos this year. Fancied something a little bit more competitive, so he bought the Cleo, and I think he's certainly finding it more competitive, because he's there in the thick of a battle for 7th, 8th and 9th positions at the back of this group, just behind Don De Graaf, who's come through from the back of the grid, and Tim Bentley. slightly rough passage through Brundle and Nelson there for De Graaf, and he has now got Bentley alongside him through the bomb hole, and he's lost the position. So Don De Graaf back down to 8th place. I think that perhaps was a bit of a sort of semi-grassy moment for Brundle and Nelson. That's allowed Bentley to go back through. De Graaf's going to try and fight back now, though, on the inside. He's not thought he was going to get his nose alongside there, but Bentley closed the door in his face. And so for 7th place, it's Tim Bentley from Don De Graaf and Crispin Williamson at the moment, as the leaders have gone across the line and they'll be starting their final lap.
Certainly, De Graaf's car sort of bounces around a lot on its suspension, doesn't it? So De Graaf, after all that improvement, has now lost a place to car number 4, Tim Bentley. Meanwhile, that lead gap has come down again a bit more, but Ryan Polly, I'm sure they're just running the pace he needs to. He's a couple of seconds ahead still. Meanwhile, this battle, can De Graaf re-challenge Tim Bentley? Well, he's also got to watch out for that car of Crispin Williamson, who's in there behind in what is 9th position. So onto the Bentley straight for the final time of this race, with Polly, Edgar and Freeman pretty settled there in the podium positions. Polly pushing on now. See the car moving about under braking into Brundle. Gets it through there and through Nelson safely. And way up on 2 wheels in the background with Simon Freeman. He clobbered the curbs on the inside of the corner. I presume he got out okay. Not unusual, is it, to see a Renault Cleo up on 2 wheels?
Not at all. So Polly, looking like this, you've got this one in the bag. He was a winner here at Snetterton at the back end of last season. He shared the wins with James Bark on that occasion. But after having got 7 wins last year, he's going to open his account in 2020 with a victory as well. And it's going to be a reasonably comfortable one by Cleo standards, because the checkered flag is out and it goes to Ryan Polly now. And there he goes, winning by a couple of seconds in the end from Scott Edgar in 2nd place. Edgar had Simon Freeman not too far behind him, and then 4th, 5th and 6th right together. And they finished in the order, just checking on the screen, Josh Larkin, Tom Hall and Nick Garner. And then in 7th place was Tim Bentley. Don De Graaf didn't recover from that 8th position. Crispin Williamson 9th, and David Garside, I think, is going to round out the top 10. But it was 2.12 seconds the victory margin in the end for Ryan Polly, and then another 1.2, 1.3 seconds back to Simon Freeman in 3rd place.
Everyone's lap time's dropping off by about a second towards the end of the race. So tyre wear putting the lap times up a bit. Like I say, the race grid for the race this evening is the results of the fastest laps of this race, so therefore Polly and De Graaf will be on the front row of the grid, which will be intriguing to see, because De Graaf obviously had lots of pace in the first part of that race, but then the second half didn't go quite so well, perhaps pushing his tyres, trying to get through the field, and they went off earlier than everybody else's.
Yeah, absolutely right. So they're heading on the slowing down lap now, back into the pit lane at the end of this race. Don't forget the Cleos are out again later. They're the final race of the afternoon here at Snetterton, so there's another chance to see them here today. And then their championship calendar beyond this takes them to Brands Hatch next month. It then takes them to Alton Park in September, Mallory Park in October, and they'll conclude their season at Silverstone National in November. So a 5-meeting season rather than the original 7, but still a good number of rounds of the championship for the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship. Just waiting for the leading drivers to get back into the pit lane and down into the clutches of Anthony. Ryan's taking it relatively sedately on this slowing down lap, waving to all the marshals as he goes, no doubt. But he is now heading into pit lane, and he'll be looking to see if he can do the double in the K-Tech Racing 182 Championship a little bit later on today. So just looking to see if Ryan Polly has quite made it down to the podium area. I don't think he has, but nevertheless I can see that Anthony Jordan is ready and waiting. Ryan Polly being signalled into the requisite position in the pit lane. And so I am now going to say, we'll hear in a moment from Anthony Jordan with our race winner, Ryan Polly.
Well, down in the pit lane, Ryan, you've just joined us back. You're taking all your helmet off, I'll let you finish. Oh, You made that one look easy from our standard. How was that one?
Yeah, I wish it was easy. I lost the brake pedal halfway through. Brake pedal goes to the floor, so that's quite scary, 120 mile an hour. But no, it wasn't too bad.
Well, I tell you what, if you did have a brake issue there, you really didn't show. You looked very well in control. An absolutely fantastic race. Talk us through what happened at the start. It looked like you were slightly bogged down slightly.
Yeah, starts have never been my strong point. We need to keep working on them.
But like I say, you managed to get it back before the end of the first lap, and you held it for the rest of it. And despite the issue that you had with the brakes, you had a very commanding lead throughout all of that.
Yeah, it's a brilliant way to start the year back.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. Well done on the first win.
Thank you.
So we now move into our 6th race on the programme, the 5 Club MX5 Cup, a huge grid of Mazda MX5s here at Snetterton today. We had 44 cars qualify this morning, 38 of those can race in a few moments' time. It's a 15-minute race, no green flag lap for the MX5 Cup. It's great to see the 5 Club racing team bringing together such a big grid this weekend. A great improvement over the last couple of seasons. It's really been building up very nicely and is a great level here today. Ben Hansey, the reigning champion, is back to defend his title. He took 4 victories last season. Ian Tomlinson comes second. He took a sole win, as did Jordan Johnson. I think they're both back here today. We saw wins last year for Paul Bateman, Ben Abbott, Steve Foden, Ben Short and Mike Cumber, and it's Short that will start on pole position today. A great lap time from him in qualifying, a 1:30.46. That was the best part of a second quicker than anybody else. The second quickest car, Oliver Allwood, is one of our reserves, so he's unlikely to take the start. 6 reserves, as I say, such as the entry this weekend. But Ben Short to start from pole position for this upcoming race, with Steve Foden alongside him, who has had the odd race in the championship before. He's been a winner, I think, at Croft last season, but he's out with us today at Snetterton. And the car's already lining up on the grid ahead of their race. I say no green flag lap for the MX5 Cup, so it'll be straight into the action once all the 38 cars are lined up, and it's that BS Motorsport car of Ben Short on pole. Looking a bit further back, you've got Marcus Bailey and Richard Baxter on the second row of the grid, although Baxter doesn't look to be there, car number 8, so just a sole car on row 2. Baxter, who had, I think, a run out at Brands Hatch with 5 Club last season. Marcus Bailey returning to the championship after racing with 5 Club a few years ago. Then you've got Tom Short and Ben Hansey on row 3. So Hansey, the reigning champion there, starting 6th on the grid. Then we've got Jason Greatrex and Stuart Simmons out with us. We saw the Greatrex family race with 5 Club a few years ago, so good to see Jason back with us for this weekend. And then Declan McDonnell making his Mazda MX-5 debut in 9th position. The former Locost champion Declan McDonnell would start in 9th position alongside Matthew Short, who concludes the top 10 of the grid. Then you've got Callum Greatrex leading the rest of them, Ian.
Yeah, it's going to be busy, isn't it, this 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup race. Very full field indeed. A few drivers that aren't regulars with the 5 Club Championship, it's fair to say. I think some of them preparing for the races and other categories, which perhaps haven't got underway yet. But nevertheless, it should be a brilliant race. MX5 racing almost always is, isn't it? It's usually very exciting. And it's been good to see, because a couple of years ago the numbers were well down, weren't they? And Alan Robson and his team have worked very hard, and we've got, as I say, a capacity grid with reserves here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit this weekend. The Mark 1, ever popular in UK club racing. It's going to be another 15-minute race, this, isn't it, as well? First of 3, so they're just out once today, and then they get a couple of races tomorrow, one in the morning and one in the afternoon, so a triple header to start the year for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. On qualifying form, though, you've got to say that Ben Short's going to start a pretty strong favourite.
Most certainly, and he's won so many of these races in the past, not just with 5 Club, but elsewhere too, in Mazda MX5. He's done some racing elsewhere recently, done some historic racing. I think he raced at Monaco, didn't he, a few years ago in a Lister. So he sort of broadened away from MX5s, but you can't keep Ben Short away, can you? He runs his BS Motorsport team well, and he likes to drive the cars too. And the race is about to get underway. The 5-second board has been shown, so 15 minutes of racing about to get going here.
Yeah, lights go out, and away they go. Pretty even start from the 2 on the front row then. Steve Foden and Ben Short as they make their way up towards Rich's corner for the first time. It is Ben Short then, the double champion in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, that has the lead at the moment. In third place at the minute is the 154 car of Marcus Bailey as they turn their way through Rich's for the first time. Dust being kicked up, unsurprisingly. It's been pretty dry here of late. Foden goes in a bit deep, tries to brake a bit later. There's 1 or 2 making some reasonably bold moves on the inside. A little bit of body work, or maybe a lens cover goes flying in all of this, and eventually they all get through safely. A big old field. So it's Ben Short leading, Steve Foden in second place. Through the heat haze they come along the Bentley straight into Brundle Nelson. Marcus Bailey still third. Who is in 4th position at the moment? It is the 41 car, isn't it, of Tom Smith. And then it's one of the Red Line Racing cars, I think, in 5th position, which is Jason Greatrex.
Good start from him then, from the 4th row of the grid. As the cars then make their way to the end of this opening lap. They just keep flowing through, as you said earlier. Great to see. And they've all made it through the first half of the lap, being led by Ben Short, trying to break the toe from Steve Foden, but Foden pushing on and going with Short at this stage of the race. And big slides as well coming through the Murray's final corner, as well as his rear-wheel drive cars propelled to the end of the opening lap, with Ben Short absolutely under pressure now from Steve Foden, who pulls out of the slipstream going up towards Rich's. He's on the outside line here, and he's drawn at level with Ben Short. Outside line probably won't work through Richie's, but it's Ben Short 4, I think, halfway through that lap, that he broke the toe, but not the case. No, Steve Foden, who has been racing on and off with this championship for a couple of years, and in other Mazda categories as well. In the end, he couldn't do anything about Ben Short. He had a really good go there. That's Jason Greatrex, number 35, in 5th position at the moment. Just behind him is the 38 car of Stuart Simmons as well. They make their way down the Bentley straight towards Brundle and Nelson. This is lap number 2. It's a 15-minute race, as I say. Great stream of MX5 Mark 1s, the Japanese roadsters from the late 80s, early 90s. Crikey, these are 30 years old now, these cars. These are real classics, aren't they? As they turn their way through Brundle and Nelson. You can see the 34 car in there as well. That's Callum Greatrex. So the 2 Greatrexes pretty close together on track. Just a 1 car separating them in 5th and 7th positions through the bomb hole, and on towards Horn they go. But still Ben Short leading, and a bit like on the previous lap, he'll think he's done enough here, Josh. We'll see. Certainly Foden's gone away from the rest. Big slider, that was from the reigning champion, wasn't it? Ben Hansey through Murray's. I think it was him that got really sideways the last time too. One hopping over the curb there was David Abbott. And across the line, yes, a bigger gap this time by Short, not by much, but slightly larger than at the end of lap 1. So no challenge into Richie from Foden. And in 3rd position is Marcus Bailey, ahead of Tom Smith and Jason Greatrex and Stuart Simmons and Callum Greatrex. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Ben Hansey, who's racing with Ian Tomlinson, who we battled with for the championship last season. And then Declan McDonald completing the top 10, but a change there. I think Stuart Simmons slips up the inside of Jason Greatrex for 5th, and yes, he makes it work. So Simmons up into P5 now and trying to go after Tom Smith. Yeah, I think he was suggesting as well that possibly they should work together to try and go after Tom Smith as well. I think that's how I was interpreting that gesture anyway. Other interpretations are available. So Short from Foden, from Bailey,
That's your top three at the moment. 41 is Tom Smith in 4th place. Just looking back, last year's champion Ben Hansey, only 8th. Last year's, I think it was Romeo, wasn't it? Yeah, Ian Tomlinson, number 9, only 9th. And they're both just ahead of Declan McDonald as well, number 4 in 10th place on his MX5 debut, but a former multiple low-cost champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Hasn't done sort of any full season racing lately, has he? He's done the odd race here and there.
He's done some 2CV, C1, 24 hours.
They won that.
They did, yeah, they did.
So in the top 10 here, real competitive field. It's outside the top 10, you've got Matthew Short, Courtney Milnes, Howard Lancashire, Dan Blake and Adrian Johnson, but they're about to complete lap 3 now with Ben Short leading by a very slim margin over Steve Foden. We're going to see a challenge into Richie's this time. It was just 900th of a second at the end of that lap, so Short not getting away as his qualifying pace would suggest. Perhaps he got a big toe or something on his qualifying lap, because in the race he's not able to really break away from any of this group behind. They just keep coming, isn't there? What, 9 cars really in that lead group? And there is car number 4, which is Declan McDonald, being chased by Matthew Short. Yeah, so there is McDonald in the James Tucker Motorsport run car. Matthew Short behind him, then Courtney Milnes, Howard Lancashire, Dan Blake as well, who's been doing some busy with his sim racing, hasn't he, in the during the lockdown. Leaders making their way through, and there's not a great deal of time actually between Steve Foden and Marcus Bailey. They've not really made much of a break, these first two, which I thought they might do. And Foden's a bit further away from Short again, but previous laps have suggested that will come down rapidly. James at 12th there, that's Howard Lancashire now ahead of Courtney Milnes, and then Dan Blake at the back of this trio that you spoke about a moment ago. There's 777, Courtney Milnes, coming up towards Coram Curve here, but there's the leader, 71 Ben Short, definitely a bigger gap this time over Steve Foden, then Marcus Bailey, then a gap, then it's the train of cars being headed by Tom Smith, and Stuart Simmons, who passed Jason Greatrex a lap or so ago, is now pressurising Tom Smith for that 4th position as they complete the lap. We're going to see a challenge into Richie's this time, I wonder. He looks to the outside as Simmons, but no way through there. The BS Motorsport car of Smith stays ahead of Simmons, and the Greatrex duo behind. Then the 2 drivers that headed the championship last year, Ben Hansey and Ian Tomlinson, before a gap to the rest. Into Wilson they come. This is lap 5, I think, of the race. Yeah, really good battles going on here. There's 34 car, which is Callum Greatrex, and the red line car from Cardiff, of course. Relieved, no doubt, that he can now travel more than 5 miles from his home to race here at Snetterton this weekend. Along the Bentley Straight they go, up towards the left-hander at Brundle, and Short, yeah, he's certainly making a move away from Foden now. It's a bit further back. That's the 38 car, Stuart Simmons, up on the inside of Tom Smith, and he's not quite made that work. He's ahead there of the 2 Greatrexes, Jason and Callum, and then Hansey still there in 8th, and Ian Tomlinson 9th. Battle is allowing Marcus Bailey to get away in 3rd, isn't he? He's only 7 tenths ahead at the beginning of the lap, but that gap has gone out now, with Tom Smith leading this group, this quartet of cars, through Coram, down into Murray's, and they accelerate off with a slightly larger gap again for Smith over Simmons, but the toe might well eradicate that by the time they get up into Richie's. Here they come then across the line. Pit boards going out by 1 or 2 team members on the pit wall, and into Richie's. No challenge, I don't think, here from Stuart Simmons. Car number 38, there he is, turning his way through the fast opening corner here at Snetterton, and down into Wilson. Don't think there's any real challenge coming here either. Last time, of course, it was down into Brundle, where we saw Stuart Simmons, car 38, challenge 41, Tom Smith. See that Nico Favreau is getting some encouragement on the comments, and he's in 34th position at the moment. So we are more than halfway through this race now. It's being led by Ben Short, number 71, from Steve Foden, number 77 in 2nd place. 154 Marcus Bailey is 3rd. Tom Smith, number 41, is in 4th position, and then it's 38 Stuart Simmons. You can see him on screen now, just ahead of 35 Jason Greatrex and 34 Callum Greatrex. And there's Ben Hansey, a bit of a moment for him, but he's trying to get involved in this battle, isn't he? He's trying to cling on, to the coattails of the cars in front, but he's just struggling to do it a little bit, I sense. Ben Hansey's somebody who's really improved over the years, isn't he? He was much further back in the field when he started out, and of course won the championship last year, and really strong pace here too, with lots of top MX5 racers here at Snetterton this weekend, and he's holding his own with this front group. Really, what, 9 cars not that far apart from one another. Ben Short's gap to Steve Foden, 1.5 seconds up front.
Yeah, driving standards flag going out for someone. We can't see the number. We can see the wrong side of the board, but it's a very 41. Up on the inside then is Tom Smith. Stuart Simmons trying to come around the outside, but he might still do it out of riches, and along the way they go towards Wilson and 38. Stuart Simmons down the inside, and he's got 4th place away. Ben Hansey's going to take advantage of this as well. He's got past Jason Greatrix and Callum Greatrix there in pretty much one go. Ian Tomlinson in the number 9 car, the Burgundy car at the rear of the group, tried to follow as well, but he couldn't make it through. So Ben Hansey and Stuart Simmons, the beneficiaries there. Stuart Simmons up to 4th and Ben Hansey to 6th.
Yeah, Ben Hansey, real opportunist driving there to grab that position. Tom Smith coming back round the outside of Stuart Simmons and gets there, and guess who's going to gain another place? It's Ben Hansey. He's 5th now. He was 8th at the start of the lap, and there's a car off. Is that Marcus Bailey from 3rd? It is.
Yes.
He wasn't under any pressure, but he's chucked away a podium position.
So now Hansey's 4th. So he's gone from 8th to 4th within half a lap, really, hasn't he?
Is he done yet?
No, I think there's a podium in him, isn't there? Quite possibly, because it's right up behind Tom Smith now. It's almost like he only woke up when we sort of got 9 minutes into the race or something. Now he's really going for it. But Ben Hansey, number 1, there in 4th position, just behind the number 41 car of Tom Smith. But they're a good deal of time away from Steve Foden, 2nd place, number 77, and Ben Shaw, who still leads the race in car number 71. Here's the battle coming up and over the line to complete lap number 8. And yeah, quick as you like, 4 or 5 cars all go through. And Hansey is having a think about looking at Tom Smith now, isn't he? Hansey in the number 1 car, the driver from Northampton, chasing after number 41. Tom Smith, the driver from near to Leicester, not in Leicester itself, of course. Obviously, wouldn't be able to race here this weekend if that was the case.
Here he goes.
And he is he's overlapping, isn't he? And he's going to lose the place now on the exit of the corner. It was a valiant effort, but now Stuart Simmons on the exit of Chapman has got through, and Jason Greatrix trying to follow him as well, so he might lose a couple of places as again here Ben Hansey.
He's going through the field somewhat, it seems. So it's Smith in 3rd. Who's going to be 4th? Is it going to be Simmons? It is. Greatrix follows him through, does he? Yes, they work together to get back ahead of Ben Hansey. So Hansey was 8th, then he was 4th, and now he's 6th. All in the space of a lap almost. And only a lap and a bit ago he started gaining positions.
Where did Marcus Bailey come through? He came through in 11th, didn't he? Something like that sort of half spin out of 3rd position.
So that's put Declan McDonald and Matthew Short into the top 10. So this battle for 3rd continues down into Murray's. What will there be left at the end of this lap? 2 or 3, something like that.
Yeah, not far to go. I think probably the top 2 positions are settled now. It's actually 9 seconds now from 1st to 3rd, isn't it? As an indication of how much Short and Foden have pulled away in the lead. There's Declan McDonald just sort of through in the grey car. That's Clive Powell's car actually, that has just been built, I think, ready to go. And it's effectively a bit of a test for it this weekend.
Frantic stuff for 3rd there into Ritchie's. I don't think anybody actually switched positions, although it looked like that would happen. Side by side, Ben Hansey and Callum Greatrix here. Hansey, is he going to lose another one? No, he managed to get in front of Callum Greatrix. They turn left and slow off the corner there. Perhaps a gear selection problem for Stuart Simmons. So that's an easy pass for Jason Greatrix up to 4th. And Ben Hansey might get back one here as he draws alongside Stuart Simmons. There's one pulling off there. That's Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. So he's out of the race. Meanwhile, this 3rd place battle into Brundle and trying to fight back again is Simmons there, just holding off Callum Greatrix, but he lost 2 positions this time. So you can't really lose 1 place in this Mazda race here, and you lose multiple positions.
Not very easily, no. By the way, Alex Rivette's getting a great from Georgia. He's in 26th position at the moment. Right, let's stick with this battle. Well, not this battle. Let's go for this one, because that's Matthew Short now on the inside of Ian Tomlinson. So that for 9th, I think, isn't it? Yeah, because Declan McDonald's ahead of both of them. So it's the battle for 9th position there.
Yeah, we're getting more and more cars in this battle for 3rd, aren't we? Because, as I say, McDonald there now and Short too. So So a whole group of them going on to their final lap now, onto the final lap of the race, which will be a 10-lapper around the Snetterton 200 circuit. And Ben Hansey now trying to come back past Jason Greatrex. Couldn't quite do it into Richie's. He's got Stuart Simmons right behind him. One of them flips the grass on the inside. Big slide from Callum Greatrex. Again, they all stay in the same order for now, but big challenge. It's time for Stuart Simmons round the outside of Hansey. He's alongside him, he's nose and ahead, and he's got the position for the left-hander at Chapman. So Hansey might lose more now, because here comes Callum Greatrex, and they are side by side for what is 6th and 7th positions.
Yeah, and Callum's got the momentum, hasn't he? And Ben's just gathering it up now as he heads down the Bentley Straight. But I think you might see that Callum is able to get through there. Meanwhile, that is Tom Smith, isn't it, that's going through the front of shot in 3rd place, and there's Simmons and Hansey and Callum Greatrex. So yeah, certainly Hansey stayed ahead of him. Declan McDonnell now getting involved in this as well in the number 4 car. Bit of contact there, a little bit of light contact with the 34 car of Callum Greatrex, and now a big sideways moment for Callum. Is that Stuart Simmons that he had a sighting with? Marcus Bailey coming back through, yeah, beg your pardon. Meanwhile, already coming up towards the checkered flag, I can see it goes out now to Ben Short, who takes the checkered flag to win the race from Steve Foden in 2nd place. There's the 2nd place man just taking the flag now. But the battle for 3rd, well, it should be Tom Smith. I think he's going to come home in 3rd position. Here they are, then up to the line. Yeah, it's Tom Smith 3rd, Jason Greatrex 4th, 5th Stuart Simmons, I think, just from Ben Hansey in the end, 6th, Marcus Bailey 7th, Callum Greatrex 8th. Revise that. It was Ben Hansey 6th, Declan McDonnell 7th, Marcus Bailey 8th, Callum Greatrex 9th, and Matthew Short completing the top 10. That was an absolutely frenetic race from 3rd place backwards.
Absolutely, and Declan McDonnell showing good racecraft at the end there to gain a couple of positions at least in the last stages of that race. I mean, they all battled. They've been a long way behind Ben Short and Steve Foden. Didn't really matter though, they were all having great fun. And Ian Tomlinson's not come through, has he, right at the end here? He was in that battle early on.
Yeah, he was, so he has either disappeared or he's got a problem with the timing.
I don't remember seeing him there in that gaggle.
No, I don't think I did either. So it looks like Ian Tomlinson, last year's championship runner-up, has dropped back down the order. But there's our race winner. Ben Short waving his appreciation to the visitors here at Snetterton today, and the marshals as well, no doubt, on his slowing down lap. It's a slightly more rapid slowing down lap than that we saw by Ryan Polly in the previous race.
I think he's catching to the back of the car.
He is.
Pops over the curb.
Yeah, but you can't take the racing driver out of Ben Short, I don't think. Still to come, by the way, today we've got another 6 races to go. We've got Locost coming up next, then we've got the Bike Sports and the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship, Alfas, Heritage Parts Centre Formula V, Toyota MR2s around about 5:30, and then the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship to round out the day. So still 6 excellent races to come here at Snetterton, including some that we haven't yet seen today in the form of the Locost coming up next, and we have the Mazdas out twice again tomorrow for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. But Ben Short just slotting into his position in the pit lane. There he is. So, as he gets the door open and gets ready to climb out of the car, I will hand you down to the pit lane and to Anthony Jordan once again.
Oh, Ben, how was that one for you?
Oh, it's good to blow the cobwebs out, to be honest. I'm sure, like many people, this is the sort of first race event of the year. Yeah, that was fantastic, actually. Really enjoyed it. Still love driving this car after like 8 years, and it's just mega bit of kit, really.
Oh, excellent. I mean, from start to finish, it looked like a pretty dominant race from you. I mean, it was a great performance from what we could see on our end. What, in terms of strategy-wise with the team, do you have anything planned for this one, or is it just kind of go for it?
Our main plan, really, is to enjoy the weekend as an entire event, which also happens to have some racing. You know, we got Ben Hansey, who won the championship last year, so at some point this weekend he's going to be right on the money. And we've got Tom Smith, who's new to the championship, who's also going to end up being a contender at some point. So yeah, number 1, enjoyment. Number 2, do some racing. And if we get some results, then we'll all go home happy, won't we?
Excellent stuff. And of course, the beginning of that one looked like a very fun race, I have to say. You were side by side, nose to tail for most part of it with the number 77, and it was great to watch from our end, from your end. I can imagine it's quite a challenge, quite stressful.
No, not really. No, I mean the guys have done a fantastic job on the car over winter, and I can't fault it really. It's quite literally perfect. Maybe a smidge oversteery, but no, I mean that took me a couple of laps at the beginning to remember how to drive, and then once we got that under our belt, just looking at the data logger really and just trying to put in some lap times. I think we broke away a little bit, but yeah, hopefully we'll be able to mix it up a bit more with some of the other cars in the other races tomorrow.
Awesome stuff. With that large gap that we've obviously had throughout the season, have you been doing anything to keep in check with driving standards and keeping your skills sharp?
No. Basically, I had a bit of a disaster and fell out of my van, breaking my wrist quite badly. So that's quite literally the first time I've driven a car this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, straight from injury for a race win. Fantastic stuff. Well done.
Yeah, it's brilliant fun, and a great job from 750 and everyone as well, because the event's really well organised, and I think everyone here feels safe and that everything's under control.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Ben.
Thank you. Cheers, Pat.
So we are back up and running with the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship coming up next for their first of 3 races this weekend. It's going to be another 15-minute race, and they also have 3 races this weekend, so 1 today and 2 tomorrow. And it's another very full grid of cars that we will have for these. We'll go through the grid for you in a moment or two. But as far as the way this is going to shape up is concerned, Josh, I mean, obviously last year Tom Gadd took the championship, and I think he started out this season as he would want to as well.
Yeah, he got pole position, but it was very close. 900ths of a second separate the top 3. But good to see some new names towards the front of the grid, because Craig Land and Jeff Peake are there in 2nd and 3rd positions. I think Peake we've seen get 1 podium. Sure, we haven't seen Craig Land up that top end of the field yet, so that is great to see. Some of the drivers have moved into the Mazda 7s, which we'll see tomorrow for the 1600cc cars, 1800cc cars, sorry. But Tom Gadd's still there to try and defend his championship, and there he is on pole position, lining up ahead of this 15-minute race. Go straight into the action. Here that's not how they will start. It'll be Tom Gadd on pole position in this race, Ian.
Yeah, okay, we've seen off the grid for the previous race up there, but so I will tell you what is on my my tablet here, because we don't have paper printouts at the moment. So it's going to be Tom Gadd and Craig Land on the front row of the grid for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship. The second row, so that's 12 and 87 on the front row. Second row, 29 Jeff Peake and 43 David Mason. Third row, 74 Gary Brandon and 2 Murray Shepherd. The fourth row, 42 Andrew Tate and 82 Paul Clark. The fifth row, 94 Martin West and 55 Simon Court. And the 6th row, 7 and 84, so that's 7 Greg Smith and 84 Carl Wissenars. Row 7, 44 Louis Wall, he's a bit further back than we might normally expect, and 58 Bradley Horstel. Row 8, 75 Paul Keynes and 48 Rob Fragg. Row 9, 40 David Martin and 18 Aston Wrigley. Row 10, 33 and 28, 33 Glenn Boyer and 28 Dave Berry. 11 and 73 on the 11th row, that's Jack Artis and Rob Apsey. The 12th row, 47 and 34, 47 Tim Penstone Smith and 34 Trevor Faunch. It's 96 and 88 on row 13, Jonathan Higgins and Jack Chapman. 21 and 22 on row 14, that's Kevin Straw and Kieran Sill. Row 15 is 66 and 15, Paul Williamson and Rob Sisson. Row 16, 5 and 77, 5 George Grice, 77 Mark Rue. And number 33 on the back is number 4 on 33rd position on the back is Simon Walker-Hansel. Again, a driver who clearly had problems in practice.
Yes.
And should be at the sharp end of the grid, one would think.
Hopefully he's there. Former BMW driver, wasn't he, Simon Walker-Hansel?
Yeah, and we've seen him out in various things. We've seen him out in M3 Cup, haven't we, as well, in the last few seasons as well. I think he did appear in, I think, the Croft in a low cost as well.
Yeah.
Last year.
Interesting that as you read that grid out, sort of everybody is there who was at the sharp end of the championship last year. They're just not in the positions that you'd expect them to be.
No, exactly. And Martin West in a new car, isn't he, this year? I think the only one of the top 6 that's not back this year is Mark Burton, I think I'm right in saying, although he is supporting other drivers here this weekend. There's one just coming down the pit lane there. That's 2. 1 or 2. And should I read the numbers?
I think the second one was 66, Paul Williamson.
Okay.
Who should have started well. There was a couple of cars that qualified out of session or at the lunchtime, wasn't there?
Okay, so they're possibly starting at the back within a 10-second, or well, starting on the pit lane, I should say, which would make sense. You mentioned that some drivers have moved off to the Master 7s, which we'll see tomorrow, but actually we still do have a very, very, very good grid of these cars. It's not really dented the size of the low-cost grid at all, because there's still 30 plus cars on the grid here.
It sort of helped to make sure there aren't reserves, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's one pulling off here, so one car isn't going to make the start, so we're just got a small delay to the start of this race as a car is pulled off to the side of the circuit.
We're about 2/3 of the way down the grid by the looks of it, so trying to identify who that is.
It looked a little bit like Rob Apsey's car, but I wouldn't want to commit too far, not 100% sure. And another car down the pit lane is Alexander Artist, so that's another one starting on the pits.
Yeah.
There's 3 of them at least then.
Yeah. Father of Jack Artist, who's having his sort of, I think, making his debut here this weekend. Where did he line up on the grid?
It is Rob Apsey, I can confirm that now.
Okay, there we are. Jack Artist, number 11, a 26-year-old private jet broker who's raced at Club Motocross level since the age of 8, in 4 wheels ago. He chose to race in this motorcycle race with his father, Alex Artist. And if he could race in any event, past or present, he would choose to race in the 1990 Monaco Grand Prix, which he points out is before he was born, driving Ayrton Senna's McLaren. Jack Artist will see a bit further back on the grid, but Tom Gadd, then, last year's champion, interestingly going with his same number from last year, number 12, rather than taking the number 1, which traditionally the champion would do.
The countdown to the start of the race has now got underway after Rob Apsey's car and he have been recovered. So 15 minutes of what we expect to be frantic Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Locost racing about to get underway for the first time in 2020.
The red lights go on and off. Away we go. Pretty even start from the first couple of rows, really. Everyone seems to be... Oh, and there's some contact in the midfield. I can see out of my window, a bit of a mudguard going flying. But it's the 29 car, actually, that emerges into the lead. That is Jeff Peak from the second row of the grid. The 52-year-old has made the best start to the race then, by the looks of it, as they go through ridges in the black and yellow car. You've got, is that Paul Clark there as well, trying to make up ground in the number 82 machine? Well, he started 8th and is about 3rd or 4th now, I think, as they go through Wilson. Looking at the 40 car at the minute, that's David Martin, the Liverpudlian. And it looked like Tim Penstone-Smith was somewhere in the mix of that as well, as we look towards the front of the field then, and it is still number 29 Jeff Peak that's leading, but there is one car that I can see is stationary between the start line and Rich's. So there's a yellow flag covering that situation at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that. That is the 7 car. That is Greg Smith. But it looks like he's going to be pushed to a position of safety. So behind the leader, Jeff Peak, it's Paul Clark, 8th up to 2nd. Craig Land is 3rd. David Mason is 4th. And Tom Gadd, the pole position driver, he's gone back down to 5th.
Clark back under pressure as they go into Coram Curve. There's a car up on the inside of him, and that car of, I think that's Craig Land, isn't it, back into 2nd place. But Jeff Peak got a nice little gap at the end of lap 1 here as the rest of the field flow their way into Murray's. Good livery there on Simon Cork's car number 55, new driver I think there, going well towards the sharp end of the field as they come up across the line. The tow now coming into effect for 3rd position. Paul Clark is under pressure. Is he about to lose another place, this time for David Mason? And Mason looks to the outside and he looks like he's made it work. He has. So good move from Mason. Leader though, Jeff Peak under pressure. Back to a bit of a mistake for him through Ritchie's, and Craig Land up the inside grabs the lead away.
Yeah, he's landed that one. He's gone through in the TSR, Team Sailors Racing prepared car.
There's loads of them in here this weekend, I saw in the paddock.
Yeah, they almost have a monopoly now, don't they? As being the big team in the low-cost paddock with SRB having moved on. But look at this, it's going to be 3 wide here because you've got Gary Brandon involved there as well, I think, haven't you? As they head down the Bentley Straight So it's Craig Land leading now, and it is in second place Jeff Peake, third is 43 David Mason, then Gary Brandon is up to fourth, level pegging fourth with Paul Clark. Paul Clark back on the inside there at Nelson.
Yeah, Brandon was 7th across the line. Tom Gadd just going backwards, isn't he? He's not having a good run here after having pole position. Big dive up the inside, that's from that Simon Court car, and Murray Shepherd, another driver, struggling a bit here. He loses a position. He was 6th at the start of the lap. He's nowhere near that now. Meanwhile, at the end of lap 1, Simon Walker-Hansel passed almost half the grid up to 17th. So car number 4 will be one to watch to see how much further up the order he's got. Just looking through, there's Louis Wall trying to gain positions. Again, a driver who's won races before, struggling a bit in the early stages of this one. So it's now Craig Land with a nice lead at the end of lap 2. And some challenges going on behind him. Let's see into Ritchie's. There's Gary Brandon around the outside of Martin West. Then Tom Gadd and Paul Clark, who made such a good first lap, has sort of lost all those positions again.
Yeah, a bit strange really that one, isn't it? Anyway, there's Gary Brandon, so he's having a pretty good race. Martin West just behind him, having switched horses. He's there in the 94 car, just ahead then of Tom Gadd, number 12. 1300cc cross-flow engined 7-shaped cars. The genesis of this was Run Champions Book, Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250. Oh, off the road there was number 77, and that was Mark Rue. Look at this for the lead. It's looked like it was side by side. It wasn't in actual fact. It was just a perspective that was somewhat confusing. It's still Craig Land from Jeff Peake, but there's Gary Brandon and Tom Gadd. They are alongside. They're just behind Martin West as well. So there's the 6th, 7th, 5th, 6th and 7th positions there. Carl Roysenar's number 84, black car with yellow roll cage. He was 8th at the beginning of the lap. It's behind Paul Clark now. So, coming through to complete lap number 3. It's Craig Land that's leading, but it's actually Carl Roysenars that's got the fastest lap of the race.
He's back there in 8th position. The lead gap looks like it's come down this time. Jeff Peake is right there in the tow, in the slipstream. He pops out of the tow, and it's side by side as they cross the line. So Jeff Peake up on the inside line for Ritchie's and grabs the lead away then from Craig Land. So 2 drivers before the weekend. Don't think we'd suggest that they were would be doing this here, battling for the lead of the race, but they are. They've got a gap over the rest. Both looking for their first victory in the category. Don't think we've seen Craig Land on the podium before. And he's running there in second place. He was leading, but he's dropped back behind Jeff Peake once more. As they now run on this 4th lap of the race. And now it's Martin West who's got the fastest lap of the race. He's up into 4th position, so he's coming back through the order. We've got a battle for the lead. It's 2 wide, 2 across the circuit for the lead then. On the inside line is back to Craig Land. So Land led to begin the lap, then Peake at the lead. But now it's turned for Craig Land to head again as they go into Brundle. He's up on the inside line, he goes through. So if you're watching this on timing and scoring, you wouldn't see any difference, but we've seen 2 changes already in half a lap.
Yeah, and I sense that actually it's getting a bit closer generally in the top 5 somehow than it was a lap ago. I think Land and Peake now just slowed each other up a little bit there and starting to bring back into it David Mason and Martin West and Tom Gadd a little bit. We'll see about that as they come up to the line this time, but visually it looks like it's a bit closer. So it's Land leading from Peake in second place, who started racing at Locost back in 2014, so he's been doing so for about 6 years now. And then he's got David Mason chasing after him.
I think Mason's fallen behind both West and Gadd,
right.
so the experienced driver is starting to move forward now, but a challenge again for the lead. So what's to be the 3rd lead change in a lap, and round the outside Jeff Peake grabs the lead, but Martin West has significantly reduced that gap, and David Mason's back ahead of Tom Gadd again. So change for 4th, and it's Paul Clark leading the rest a bit further back, but as you suggested, Ian, it's 5 now really at the front of the field. With Jeff Peake, it is currently at the front, but Martin West in this new car chasing after them, going well in 3rd with the new fastest lap of the race, 1:31.8.
Okay, so we are watching an almost empty track. That's the 77 car going through, but then the leaders coming up behind, and what a sight this makes. You've got Peake on the left-hand side of the circuit, you've got Land on the right as we look at it. Land is, yeah, he's going to be in the lead, but look, it is now 3 cars for the lead, isn't it? And the 3rd of those cars is number 94, Martin West. So you said a moment ago he got the fastest lap. Is that still the case? Yes, it is, a 1:31. 1:30.88, so he is in fine form. It's well outside the lap record, interestingly, at 1:30.72 from Matt Sherrington, who holds both of the 200 and 300 lap records for this list.
When did Sherrington set lap record?
Hang on. Now you're asking for a different piece of paper.
Apologies. Leaders are meant to talk about what's on the screen. It's Craig Land that leads the way, then out of Murray. That slower car pulls out of the way and lets them through fine.
I haven't answered the question, which is 2012.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Thinking if Locost still had the lights on the cars back then. But a big battle for the lead across the line. It's free across the circuit, I think, as initially Peak has it, but Martin West goes round the outside of both the two leaders, Peak and Land then, who were clearly just the two of them racing just 2 laps ago, but now it's Martin West that grabs the lead around the outside at Ritchie's. Wonder if that's experience now paying off for the former race winner.
Yeah, he's up from 9th on the grid to lead the race from Peak and from Land. So it'll be interesting to see, because he has won races before, it took him a long while to do so.
And it was here, wasn't it, a couple of years ago where he got that first win. There's
a problem there for number 18 as well. That's Aston Wigley from Stevenage. Some smoke or fluid or something went missing from his car. I think he's going to head to the pits. And pulling off there is number 21, Kev Straw, driver who sat out most of last season with recovering from some back surgery. So not as a happy way to end his first race of 2020.
So new leader is Craig Land again. But it got quite feisty down the straight, didn't it? There was lots of jinking about. They got away with it, with Craig Land back up front. Martin West second, Jeff Peak third, and Tom Gallen, David Mason have joined in again. So it's 5 for the lead once more. And they make their way through Coram down into Murray's. A good chance in this race we're going to have a race to the line, aren't we? So drivers have got to work out tactically where they want to be leading this race, which may not be in the lead coming out of Murray's. That's currently what Craig Land has got, but as they race up to the line side by side, and really there's nothing between them, but Martin West I think just nosing ahead, which will become very important in a few laps' time.
Yellow flags there for that 21 car at station, going through that zone and into the green flag zone at Ritchie's by now. 4 laps to go, I reckon, including the one that they are on. So West from Land, from Jeff Peak. I thought Simon Walker-Hansel might come into this a little bit more. He's still there in 11th place, but he made up half the places on the opening lap, didn't he? And he's only made up another 6 since then. He's about 3 seconds behind the car in front, which is 10th place Carl Royce now. So we'll see if Simon Walker-Hansel has any more power to add.
Change for a second there. Jeff Peak passes Craig Land now. Can he get to Martin West too, who moves to the left-hand side of the circuit to defend into Brundle, the left-hander. And Peak comes round the outside, but I don't think he's quite there. He's not, so West leads it still. It's David Mason out wide. Paul Clark trying to catch the lead in 5 now. So as they back with more and more cars join in the leading group, make their way up towards Coram. Look at the inside here. Big move from Craig Land into Coram, but decides against it. Not really a necessary place to pass when it's much easier to do so in a tow. And round they come. It's pretty much 6 now for the lead-in.
It certainly is. 3 laps to go. It's a jolly good race this for the opening round of the Dimitri Locost Championship for 2020. And out of the slipstream he goes, and it's absolutely level pegging over the line. What was it? Jeff Peak just ahead by 4/100ths from Martin West, but it's Craig Land actually that turns into Rich's ahead. But yeah, you'd say any one of these 6 drivers now could win it. There's 6 of them, or 5 of them are separated by 8/10 of a second. Paul Clark another 8/10 behind. But certainly any one of 5. But actually Paul Clark's now with the group, isn't he? So any one of 6 really could still win this race with 2 and a bit laps to go.
Walker Hansel's gone 10th now, so I wonder if we've lost... Oh, Gary Brandon hasn't come through, so we've lost Gary Brandon on that most recent of laps. That promotes Andrew Tate to 7th, and Simon Court having a good debut in 8th. It's one long snake of Locost at the front of the field. And remarkably, Craig Land hasn't been passed by anybody. Now, it's just the tactical heart of the race coming in, where nobody wants to lead it. Coming up towards the final stages of it. A big spin down at Murray's for car number 66, which is driven by Paul Williamson.
So he's had a moment back with this leading group. Sorry, not to see too much of the other aspects of this race, but it's such a good battle up front. And there it is, Craig Land ahead of Jeff Peake and Martin West for the moment. Then Gab, Mason and Clark. It's Andrew Tate in 7th, a bit on his own. Out of Murray as they come. So this time they will be starting the penultimate lap, I reckon. There's 6 cars covered by a second and a half, basically, this time around. Who's going to lead into riches? Last lap it was Craig Land, and this lap it's Craig Land as well. But Martin West now up to 2nd ahead of Jeff Peake, Gad 4th, Mason 5th, Clark in 6th. But as you rightly say, Josh, it's all about who's going to be leading into the final few corners.
And Craig Land's led for a full lap now. Oh, big moments, and he's spun, the leader spun, going into the Wilson hairpins. Oh, and Martin West on the grass, so it's just as we saying he led a full lap, he's chucked it away at Wilson hairpins.
The first we knew of that was Jeff Peake trying to take evasive action, wasn't it? We saw him wrestling with the wheel, thinking, oh, which way do we go now? And then we saw that we had the spin for Craig Land.
Paul Clark passed them all in all of that to take the lead of the race.
I think he has, but he's got David Mason alongside him, so it's Paul Clark, he was 6th. Now he's jointly leading. He is leading, isn't he? So
he's lost it.
But he's lost it now. He spins. He's on the grass. So David Mason. So that's 2 leaders have spun in the space of 3 corners. And now it's David Mason leading. There's 4 left. Martin West 2nd, Jeff Peake 3rd, and Tom Gad 4th. And those that haven't won before, like Craig Land and Paul Clark, have fallen by the wayside.
So we're left in that category, I think, with David Mason and with Jeff Peake, aren't we?
Yeah.
And it's Mason that leads. There's a car to lap up the inside. They go. Oh, big move from Tom Gad up the inside of 2 cars. But that has allowed David Mason to get away with 1 lap to go. So it's going to be hard for the rest to catch. So Tom Gad up over the curve, up the inside, I think, to go 2nd. But how much time has he lost to do that? The marshal's signalising 1 lap to go, so the drivers know this is the final lap. But this good gap for David Mason at the end of 9 laps is a full 2nd. It'd be hard to catch that, I reckon.
It will. There's no traffic there. Might just be possible to work together to get him by the end of the Bentley Straight, though.
They're
not far off him by the time they get to Wilson, to be honest with you. So it's West from Peake from Gad as they pursue David Mason, and what was looking like a useful advantage has pretty much disappeared now. Having said that, he's got a few car lengths, hasn't he? But now you've got Peake pulling alongside West.
So that shows you how effective the slipstream in these cars is. Over a 2nd, and you can draw that in. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 across the circuit now, and it's Jeff Peake. He takes the lead again. Do he drop to the back of the queue? There's slippery surface flag out down here with bits of car on the circuit, but Peake has got the lead. And in 2nd it's West, in 3rd it's Mason, and 4th it is Gad. Murray's and Coram to go first. There's another spinner. There's a couple of cars off there, including the car on the grass of Jack Artist. But let's go back to these. A big dent in the back of that car. But Jeff Peake is leading. He's got a nice lead here, Ian, but he's gone sideways, and that's going to lose him momentum to the line. Can Martin West get this?
I think Martin West might well be able to get this because he's right in the toe now as they come up to the line. And could that little mistake on the exit of Murray's cost him? They're going to be absolutely side by side across the line. And is that West or is that Mason that's got it? Let's have a look, see what it says on the screen. When the time comes up, it's Peake by 2/100ths of a second from Martin West, Tom Gad 3rd, and David Mason 4th. So he dropped back to 4th position in the end. 4 of them covered by 9/10ths of a second. 5th to number 42, Andrew Tate. 6th was number 55, Simon Court. 7th, number 87, Craig Land. 8th, number 82, Paul Clark. 9th was 84, Carl Roysnars. And 10th, number 2, Murray Shepherd. We didn't really mention that race, considering he was the runner-up in the championship last year. 11th, number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. 12th was 47, Tim Penstone-Smith, who made some forward progress during the course of that race. But what a race and what a finish.
We hyped it up, didn't we, a bit, but they delivered, so well done, Locost guys. And good racing at the front. Just small mistakes from Craig Land and Paul Clark eliminated them from the battle for the victory. And Jeff Peake just had enough momentum, didn't he, out of Murray's on that final lap to hold off Martin West. In some ways, the grid positions didn't really matter, did they? Because Martin West started back there, 9th on the grid. But the first win for Jeff Peake, we did see him take one sole podium last season, but I think that's all he's got before. So really good drive there from Jeff Peake. I'm sure he'll be really pleased about that when he has a chat with Anthony in a few moments' time. But really good, Ian, to see lots of new names at the front of the field. Really, only Martin West and Tom Gadd remaining there from last season.
Yeah, no, and it looks like it's going to be a wide open season, doesn't it, in the Demon Twixio Karma Locost Championship. 2 more races for those tomorrow. Just to quickly say, while we're getting Jeff Peake back into pit lane, whether you're here at the circuit or watching at home on the live stream, if you want to have a look at the race programme, you can do. It's available as a digital download. So go to 750mc.co.uk, and on the banner there, you'll see that scroll through, and one of the options is to download the digital version of the race programme. So you can do that in lieu of the printed programmes that we don't actually have at the circuit at the moment for obvious reasons. You can also get full access to the live timing on there as well if you want to get that up on a second screen while you're watching the live stream on another one, with all of the detailed data on lap times and so forth. So that's, again, on the banner on the 750 Motor Club website homepage, 750mc.co.uk, and see the live stream. If you're not already watching it, it's 750mc.co.uk/live, and you'll be able to see all of the action from here at Snetterton this weekend. We've got more events, all being well, during the course of the year that will also be live streaming. So it looks like we've got a bit of sweeping up to be done by the marshals. It looks like we've also got Jeff Peake down in the pit lane. So let's hand down to Anthony Jordan.
Oh, well, Jeff Peake, who's walking away, I can scarcely believe the end of that race.
I know.
Breathe.
I didn't see the last lap flag. So,
you didn't see it?
I didn't see the last lap flag, so I was actually very shocked to see the checkered flag. So, blimey, okay.
It was, well, from our point of view, 6 cars battling right to the end there. Yeah. From your perspective, it must have looked like carnage.
Yeah, it was actually. It was trying to keep ahead, and this is the first time I've been up the front end like this, so it's, you know, racing with the big boys. It's been good fun. Craig and I were having a good battle right at the start, but unfortunately Craig lost it on the hairpin. But yeah, we had a good battle right through, really. So
yeah,
really
we did see the spin from Craig. Was it just a spin? Was there any contact from anyone?
No contact at all. It was just literally he overcooked it on the brakes, and yeah, lost the back end, unfortunately for him. I got caught up in that, which allowed everybody else to catch up. But yeah, we had a good battle anyway.
A fantastic battle from our point of view. Talking to the start marshals here as well, they were glad they got the right car for checkered, because they had no idea who it was going to be across the line.
Yeah, well, I must admit, I was quite shocked when I saw the checkered, and it was very close between me and Martin West. I think there's about half a car length in it, so yeah, really close.
I mean, yeah, from the previous lap, the final lap, it looked like it was Martin West had got it in the bag, but then out of nowhere, a fantastic move from yourself to clinch it.
Yeah, I was quite fortunate, actually. I thought I was going to end up 4th, but I saw Clarkey lose it, which gave me it 3rd, and then yeah, down the back straight, I just got a good toe, and yeah, Bob's your uncle. Away we go.
Excellent stuff. Now, that definitely deserves a pat on the back on that one. I'm sure you're going to celebrate with the guys back. Definitely.
Yeah.
I think that definitely deserves a beer after that one.
Yeah, without a doubt. And to be honest with you, I couldn't have done this without the support of my team and the wife letting me go racing, and my mechanic Pete. He's been an absolute inspiration and got this car sorted for me. So, yeah, this is it for them.
Amazing stuff. Well, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
A win straight away for the 2020 season. Well done.
Yeah.
Well
Couldn't
done.
start any better, could it?
It couldn't. Well done.
Right, onwards and upwards. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So Jeff Peake there, victorious in low costs, and he's got 2 more opportunities to replicate that tomorrow. Bit of clearing up to be done after that race, but we are turning our attention now back to some racing we've already seen today. And so it is back to the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship and the Zamp Helmets Sports 1000 Championship. And, well, earlier on today, we had a win for Martin Brooks on his return to action with the 750 Motor Club in the bike sports part of it. And Richard Morris took his first win in the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 after something of a fight back, after a big moment, and he needs to fight back ahead of Ryan Yarrow to win the earlier race. But we should be in for a good one with both of these championships being combined onto the same grid here. It's a very full grid, therefore. It's a 20-minute race. They get a rolling start, and all of the Sports 1000, Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 cars will start behind all of the Bike Sports cars. Now, the quickest of the Sports 1000 cars, although they're on treaded tyres and the Bike Sports cars are on slicks, are a little bit quicker than the slowest Bike Sports cars, so it's a bit of a challenge for them to get through some of the slower machinery ahead of them. Those Bike Sports cars are a bit quicker on the straight, but the Sports 1000 is a bit quicker through the corners in general terms. As Jack Artis, his low cost being recovered from where it ended up at the Wilton hairpin. Sad to end his opening race in the low cost. But let's talk you through the grid now for this second Bike Sports and Sports 1000 race of the day. It's set by the second fastest times in qualifying. So on the front row it's going to be 11 Josh Smith and 99 Martin Brooks. Of course, Josh Smith, an early pit visitor in the earlier race. He did get back out on track and set some quick lap times in the second part of the earlier race. So 11 Josh Smith, 99 Martin Brooks on row 1. Second row 27 Scott Mittal and 77 Charles Hall. Third row is 7 Julian Griffiths and 91 Michael Chen. The fourth row 44 Andrew Kimpton and 73 Alistair Smart. The fifth row 22 Richard Wells and 10 James Barwell. The sixth row 3 Barry Liversidge and 24 Ian Charles. The seventh row 5 and 8, 5 Doug Carter and 8 David Graham. The eighth row 6 and 60, 6 Robert Gilman and 60 Andrew Gord. The ninth row 50 and 23, 50 Norman Lackford and 23 Dominic Langdon Down. Then there's a gap of about 3 rows worth of space before the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 cars go out. They are headed by number 2 Richard Morris and 54 Ryan Yarrow, who finishes the top 2 in the earlier race. So 2 and 12, 54 in row 12. Row 13, 27 and 72, 27 Danny Andrew and 72 Jonathan McGill. Row 14, 67 and 21, 67 Victor Newman and 21 Phil Hutchins. Row 15, 63 and 44, 63 Colin Chapman and 44 Carl Austin. Row 16, 87 and 5, 87 Tom Johnson and 5 Michael Roots. Row 17, 34 and 37, 34 Stephen Dean and 37 Drew Faulkner. And row 18, 8 Joe Locke. Oh, actually I think it's 18 Joe Locke. And 92 Paul Wilson. So that's how the grid's going to line up. It won't line up just yet because we're still trying to recover the Jack Artis machine from the previous race, but safety car already in position to lead the cars round on the green flag rolling lap. So it's a rolling start for the Bike Sports and Sports 1000 cars. Bike Sports champion last year, Joe Stables, not here to defend his title this weekend, but many of the other front runners from last year, like Josh Smith and Charles Hall and Scott Mittal, are all back this weekend and should be in for another competitive season. Certainly earlier on, Josh Smith was the quickest car out there, wasn't he? I think Josh, as he was for much of last season as well. But of course he had that pit visit relatively early in the race, so it was Martin Brooks that took a relatively convincing win. Yeah,
it was a bit strange, wasn't it? 'Cause Josh Smith was leading quite decently, and then suddenly he pulled into the pit lane, had a couple of laps in the pits, and then he came out and drove quicker than anybody else. But obviously those 2 laps in the pits meant he didn't really have any particular result to speak of. But starting from pole position, you would suggest that Josh Smith is the favourite for this race, on pole position by 0.8 of a second over Martin Brooks, who set exactly the same lap time as Scott Mittal, 1 minute 10.85 on the second best laps from qualification this morning. So the 2 Radical PR6s on the front row. Then you've got the Mittal MC41R of Scott Mittal, and then the Spire GT3 of Charles Hall alongside him. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 4 positions, and then a different variation of Radical there on row 3. You've got the Radical SR3, driven by Michael Chen, the best of the Class B cars, the best of the production engine machines. So good to see so many cars here. 32 cars will take the start, and to see different types of car out there too. And I think these championships now the only championships in the UK for sports prototype cars of different models.
Yeah, I think you're probably right actually, because others have fallen by the wayside. Sadly, I think there's probably one other I could think of that's starting to gain momentum, but I think the focus there is on one particular manufacturer, with others making up numbers more or less. But as far as this is concerned, it's a great sight, isn't it? So you've got Josh Smith there, who last year had a really good record, didn't he, of winning races. He had 7 victories, 10 top 6 finishes, but some non-finishes as well. I think it's engine problems at Silverstone that really set him back last year as far as his overall championship challenge was concerned. So he won Class A by about 14 points from Joe Locke, but was second overall behind Joe Stable. So as I say, he's not here this year. Charles Hall, he had a bit of an interrupted season, a change of cars halfway through after an incident at Alton Park, which didn't help any. But it was good that he got back out there, having been a driver that was on the sort of career single-seater ladder for a while, but now here to enjoy his racing.
One of the reserves just making their space in the pit lane to see if they get to go. That's Anthony Ayres, car number 58. It looks like everyone's been pretty reliable today, so therefore the reserves may well miss out, unfortunately for them. Showing it's important to get your entry in well in advance.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been great to see that the numbers on the grid across the championships this weekend, post-COVID-19, very difficult for race organisers to know what they were going to get. Would they be getting grids that were well down on what they might already or previously have expected, because people are concerned about the virus or just don't have the money to race anymore or whatever. But actually, so far, pretty much the opposite seems to have been the case, and if anything, the numbers are a little bit better than expected, so that's really, really good to see. Well, I'm racing the sponsor, of course. You can see their logo on the front of the Bridgewater and Taunton College Motorsport car of Josh Smith, as the green flag is now waved.
Martin Brooks is stalled. Now, can he get away with everybody else? He can, so he can regain his front row starting position. So got the car V5 pretty quickly there. Then we got the Sports 1000 cars that jumped, sponsored by Zamp Helmets behind the two Spires on the front row of Richard Morris and Ryan Young. I thought it was Danny Andrew that led early on, wasn't it? He is back there, starting in 3rd position after problems in the Mattel. And he starts there alongside Jonathan McGill, who qualified well ahead of newcomer Victor Newman, goes off 5th. And watch out if he's there, Joe Locke from the back of the grid again.
Yeah, he went pretty well, didn't he, in the first race. He came through to, 4th within the Sports 1000 cars, behind Richard Morris, Ryan Yarrow and Victor Newman, with Jonathan McGill 5th, Phil Hutchins 6th earlier on. But it'll be down to Richard and Ryan really, sort of control how much of a gap they give themselves. It should be about the equivalent of 3 rows worth of cars, I think, that they give themselves.
It was a bit larger than that previously, wasn't it? It was probably the sensible thing to do, to be honest. It looked like there was one bike sports car on the back of their grid, so there may be one reserve that's got a go, because there's one car just behind Dominic Langdon down.
There was a few non-finishes earlier on, wasn't there? About 5 DNFs, Michael Roots, Norman Lightfoot, Ian Charles, Carl Austin and Danny Andrews. So it's Danny Andrews there.
It looked like it was 10, James Barwell, who should have qualified further up. So he's
well, that's a shared car, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So that.
So we'll think it was James Barwell in the first race and Tony Barwell in this one. But,
there's Joe Locke, by the way, so he's back out. As is car number 5, Roots, who we've had to have issues earlier on.
Yeah, big mate of Scott Mittel, I think, from karting days. But anyway, safety car lights out, which means that all being well, we should get the race underway. For 20 minutes of the Snetterton 200 circuit. There's gathering pace as they go through those. There you can see Morris and Garage holding back a little bit, not an awful lot. And the revs rise and the lights go out and the race gets underway then. Fantastic sight and sound these cars make as they head up towards the first corner. Charles Hall's made a good start trying to go around the outside of Martin Brooks there, the Race One winner, but it's Josh Smith in the lead as they head out of Riches up towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time. So it's Hall second, Brooks third. We've got one that is just starting from the pit lane as well. I can tell you almost a bit of a brush there between Julian Griffiths and the number 91 car there of Mike Chen.
Just like the earlier race, a really strong start from Charles Hall, gaining 2 positions around the outside at Ritchie's. Just hasn't got the straight line speed though, and Martin Brooks swoops around the outside into Brundle to get second position. So he could go after Josh Smith. Saw Spire run out of fuel in the earlier race. Charles Hall just limping home, and now he's under pressure from Scott Mattel, who looks at the inside, and he gets there, and he's gone through already, I think. So there's 2 places gained by Charles Hall, the former single-seater racer. He's dropped down there into 4th position where he started again. So good start, but passed pretty quickly.
End of the first lap then. Josh Smith leading. Martin Brooks is second. 3rd place goes the way of Charles Hall. Sorry, Scott Mattel, 4th Charles Hall. They make their way into Riches for the second time in this race.
Good start from Alistair Smart. He's got himself there up into 5th place, but was under a lot of pressure from Julian Griffiths going across the line. Meanwhile, in the Sports 1000s, it's Ryan Yarrow, who had a very small margin over Richard Morris. Car goes wide there. That's 44 of Andrew Kimpton in the ex-Joe Lock Radical PR6, and he loses a position, I think, there, quite possibly to Richard Wells. Leaders, though, have spread themselves out somewhat. There's Griffiths in 5th now, so we've got ahead of Alistair Smart. Then you've got Michael Chen in 7th. 8th now for Richard Wells, who passed Andrew Kimpton. And Doug Carter now ahead of David Graham. David Graham, who raced the Dodge Viper last year, now with lots more downforce in this Radical PR6.
Different type of car. So there is the full car of Randy Liversidge there. So on his way from Holman towards the long right-hander at Coram Curve, chasing after number 8, David Graham. Here are the leaders though. There's Martin Brooks in 2nd place, Scott Mattel 3rd. Mattel, as we said, having switched up a class from Class C to Class A this year, because he was always a bit frustrated he wasn't in the thick of the overall championship last year. Although he did get overall race wins, he was scoring points within Class C rather than against the drivers he was really battling with on track from Classes A and B. So he's got the chance to go for an outright championship this year, of course. He was 2nd in Race 1.
Danny Andrews got past Richard Morris for 2nd in the Sports 1000 class. I wonder if we can look back to the Sports 1000 class during this race. 54, Ryan Yarrow leading that at the moment, but it's very close between him, Andrew and Morris. They're well in the thick of the bike sports cars there. So we're looking for the silver Spire and the blue Mattel in the background of shot. With the sort of higher roll cages. We're not going to see them, unfortunately. There's Josh Smith, though, leading the race, pulling away from Martin Brooks. But a good battle in the S1000 category, by the looks of things, Ian, between those 3 contenders. Ryan Yarrow, only in his 2nd season of car racing, going really well this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Less than a second between those 3, but just at the moment, looking at the overall battle, and the first 4 cars have gone through fairly well spread out now. Josh Smith, number 11, 99 Martin Brooks, 27 Scott Mattel, 77 Charles Hall, and it's 7 Julian Griffiths. And then the rest of them flying by the start and finish line. There goes Andrew Kimpton, number 44 in the ex-Joe Lock car. I think it's just going through Murray's now, isn't it, the battle? And in fact, there is the lead battle in the Sports 1000s, just flushing through shot there on its way up towards Rich's corner.
Ryan Yarrow's got away somewhat, a couple of seconds ahead of Danny Andrew, quite possibly trying to get through the traffic. He's got past Robert Gilman, so Richard Morris and Victor Newman together. Here we go then. There is Newman, car 67, 4th in this category, and it'll be the winner of the Sports 1000 category we'll get to speak to at the end of this race, Ian. So I'm sure they have plenty to talk about with their busy race, so that's for getting past the bike sports cars and then battling among themselves. But there's Yarrow, this good gap over Danny Andrew, and race one winner, Richard Morris, has got work to do there in third.
He has, but he had work to do in the first race as well, didn't he? So he'll be used to it, I suspect. He's got the Mattel to get through, and then he's got to catch and pass Ryan Yarrow, who's a bit further up the road, and they've got one of the bike sports cars between them as well to negotiate. There is Yarrow, number 54. And as you say, still a relative newcomer into the circuit racing, 30 years of age, from Rochdale, an electrical design engineer by occupation. It's actually his second Spire. He sold his first one to Tom Johnston. He did a lot of karting for about 10 years from the age of 8. Then he, in his own words, this discovered women and booze, and he didn't start racing again until he was 28 in 2018.
He's going away from Danny Andrew. The gap now, what, 2.4 seconds. Andrew's still under pressure from Richard Morris. He's put a car between himself and 67 there. Victor Newman in the second of the Mattel, so 2 Spires and 2 Mattels at the front of the Sports 1000 grid. They make their way down. There you can see the gap between 54 Yarrow and 27 Andrew. And then lights ablaze for Richard Morris, the former Formula Fordster, in third place.
Yeah, did some racing down at Castle Combe in the Class B, the championship there, and also in the National Championship as well in an older car. Primarily he's done racing. There he is in that Spire new for this season. GT320S model, the latest to come out of Paul Nightingale's workshop.
Yeah, he was saying to me this morning it's very much refining now, this car that's been worked on for so many years in this championship. Really have been the class of the field, haven't they, for the last decade?
Yeah, they have a few championship titles under that. The Mattels have come back. Obviously last year Christopher Westmail took a win for the Mattel mark.
Good to see him moving up to British GT this year, showing the progress of drivers from the 750 Motor Club, going well in testing, racing a McLaren. So good luck to him in a couple of weeks at Oulton Park.
Yeah, and he is here this weekend as well, so it's good to quickly say hello to him at this morning. Anyway, here they come down the Bentley Straight. There is 27, Danny Andrew. His blue car stands out quite nicely, doesn't it? He's not very far ahead of Richard Morris, but I don't think Rick Morris is any closer than he was on the previous lap, really. I don't sense that he's made inroads. I do just wonder if maybe he's thinking about looking after his tyres a little bit in the first part of the race, to see if he can go on strongly in the later part of the race. Maybe gambling, particularly that Yarrow might have gone out of the blocks a little bit quickly and got the best out of his at an early stage, and they fall off a little bit.
We saw Yarrow drop away, didn't we, in the earlier race where he had a big old gap to Richard Morris after Morris had a spit, but Morris really closed him down in those last few laps. Here though, Morris right underneath the car of Danny Andrew. Andrew feels the need to defend, so Morris to the outside, can't do anything there. Through Richie's they go. Andrew carries good speed through there on the defensive line, and he's able to get away again, but he locks up a bit, does he? The car tries to break away from him, but no, he's gathered it all together for the Wilson hairpin, and he's still ahead of car number 2. There he is, Richard Morris in third position. Meanwhile, Ryan Yarrow, he actually had to come down slightly, under 2 seconds. It was almost up at 3 at one point.
Yeah. So, continuing to watch this battle. Up front, by the way, as Morris shows his nose to Danny Andrew, decides not to go through. Up front still, number 11, Josh Smith leading from number 99, Martin Brooks in second, 27, Scott Mattel third, 77, Charles Hall fourth, 7, Julian Fitz fifth, and Michael Chen number 91 in sixth place. Now, so you've not really missed too much while we've been focusing on this battle for second place within the Sports 1000 class, and the Mattel trying to keep the Spire of Richard Morris at bay. Through the left hand they go at Morris, and sweeping back out onto the centre straight, start and finish straight. And Morris, I think, here is going to try and drag alongside Danny Andrew, and the two of them are pretty much alongside one another as they cross the line that time and head up towards Rich's corner. But Morris is going to be on the outside line. And Andrew's been doing this quite a long time now in Sports 1000 and in Locost before that, and he was wise to what Morris was trying to do, and he holds on to the place.
I think we see Andrew out again tomorrow, don't we, in the Mazda 7 series. So he's got a busy weekend of it. out in the Mattel for this race though, and he's holding off Richard Morris well at the moment. Just in front of them, Ryan Yarrow's cleared another bike sports car. That's the car of Doug Carter. Meanwhile, up front, Josh Smith's lead is being eroded by Martin Brooks. 1.3 seconds. Brooks going well, going after Josh Smith.
Yeah, what have we had? Just about half of the race gone. Oh my goodness, this is a busy piece of the circuit, isn't it? You've got Carl Austin is in there. You've also got the number 99 car.
That's Martin Brooks
in there as well, which is Martin Brooks, of course, because he's trying to do some lappery.
It looked like Scott Mattel was getting closer to him, so I wonder if that's why Smith lost some time up front. He was going through that traffic. Now it's a turn of Brooks and Mattel.
Now Paul Wilson's about to be lapped by, well, he has been lapped, as I've said it, by the second and third place cars in class, obviously it's the Sports 1000 part of the race. Now how far ahead is Yarrow now? Still about 2 seconds ahead, isn't he, of Andrew and Morris. I'm just looking to see if that's gone out at all on that lap. It has gone out by another half a second. So you would sense here that Ryan Yarrow is probably a little bit more comfortable than he was. But Andrew, in second place within the Sports 1000, certainly is not comfortable because he's got Morris all over the back of him. A bit further back, you've got Victor Newman there, and that's the 6th car of Robert Gilman as well. So this is 4th position for 17th and 18th position overall. And just lapping the Paul Wilson Spire as well. Oh, now Morris is having a go. He's had a go and he's gone through this time down the Bentley Straight. So Morris has gone through into second place within the Sports 1000 as well.
Absolutely. And then in the bike sports category, Josh Smith did lose time. Martin Brooks did lose time going through that traffic and is now 4 seconds behind Josh Smith. So Smith extending his lead in the overall category. There he is. He's about to lap Joe Locke, who looks like he's 5th in the Sports 1000. Josh Smith squeezed through. Oh dear, Danny Andrews broken down and very close Joe Lockwood to running into the back of him as Josh Smith went up the inside. That got a bit frantic, but Danny Andrew out of the race. So is that why Richard Morris could easily pass down the Bentley Straight? I don't think Andrew finished the earlier race either, did he?
No,
so again, another driver who just gets so much bad luck, it seems.
It does seem that way. He had a couple of wins here last year, didn't he, on this equivalent meeting?
Yeah, I think he won by like 3/4 of a minute in the wet in the opening races. I think Richard Morris went off and Jimmy Wesmail has won Paul race when he spun into the gravel in really wet conditions. But yes, Danny Andrew not finishing this race, it would seem.
Just looking at the fastest lap in the Sports 1000, it's a 109.93 at the moment for Josh Smith, about a tenth of what he managed in the earlier race, which was in itself a lap record. He still leads by about 6 seconds from Martin Brooks, Scott Mittel 3rd, Charles Hall 4th.
Richard Morris now charging after Ryan Yarrow. The gap to look out for is 2.8 seconds, so he's chasing him there. Meanwhile, there's the overall leader, the bike sports leader, Josh Smith, who's nearly 6 seconds clear of Martin Brooks now, who isn't that far ahead of Scott Mattel. So Brooks and Mattel for second is a good battle as we're into the second half of this race now, the half of the race where there's lots of traffic to deal with for the bike sports leaders. Car 11, Josh Smith, out of Murray's, passes that slower car of Charles Langdon down and he's going after the Sports 1000 leaders that complete lap 10 of their race and are now separated by 2.2 seconds. So immediately now Morris has got some clear road. He's chasing and catching Ryan Yarrow by about half a second that time by.
So a sense of deja vu really, because this is what happened in the earlier race as well. There's our race leader then, number 11, Josh Smith, still leading by about 4.5 seconds from Martin Brooks here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit, and looking to get a win in the bag after the disappointment of earlier on when he had to pit after about the first couple of laps of the race. Now there is Ryan Yarrow going through and there is Richard Morris going through. They're both just ahead of the overall leader. Oh, and the spin for Colin Chapman, number 63 in the foreground, and in the background 21 as well.
That's Phil Hutchins, who went so well here in the wet a year ago.
So he has... I suspect those aren't completely unrelated, those two spins, but it looks like both cars are able to continue. Again, there goes Colin Chapman back out onto the circuit. He has lost a bit of time. Now, there is Richard Morris. Now, he's going to be passed here by the much quicker Josh Smith, who's in a different class, of course. But is Morris getting any closer to Yarrow now? It was about 1.7 seconds, I think. Just looking to see if the screen's updated itself.
I think it's 1.7 now.
Yeah,
I think it was at 2.5 before.
Right, okay. So It's getting a little bit closer, but there's now a couple of, well, one quicker and one slower Radical ahead of Richard Morris's Spire.
And it's Doug Carter that could potentially cause Morris a problem. He's got a past Carter. Carter, we've seen go really well in selected racing. Sort of yo-yos up the field a bit, doesn't he, Doug Carter? But not such a good day for him here at Snetterton. I think it was Silverstone last year. He was up in the top 5.
Yeah, Josh Smith's now cleared Ryan Yarrow as well, Brundle and Nelson. So you've got the two leaders in shot together in the bike sports part of the race. Josh Smith, in the sports 1000 part of the race. It's Ryan Yarrow at the moment.
Victor Newman being caught quite rapidly by Joe Locke for third within Sports 1000, third place, as I say, within that category. So that could be one to watch out for, whether Joe Locke can get himself onto the podium. Not sure if he's still planning his Club Enduro campaign that he originally planned for this year, or as a change to this Sports 1000 Championship. A spin there for Michael Chen. Sorry, not Michael. Richard Wells,
yeah,
who was behind Michael Chen, but he's lost a few places since then. 9th now well, he was 9th. Wells. He's going to drop more positions after that rotation. There's Charles Hall in 4th position in the Spire Bike Sports spec car. There's Victor Newman. He's 3 seconds ahead of Joe Locke. There's Locke in 4th position within the Sports 1000 category.
Might even be a bit less than 3 seconds.
And Michael Roots is 5th, isn't he? And Cole Austin going well in 6th.
Yeah, another driver who retired earlier on, so good to see that he's been able to bounce back in race number 2. So there's the Strasbourg driver, Victor Neumann, way down the Beckman Straight. There's number 77 Charles Hall, and number 60 behind him is Andrew Gort, who's a lap down on him. There's Joshua. Oh, is that Wells going slowly again? Back there, Josh Smith flashed through. Now he's going to come through to complete his 14th lap here, so I think it's probably going to be 3 laps to go, because it was a 17-lap race last time out, and there's just over 3 minutes, 3.25 minutes to go, so yeah, that probably sounds about right.
Spires in the S1000 class are closer, aren't they, as Richard Morris gets closer to Ryan Yarrow. He's got Doug Carter trying to pass him, and Scott Mattel's in there too. So what can Richard Morris make of this? Well, Yarrow's got away again. Then Mattel up the inside of Carter, and Morris is going to try and follow him through here. So this is a position on the road, and Morris gets it, and that gives him clear run towards Ryan Yarrow, who's just ahead of him. Yeah, so the 2015 Sports 1000 champion Scott Mattel, in 3rd place in the bike sports here. He has sort of now lapped Yarrow, so it's really a straight fight now between Yarrow and Morris, and they are pretty much nose to tail with 2 laps to go, as suggested at the end of this one. So it's set up nicely for an exciting finish to this Sports 1000 race. And I do wonder, it's a spin for Julian Griffith, number 7, who was in 5th place, but he quickly gets that turned around and he's back on his way again. That was at Chapman, wasn't it? Yeah, and he'll lose a place to Michael Chen, who leads Class B once again. There, the S1000 guys, the 2 Spires, and it is Ryan Yarrow leading, and he's being chased by Richard Morris. Morris took his first win in the category this morning. Can Yarrow do similar? Yarrow was on the podium 6 times last year, but they were all 3rd place finishes, so that second earlier was his best result. Can he go one better here? As you say, 2 laps to go. He's got hard work to do to keep Morris at bay, and he's got to try and be a bit canny if he possibly can, and use some of the bike sports cars maybe to help protect his advantage. There goes Scott Mattel, lapping the Wells car, which has had an instant back down, particularly in the last lap. There's Colin Chapman. He had a spin early on, of course, as well. Now, look at either side of the circuit, the 2 Spires. Ryan Yarrow in the background, defending from Richard Morris. Let's just have a look if we see in the background. Yeah, it's still the same order as we're watching Scott Mattel do a bit more lappery in the Sports 1000 class. He's still there in 3rd place behind number 11, Josh Smith, the leader, and number 99, Martin Brooks, in 2nd place. Now, has Joe Locke got past Victor Newman, though? He saw a glimpse of Newman, and Locke had caught him. Let's take a look here, then. That's Michael Roots, isn't it? Sorry, teammate car. Black and white turns flag out for somebody. Just looking out of the window to see how close it is in the Sports 1000 battle now as they go on to their last lap. It's about half a second, I would say, to the eye as they head into Rich's corner. We're watching the number 5 car of
of routes there. But the race well onto its last lap now. Josh Smith already heading down the Bentley Straight. We'll try and pick up what's going on in Sports 1000 as well, but it's looking like Josh Smith's going to be good for his first race win of the season here in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship race. He's 6 seconds clear of Race 1 winner Martin Brooks, really. So this might be what we've seen in the earlier race as well, Josh, had he not have to pit early on.
Absolutely, but good to see he's not sort of dominated like some of the races did last year. Sort of a sensible gap, isn't it? 5 seconds after a 20-minute race. Josh Smith, top driver and top performance in this race as he accelerates across the line to win the second round of the RM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And it should be Martin Brooks and Scott Mattel to complete the podium. What about in the Sports 1000 category? Which spire will it be? Ryan Yarrow led by just 0.4 of a second over Richard Morris. Meanwhile, Brooks and Mattel have gone through for second and third overall. We're looking out for those silver spires, and they should soon be here. And it's Yarrow, isn't it?
Yep, Yarrow then takes his first win in the Zamp Helmet Sports 1000 Championship. Richard Morris on that last lap seemingly not being able to make too much in the way of inroads on the Rochdale driver, and so a win apiece then at the start of the campaign for the two Spire drivers, for Richard Morris and Ryan Yarrow in the Sports 1000, and a win apiece for Josh Smith and Martin Brooks in the Bike Sports, although of course Smith was way back in the first race with that early pit visit.
And on that last lap, Joe Locke got past Victor Newman, so a good run from the back of the grid from Joe Locke to get P3 there on the very last lap of the race.
Let's give you a quick rundown on how it finished then. The winner was number 11 Josh Smith in his Radical PR6. Second, number 99 Martin Brooks, another PR6, 4.3 seconds adrift. Third, number 27 Scott Mattel in the Mattel MC41R. Fourth was 77 Charles Hall in the Spire GT3. Fifth, number 91 Michael Chen in the Radical SR3, winning Class B, I think, as he did in the first race as well. Sixth, number 7 Julian Griffiths in the Radical PR6. Then 7th, 73 Alistair Small. 8th, number 3 Barry Levisage. 9th, number 44 Andrew Kimpton. And 10th, number 10 was Tony Barwell. In the Sports 1000s, it was a win for number 54 Ryan Yarrow from number 2 Richard Morris in second. And Joe Locke, number 8 in third place. Victor Newman, 67 in fourth. Michael Roots, 5 in fifth. And Carl Austin, 44, rounded out the top 6. So I think this time we're going to hear from our Sports 1000 winner rather than our Bike Sports winner. So that should be Ryan Yarrow, therefore, as the cars are, I think, starting to make their way towards the pit lane. Indeed, they are making their way into the pit lane. And so in a few moments time we'll head down there to hear from Ryan Yarrow, who I'm sure will be delighted to have got his first race win under the belt, and not a straightforward one either.
Look, he's stopped again.
Well, if that is fuel in both races, it's very tight, isn't it? Where did he get to this time?
Looks like that's the
Chapman
again,
yeah.
You know.
So he got a corner or two further on than he did on the slowing down up in the earlier race.
But I guess a frustrating day really for Charles Hall, because he did drive Aspire, didn't he, at the end of the year last year? I think won a race here at Snetterton in the wet.
He did.
I do wonder if the modification they've made to the cars actually made it quicker or not, because of course we saw Tim Gray win many races in this championship. Maybe not quite as competitive, to be fair, back then. Yeah. But yeah, it's not been a great day, has it, for Charles Hall? A couple of fourth place finishes where he was a winner last season.
My nephew, who's called Flynn, will be excited to see that car with its sponsor on the side. Anyway, I think we're pretty just about ready now to head down to the pit lane, as it looks like the Sports 1000 winner Ryan Yarrow is being signalled in. So we'll go down once again to Anthony Jordan.
So, Ryan, what a race that was. Of course, winning the S1000 class out there must be fantastic for you out there.
Yeah, it's my first win in tricky circumstances. I made an absolute mess of judging the bike sports cars before, and I wasn't going to do it again. And I'm just made up, really.
Excellent. I mean, from our perspective, again, it looked like a fantastic race from you. Nice and clean is what we like to see out here, and it looked really fun.
Yeah. I mean, everyone, as far as I'm aware, everyone behaved themselves, and you've got to be decisive, but no contact. I just didn't see any contact anyway, and yeah, it's just fantastic. I'm looking forward to being on my own grid, to be honest. But yeah.
Excellent stuff. Every time I see these cars going around, they look absolutely fantastic. They look so quick, so planted. I mean, just how does it feel to drive?
They're fantastic because there's so much value for money. There's aero, but a lot of it's mechanical grip, so you can feel it, you can play with the car. It doesn't just bite you get some warning. And a lot of some of the best drivers in this club have come from this formula, so I think that says a lot.
Excellent. I mean, yeah, just a fantastic win from you. It's great in class, and yeah, hope for the best for the rest of the season.
Cheers, thank you.
No problem.
So next up we've got the second race of the day for the Alfa Romeo Championship, which is making its debut with the 750 Motor Club this season, having previously raced elsewhere. Earlier on this morning, Anthony Jordan caught up with the championship coordinator Andy Robinson to find out a little bit more.
Mic check 1 2, happy? Yeah. Cool, good stuff. Right, so Andy Robinson.
Yes, hello.
The Alfa Romeo joining 750 Motor Club. What are the reasons behind that?
Well, it's a long story, but I think you probably sum it up in two main things. One was cost. Our entry fees were substantially higher under the BRSCC, which a lot of our drivers weren't very happy about. I suppose the second thing was we didn't feel we were getting a lot of support. We'd had a problem for a couple of years with low grid numbers. We were barely getting, averaging about 15 or 16, which isn't where we want to be. And we didn't feel we were getting any help at all in addressing that. In fact, some of the things the BRSCC did, in our opinion, made things worse. So I started talking to other possible clubs about a year ago now. And eventually we got an offer to join 750, and we put it to our drivers, 100% in favour. Not one dissenting voice, no.
Everyone wanted to come and join 750. Excellent news. And of course, the turnout for the first round here at Snetterton it seems to be fantastic, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 40% up on our first race meeting last year. There may be a number of factors with that. I think people desperate to get out again after a lockdown, but we've always had a lot of drivers, but a lot of them just dipped in and out all the time, which meant we'd have 35 drivers, but average 15 on the grid, but great turnout today, and we're hoping for the same again, obviously, for the rest of the season. So.
Yeah, of course, and I was thinking myself, the atmosphere in the paddock probably at the moment, the fact that it's the first round back after such a long break. I mean, have you been talking to some of the drivers? What's the atmosphere like with the teams?
They can't wait to get going. They're loving it. It's, we've had qualifying, we've had one or two people with problems that make it love it a little less, but that's motor racing, isn't it? But everybody's really chuffed to be here and looking forward to it. I've been, talking to people all through the winter and the lockdown period, champing at the bit to get going. So yeah, the atmosphere's great.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you very much for talking to us. Great to talk to you, and yeah, welcome to 750 Motor Club. It's great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Great to be here.
Yeah. Excellent. Cheers. Ian Robertson.
So as you can see, cars forming up on the grid then, with the grid based on the results of race number 1, but again the modified and power trophy cars separated from the Twin Spark Cup cars. There's a gap there on the front though, is there not? And that is a Barry McMahon shaped gap. So on the front row we should have had 57 Barry McMahon and 5 Graham Seeger, but we don't have Barry McMahon, I'm afraid, who won race 1 by just a smidge under a minute basically. So whether he's going to stop in the pit lane or whether he's had problems in the first race that meant that he can't start this one, not quite sure. So 57 and 5 on the front row. 1 Tom Hill and 2 7-7. On the second row that's Tom Hill and Riccardo Lasselli. Third row 79 and 88. 79 Dave Messenger. 88 Vincent Dubois. The fourth row, 21 and 80. 21 Simon McPhee and 80 Andy Inman. The fifth row, 22 and 40. 22 Chris McPhee and 40 Jamie Thwaites. Sixth row, 34 and 28. 34 George Osborne and 28 Luke Fryline. And the seventh row, 55 and 90. 55 Scott Austin and 90 Richard Thurbin. A bit of a gap, and then on the second wave we'll have the Twin Spark Cup cars starting their race. And that's going to be number 86 Andrew Book, who comfortably won race 1 alongside number 6 Simon Creswell. Number 12 is 23 at 9, 23 James Ford and 9 Richard Ford. On the 13th row, 26 and 2, 26 Steve Owen and 2 Gethin Llewellyn. The 14th row, 8 and 59, 8 Luke Pound and 59 Jeremy Chilton. And the 15th row, 48 and 44, 48 Jonathan Totlani and 44 Martin Jones. So those are two grids really for this one. The modified and power trophy cars at the front, the Twin Spark Cup cars behind them. Earlier on today, as I say, it was a win for Barry McMahon. Graham Seeger was second and Scott Austin third. As far as the Power Trophy was concerned, that was a win for the reigning champion, Tom Hill, who's switched to the Power Trophy from the Twin Spark Cup last year. And he beat Dave Messenger and Andy Inman in the Power Trophy class. And within the Twin Spark Cup, it was a comfortable win by Andrew Bork. He was actually a lap ahead, because Barry McMahon got well into the traffic, ahead of Gethin Llewellyn and Richard Ford, who completed the Twin Spark Cup podium a little bit earlier on. But we had some entertaining racing earlier on, didn't we, Josh, in the Alphas, and I'm sure we're looking for more of the same here.
Yeah, particularly that battle of second within the Twin Spark category was a race-long battle that was interesting to watch. Just looking at social media post here with Barry McMahon, it says there was a problem with a splitter affecting the handle in the first race. However, he's expecting to take the lap record in race 2. However, if he's not there, that would be rather more difficult. But I was just wondering if he was at the back, but he's not.
Didn't see him coming down the pit lane either.
No, so perhaps haven't been able to fix the problem with the splitter, or a problem, another problem, unsure, but he's not there. It would seem, which opens this race up somewhat, I would suspect.
It does really, doesn't it? A.D. Hawkins still has the lap record of 1:19.593. In the earlier race, then, how close was it behind Barry McMahon? Well, it's still 22 seconds between Graham Seeger and Scott Austin, and then another 5 seconds back to Vincent Dubois. But
and this time Scott Austin should be going from the back of the front class. Oh yes, there he is, car 55. So watch out for him and Richard Thurbin, who found more pace as the race went on for him. So we've got a couple of cars that are coming from the back with speed. And then you've got the Mito that had the problems earlier of Riccardo Lucelli, who, again, in qualifying, he was a few seconds slower than Graham Seeger, wasn't he? So it may be Seeger's race, but it should be some good battling behind him.
Absolutely. So see the cars on the front weaving around. Tom Hill particularly enthusiastically, the Mahindra Formula E design engineer, who's been a 3-time champion in the Twin Spark Cup within the Alphas, getting heat into the tyres because they are on slicks in that class. The Twin Spark Cup cars further back, they run on a controlled Yokohama tyre, and they are less enthusiastic for their cars back, but they're still doing a bit of moving around because they see the guys in front doing it, I suspect, more than anything else.
With Tom Hill, the champion, moving away from the Twin Spark Cup this year, it's rather left Andrew Bork alone up front, hasn't it? 3 seconds quicker in qualifying and dominated that. So much so, we started to wonder if he was actually in that class.
Yeah, no, it was a really strong performance. He's only having his third full season of racing. He started in 2016. That ended with a big crash at Brands Hatch, which was quite well documented. Then he bounced back and took the title in 2017. Late in 2018, had a year out last year, I think.
But not last year, that was the
year before. Yeah, year before, perhaps those 2 years the whole way around. But that's had a year out in between times. So this is only his third full season of racing. There's the lovely lines here of Richard Thurbin, which played for the clubs and at Mallory Park and Plum Pudding meeting, of course, on occasion. So, on his own on row 1, the Peak Alpha of Graham Seeger. That's the 3.2 litre GTV for the 2015 champion. And just behind him then Tom Hill in the GT. So it's a modified car on pole, it's a power trophy car, well, effectively pole, power trophy car in second position. And then you've got the Mito third, which didn't really show too well in the first race, did it, of Riccardo Lascelli. So let's see what he can do this time around.
Qualifying pace obviously puts him up though. Obviously had some sort of problem in race one. You saw him in the pit lane at one point, but he never had any kind of pace. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do this time. Maybe see the likes of Tom Hill come through at the start here. And see him enthusiastically getting that car up to temperature. Let's see if he can make a good start.
Red lights go on then. And the first part of the race gets underway. Good start by Tom Hill from the second row. I think he's going to get ahead of Graham Seeger. Yes, he has done, as they make their way through and up towards Riches for the first time. Union flag drops in the background for the Twin Spark Cup race to get underway as well. It's going to be down to third place for Graham Seeger because Dave Messenger's gone through on the inside as well at Riches Corner and up into second place. So they head off up towards the Wilson hairpin for the first time in this 20-minute race. So Tom Hill leading, Dave Messenger second. They were first and second in the championship last year as well. And then the rest of them going through. And the Twin Spark Cup cars, I just caught sight of in the background. I think it was probably Andrew Bork that was leading the way. But we'll pick those up in a minute as we watch the main group head down the Bentley straight into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. Tom Hill leading, then Graham Seeger's gone back to second place in that more powerful modified class car, as you'd expect. He's got ahead of Dave Messenger now.
And how long can Tom Hill stay ahead? Well, he's getting away, isn't he, early on? The Mito's running better, it would seem, running there in fourth place. Here's a challenge, car 21, the Fiat Punto Abarth as Simon McPhee gets behind him. It's Chris McPhee, the two Puntos absolutely together, much like they were in the earlier race, trying to get past one of the Alfas there. But here's Tom Hill, sideways, and then accelerating away. So really flamboyant driving from Tom Hill in this race. But it's quick too, obviously. Got the win within his class earlier on, and he leads the way, but he's being chased down the straight by the Alfa GTV of Graham Seeger. Has he got enough power to get ahead by Ritchie's? Let's see. No, I think Tom Hill held on, but good to see the Mito going well. It says 27 on the side. I think it should be 277 of Riccardo Lascelli.
There is the change for the race lead. It's Graham Seeger on the inside of Tom Hill. Tom Hill up on three wheels at Wilton Hairpin, and he has to give best. So Peak Alpha ahead of Revs Italia now at the front of the field. And that Roger Evans prepared GT for Tom Hill. They head off down the Bentley Straight for the second time in this race. Looks like Dave Messenger is third, but he's coming under fire from the Mito here, isn't he? Of Riccardo Lascelli. He's down the inside, and it looks like Lascelli's taken third place away from him here.
A bit further back, Scott Austin making progress in the 155, slipping up the inside of Andrew Inman's less powerful 156. Just up ahead of them, 34 there, George Osborne in the Alfa 75. And the two Puntos have been separated. Drama.
Oh my word. I mean, Richard Thurbin here has not read the script, has he? He has got himself between the two of them. That is not how it worked in this Alfa Romeo Championship. Anyway, here's George Osborne with the 55-car Scott Austin right behind him. And Austin, as you say, has made some decent progress during the course of this race so far.
Looking back here to the Twin Spark leader briefly, that was Andrew Bork.
And he's not that far ahead of Simon Creswell this time. He's not sort of got away as quickly as he did in the earlier race today.
Creswell much further up than he was in the previous race on the others. He's got 3 seconds ahead, so Creswell's made a much better start. Interesting to see if he can go with Andrew Bork in race 2. There's Scott Austin, so he's got ahead now and getting away from that gaggle behind. Richard Thurbin is now back ahead of Simon McPhee, so the two Puntos can get right back together again. Thurbin 8th therefore. Here come the leaders. The Mito going for second this time. Lascelli up the inside of Hill, and he's done it. Yes, he has. And he's only a couple of seconds away from Graham Seeger, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do about Seeger there. Meanwhile, Andrew Bork is 3 seconds ahead of Simon Creswell in the Twin Spark Cup. But as you say, not getting away like he did in race 1. But looking at the Mito, good looking car that is. Interesting to see. Certainly not many of them racing in the UK. And we've got got that really low splitter on it, but no real rear wing on it, which is an interesting design. Worked much better in this race, and obviously sorted the problems out from race 1. And here are the twin spark battlers, again involving car number 2, Geffen Llewellyn.
Yeah, just behind the 26 car of Stephen O'Brien as well, and he's in the 147, of course. So you've got a couple of different shapes, the 147s and the 156s predominantly within this. Casson Llewellyn is trying to go around the outside of O'Brien and Morris, and he's made it through, but gets a bit grassy on the exit. Might lose a bit of momentum for that, and so O'Brien and I think Richard Ford might be able to take advantage of that as they head along the Bentley Straight, the Senna Straight once again. There's the 23 car of James Ford, so he's third within this class. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th within the Twin Spark Cup. And this is the kind of racing we've come to expect from the Twin Spark Cup. Usually when I've seen Alfa races over the last few years, it's the Twin Spark Cup where all the action has been. And usually it's been very exciting, rather like this. So there they go through. Just behind them you've got the number 8 car of Luke Powell as well. It's good to see Luke out.
Like he's had some close combat racing, a tyre mark down the side of his Alfa Romeo 147.
I'm reading my notes about him, but I can't read my own handwriting to tell you what it is I wrote down about him the other day. So I do apologise, Luke. It's a slight mystery. But there is Creswell, and he's been in the wars as well, hasn't he? So he's just ahead of the 28 car of Luke Pryleen. He's made up that pace on this lap, of course. But Andrew Burke is a good few seconds ahead of him.
Cat up front went out that lap with a new fastest lap for Graham Seeger, so he's 3.5 seconds ahead of Lascelles now. Tom Hill third, then Scott Austin from the back of the groove has got to fourth. So a good run from Scott Austin, who actually he does the fastest lap on, hasn't he? 1 minute 25.47, so fastest lap from the car in 4th position. The Alfa 155 of Scott Austin, so good run this has been from him.
Meanwhile, here's the battle still going on for, second backwards in the Twin Spark Cup. We've actually got Luke Crowley in behind, who's not in this class, but then James Ford is in the number 23 car. Bianco racing car, one of the main teams within the Alfa Romeo Championship. And there you can see Ford has now got ahead of the third and final of the Punto Baths. And so he can set off in pursuit of Creswell now. This is the Bork car, isn't it? That you can see coming towards us now, I think. Not seen much of Andrew Bork during the course of the race so far, but there he is. He's just heading into Brundle and Nelson, and there's the second place man, Simon Creswell. So he's now a pretty resounding lead that he has in the Twin Spark Cup.
Not like the earlier race,
no.
Where we were by half a minute, I think. There's 23, James Ford turning his way out of Nelson, over the curbs on the exit of the corner. He's now got that Fiat of Luke Prolin between him and the chasing class cars. Everyone's sort of split up a bit now because Llewellyn's got away from O'Brien and Richard Ford. There's a green flag there, so somebody's pulled off and beginning of quorum, it would appear. Meanwhile, up front, it's Graham Seeger that leads by 3.5 seconds over Riccardo Lascelles. Tom Hill third, and he had Scott Austin all over the back of him. So I wonder if Austin will be able to go past Tom Hill then. The more powerful modified class car of Scott Austin, number 55, should have been able to go past Tom Hill, I would suggest, into third position. There's 23. That is the car driven by James Ford, the Alfa 156. It sort of chucks it in to Ritchie's. Remember, Alfa 156 is... a lot of those were in the National Saloon Car Championship, weren't they? The production class car, which that championship was kind of killed off by being put into the BTCC in the end.
It was,
so
wasn't it?
You had sort of the likes of Gavin Piper, didn't you, drive these cars, which were not that different spec to these out there now, because they were production cars.
Yeah, probably not, actually, no. So that was, what, early 2000s, I suppose, wasn't it? So time flies. Here's Creswell coming towards us then. He was 4th in the championship last year, 3rd in the Twin Spark Cup behind Hill and Thorpe in 2019. But winner of the championship in 2017. And the 26 car, which is Steve O'Brien, that lovely looking 147. And And there's Richard Thurbin, and he is right behind George Osborne, and seems to be having a stronger race again, Josh.
Lancia seems to get better as the race goes on as well, for whatever reason. Thurbin looking to the inside of the Alfa that locks up. The 34 car, George Osborne, the 75. Alfa 75 would that be the oldest car on the grid, I think?
Probably would be, I would think.
Well, I guess the Lancia's...
we know that's a 1990 road car for Italy.
Is going through on the inside here, the Lancia on the Alfa. Number 90, Richard Thurbin goes through. It's ahead of the Alfa 75 of George Osborne. And he shall set off after the Power Trophy leaders, Tom Hill and Dave Messenger. Now about 6 seconds behind Messenger at the end of the lap. You can just about see him there in the distance. Meanwhile, Gavin Seeger continues to lead, but Scott Austin going after Riccardo Lasselli now for second place. And they cross the line side by side for second position, going off down towards Ritchie. So Scott Austin might well be able to get past Riccardo Lasselli there. There's Lasselli in the Mito, and he's behind the 1:55 of Scott Austin. He's only 4 seconds behind Graham Seeger, and his lap times are quicker. So what can Scott Austin here do? But he locks up. That doesn't help his chase, does it? He locks up, runs wide, but he's still ahead of Lasselli. So 4 seconds, half the race still to go. Scott Austin from the back of the group. He's now chasing after the GTV of Graham Seeger as they head down towards Brundle Nelson. There are the leading three.
Yeah, so I think we could be in for a good finish this race. We're only just over halfway through. We've had 7 laps. In the earlier race we had, I think it was 14, wasn't it? It was 15, but of course Barry McMullen was a bit quicker. He's got to be a 14-lap race this time, I suspect. So there's Lasselli in 3rd place. Tom Hill, I think, still leading the Power Trophy class in 4th position, a bit further back. Is that a bit of smoke coming from the back of Scott Austin's car there as it disappeared around towards Cron? There's the race leader today, Graham Seeger. There's the 2nd place car of Scott Austin. And there's Lasselli. Oh, and a problem. And that is a wheel that is pointing in the wrong direction. I've diagnosed that one. That is the 22 car of Chris McPhee, one of the punter of Bath. Now,
the other one's gone as well. The 21 car didn't come through on the screens last time, so actually it was a few laps ago. Perhaps that's the problem. You can't have both. Only one of the Puntos finishing.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Oh, and there's the Dave Messenger and Richard Thurbin going side by side. We just saw a glimpse of them. Here they are, and Thurbin's made up another place now. He's up to 4th position,
lapping 3 seconds quicker than Messenger, so we caught him quickly.
And that's because Riccardo Lasselli didn't come through, I don't think.
No, he hasn't.
No, so Riccardo Lasselli not having come through on our timing screens that time. So that's why it's Graham Seeger leading now. 3.8 seconds behind him is Scott Austin, number 55. 3rd is number 1, Tom Hill. 4th now is number 90, Richard Thurbin. And 5th is number 79, Dave Messenger. 6th will be George Osborne in the 34 car.
So Thurbin now 8 seconds behind Tom Hill. But yellow flags down here, I suspect. Presumably there's a breakage on the Fiat Punto.
It doesn't look as if there's any evidence of contact or anything, does there? Yeah, you would think it's a part that's broken.
We've seen quite a bit of curb hopping, haven't we, today? So that could have
damaged something in the internals.
That's changed for 2nd within the twin spark, with James Ford has got past Simon Cresswell and less than 10 seconds away from Andrew Bork. So a big improvement from the chasers within that class in this race, significantly closer to Andrew Bork's lap times. Yes, Bork only 7/10 of a second quicker than Ford. I don't think he's going particularly slower, just everybody else has got faster.
Graham Seeger and Scott Austin have been through again, and they're lapping in sort of similar lap times. The gap between them 4.6 seconds now at the end of lap 9.
The Mito's in the pit lane, so that's where Riccardo Lasselli's gone. Good to see it had the pace in that race, but a shame to see it's broken again, I presume, so all the admirers in the pit lane can get a closer look.
Yeah, absolutely. Sadly, we can't see it very well from here, from our vantage point on the opposite side of the circuit, which is a shame. It is a good point. There it is, as if by magic. We can now get a much better look at it. So for all of the Mito lovers, that is a broken Mito, but nevertheless it looks very pretty. Anyway, Graham Seeger it is that continues to lead from Scott Austin in 2nd place, Tom Hill in 3rd. Is this gap going to come down a little between the last sort of 3rd of the race, which is what we've got now? 4.5 seconds between Seeger and Scott Austin. start of the lap. Seeger champion in 2015, of course.
Sometimes harder to win the championship in the modified classes, isn't it? Because the cars can be less reliable and therefore picking up the points can be more difficult. Because, of course, if you think about the BTCC when it was a class system, it was rarely the top class cars would win the overall championship. I guess a similar kind of thing here.
That's right. It's definitely something that we've seen before. I mean, more often than not, it has been a Twin Spark Cup car that has won over the past few seasons. I think it's been, what, 9 years now since the Twin Spark Cup was introduced. And the class structure was changed from something a bit more complicated with about 4 or 5 different classes.
Plenty of cars to lap up in front of Graham Seeger to do shortly, but he's getting away from Scott Austin now. The gap 5.3 seconds. Tom Hill being chased down by Richard Thurbin in that battle for third. Thurbin a couple of seconds faster.
Yeah, I wonder if Seeger got a bit of a wake-up call. I don't know if he's got anyone on the pit wall signalling to him, or otherwise they realised that Scott Austin was bearing down on him and has just put his clock down a little bit. He did do his personal best lap on the last lap of Graham Seeger, 1:24.51, so that's enabled him to break the trend of Scott Austin closing in on him. It's a very Graham Seeger type of race this one, that he seems to be coming on strong when it matters towards the end. Over the line he comes again. This will be, probably 3 laps to go now, I would think.
So it's 11 laps down, isn't it? We suggested it would be 14 laps. Here's the 155 Alfa Romeo through Ritchie's. Gap coming down again, down to 4.2 seconds on that particular lap. Of course, the Alfa 155 was big lock-up. I was going to say, the Alfa 155 was made famous in the UK by Gabriele Tarquini, wasn't it? Winning the championship and doing spectacular stuff at Knock Hill.
Absolutely, no. That was the vintage era, wasn't it? The British Touring Car Championship.
That was the year I was born.
Oh, Josh, you stop doing this. Anyway, he's flashing his lights, is 55 Scott Austin. I'm not entirely sure at who, because there's no one immediately ahead of him. But nevertheless, he's letting everyone know that he's there.
Tom Hill now only a couple of seconds ahead of Richard Thurbin. So Thurbin for the overall podium. He's on now in the Lancia Delta Integrale. 1:25.0 his best lap, only a second away from Scott Austin. A bit of a shame really, Seeger, Austin and Thurbin didn't all start in the front together, because that could have made a pretty good race, you would have thought. Unfortunately, qualifying means that wasn't possible, but it bodes well for the rest of the season. As you say, Festival Italia next at Brands Hatch, but then returning to the 750 Motor Club for the rest of the season.
Yeah, just having a look at what's going on in Twin Spark Cup, because we're not going to that for a little while. 86 Andrew Bork still leading. He's 12 seconds clear now of number 23 James Ford. As well too, getting Llewellyn 34th. Outright, with 2 laps to go, it's Graham Seeger leading the way by 7 seconds from Scott Austin now, so that gap continues to go out a little bit.
Richard Thurbin has got third across the line, ahead of Tom Hill, by the way. So Thurbin third, Hill down to fourth, and the car braking just past us.
It is the 59 car, which is Jeremy Chilton from Little Bentley in his 147 that's, I'm afraid, come to a stop just beyond the start line. There it is behind the 750 Motor Club rescue crew, modelling their Torque race suits.
Battle here for second, isn't there, in the Twin Spark Cup, because James Ford has been halved on this particular lap by Simon Cresswell. So Cresswell back to second, ahead of James Ford. They've both been caught actually by Gepp and Llewellyn. So where they had the first part of the race in the Race One together, they're going to finish Race Two as a battle. They've just been lapped by the overall leader, the GTV. Graham Seeger accelerates across the line to start the final lap. Behind him on the road is the battle for second within Twin Spark Cup class. Yellow flags just covering that car that stopped, but it'll be green by the time they go into Ritchie's. And getting the slipstream here is James Ford. So is he going to challenge Simon Cresswell, who feels the need to defend? They're just behind Scott Austin, who we're watching here. And behind, it's still Cresswell, isn't it? Ahead of James Ford for 9th overall and 2nd within the Twin Spark Cup. There they are.
Yeah, and this is, as you say, the final lap. Ford going deep into Wilson that time, but not able to do anything about Cresswell ahead of him. And as you say, Llewellyn right there with them as well. Onto the Bentley straight they come for the final time. Then Andrew Bourke about 12 or 13 seconds ahead of these trio that are battling over second place within the Twin Spark Cup class. Down the Bentley straight they come, and it's Cresswell under pressure from James Ford, who goes to the right-hand side of the circuit. And he's not going to be able to do anything through Brundle and Nelson. I'm not sure that Llewellyn is close enough either to make anything happen. So they're heading down towards Corham for the final time. A little bit further round his final lap is Graham Seeger, though. And he's there, still leading the race in the GTV, heading out of Murray's onto the centre straight for the final time. So it's going to be a win for Graham Seeger to go with the second place that he had earlier on. Checkered flag goes out. Graham Seeger wins in the Alfa Romeo Championship, round 2 of 2020 here at Snetterton. And he is going to come home well clear in the end of Scott Austin, who comes across the line now in second place, 9.3 seconds drift. And third, we'll pick up in a minute, but there is this battle for second in the Twin Spark Cup, which was indeed won by Simon Creswell. Battle for second won by Simon Creswell. Andrew Bourke won the class. Well, he will do if he gets the car home on the final lap, I guess. James Ford second and Gethin Llewellyn third. Richard Thurbin has come across the line in third place overall in the Lancia as well.
Just across the line there, we saw Tom Hill win the Power Trophy. But on the final lap of the race, Graham Seeger did the fastest lap at 1 minute 23.91, so showing he had the pace. He pulled away from Scott Austin when needed and got that fastest lap of the race. So 1 race win for Barry McMahon and 1 race win for Graham Seeger in the opening weekend with the 750 Motor Club for the Alfa Romeo Championship. And we've been saying great to see so many of them. Hopefully that continues or even improves as the season goes on. There's the Alfa Romeo GTB. Good to see so many different models too. There's not really that many championships left, is there, in the UK for one mark with a number of different models within it?
No, not at all. I suppose another one that we'll have is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which we see out as well with the 750 Motor Club, and we'll do next month. We'll see them at Brands Hatch, won't we? I think he's there, won't we, meeting with us. But yes, relatively few examples of champions like this, single mark, multi-model categories. There is Graham Seeger, hand out of the window to show his appreciation to the spectators, the visitors here at Snetterton and the marshals on his slowing down lap, and we'll hear from him in a minute, hopefully, talking with our man Anthony Jordan. There is Mr. McPhee. Oh, yeah, just having a look what's wrong with that wheel, and wondering how he's going to get the car home to the south coast. So, looks like Graham Seeger has just arrived in the pit lane. So I will say once again, we'll go down to Anthony Jordan to talk to our race winner, Graham Seeger.
Graham Seeger, who's just getting out the car now. We'll have a quick chat with him as he unbuckles himself. He's going to jump out the car with us here. Fantastic. Graham, what a race that was. That seemed a nice, relaxed, calm, controlled, great race, fun race.
Well, that's the way to do it, I suppose, yeah. Barry's unfortunately had a problem, so he's not here. So yeah, after that it was just keep an eye on the others who didn't have such a good first race and to see how quick they were. So yeah, it felt okay. I didn't really have to push too hard. So the car's good to go again next time, yeah.
Very modest, not pushing too hard, but also set the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, but it's not the record.
It's not the record, no, but still a very competitive time out there. I mean, yeah. The car seems great. It seems like it was handling very well out there, and it looked very comfortable to drive. It looked like, yeah, like I said, a pretty calm race.
It is very comfortable to drive. It doesn't like being chucked about. It likes driving really smooth. So yeah, you just have to have confidence in the car. And it suits me because I don't like to rush around anyway. So yeah.
Excellent stuff. I mean, first win for 2020. It's a great way to start the season, and yeah, hope for the best of the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Bit of clearing up to be done before we get the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship race underway. Second race of the day for these single-seaters. So we've got time to remind you what happened in race one. Well, it was a win, and a relatively comfortable one in the end for James Harridge. He also got the fastest lap of the race. He won by about 11 seconds from second place Ian Buxton. And third place was Danny Hans, but of course Hans it was in the AHS Dominator, Josh, that started on pole position, but it didn't go smoothly for him.
No, he struggled to get into second gear, I think, getting off the line, and that meant he dropped into the mid-pack, fought back, so he'll have a second go at pole in a moment or two. James Harridge struggled to do, well, many more than one lap in qualifying, so he will be starting back in the middle of the field in this race, so that's going to be a struggle for him, which opens things up. Of course, Ian Buxton battled away with Danny Hans. Even when Hans got past him, Buxton got back in front again. So Ian Buxton could be on for a good result here, especially if Danny Hans struggles off the grid once more. We're interested to see, like we say, what James Harridge can do from the middle of the grid. And we've got Peter Belzy as earlier coming through from the back. So some good storylines to look forward to, and much expected like this earlier race. That battle between a number of cars, wasn't there, which I'm sure we'll see again for just behind the podium positions, really.
Yeah. Let's walk you through the grid slowly then, ahead of this Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship race, because we do have a few minutes to play with by the looks of it. Pole position will go the way of number 2, that's Danny Hans in the AHS Dominator. And obviously it says in your programme, if you've downloaded the digital programme from the 750 Motor Club website, a GAC, he's in an AHS Dominator. So number 2 and number 5 on the front row, 2 Hans and 5 Ian Buxton. Second row, 50 and 41, 50 Steve O and 41 Andrew Cooper. 50 and 41, Dominator and GAC respectively, like the front row. Third row, 4 and 55, 4 Tim Probert and 55 Peter Studer out there in the ATCR Challenger. Row 4 will be 56 and 94, 56 Christian Goller and 94 Morris Gloucester. So that's another AHS and a GAC. Row 5, 11 and 75, 11 is Ben Cressy in the Storm, and 75 Mark Egan in the Ray. Row 6 will be 10 and 43, Bill Garner. He's there in the Shane, and 43 Vaughan Jones in the Storm. Row 7, 24 and 28. 24 is Rick Lanier in another Dominator, and 28 is Sam Engineer in the Storm. The 8th row will be 32 and 17. 32 Simon Foley. He's there in the GAC, and 17 is Elliot Mason. He's driving the Shane. Row 9, 77 and 7. 77 will be James Harridge, and 7 Richard Walsh. So James Harridge, Race 1 winner, through from basically the middle of the grid there in the Maverick, and 7 Richard Walsh in the Spider. Row 10 is 80 and 20. 80 is Peter Can in the GAC, and 20 Richard Rainbow in another AHS Challenger. The 11th row is 66 and 64. 66 is Phil Waterhouse in the Scarab, and 64 Sam Wallbank. 12th row, 72 and 59. 72 Colin Gregory in the Shane, and he was someone who was, 7th in the championship last year, so he'll be a bit disappointed with where he's qualified, I think. And 59 Chris Wilshire, he's in the Shane. The 13th row, 42 and 13, that's James Hockle in the Shane, and Rachel Swain in the GAC. And then it's Matt Topham, number 47 on row 14. He's in the Challenger. 15 is Mike Oldknow in the GAC. And then the 15th row, 51, Peter Belzy. And 33, which is Matt Harbert. So that's the way the grid lines up. And there is the pole position Dominator of Danny Hans, whose helmet matches the rest of the car, which is extremely good planning.
One car missing it, and that is Tim Probert, we saw rather smokingly in their first race. That was obviously more than any kind of regular V smoking. Yeah. That was a bit more of a terminal problem
so
for him.
He should be immediately behind Steve O. So that gap behind Steve O, you've then got Christian Goller behind him. There should be a Tim Probert in the middle, but he's not there, unfortunately, on this 2x2 staggered grid.
The only staggered grid of the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so, because...
the Championship.
Yeah. So we've got Hans, the 2008 champion, on pole position. That was that sort of time around the 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, arguably. Really good years for Formula V. You've got Martin Galpin, who won the championship in 2007, beating Martin Farmer and Danny Hans. You've got Sam Oliveira in there, you've got John Hughes in there. 08 was Hans winning the championship from Paul Smith and John Hughes. Sam Oliveira won it in 09 from John Hughes and Martin Farmer. Then Martin Farmer won it the following 2 years in 10 and 11 from Ben Anderson, now Formula 1 journalist, in 2010, and Mike Epps, best known these days for his sim racing exploits and complaints about Royal Mail, I think, judging from his social media, looking at that, but also has raced in the British Touring Car Championship as well, of course. He was there in 2011.
It was 2010. It was the first time I saw a Formula V race here at Snetterton on the old layout. So that was the first time. I think it was like a 6-car battle there with Martin Farmer. I think winning that the first year of 750 Motor Club on television. That was.
Yeah, I think it was. Yes, we did do some TV coverage that season. We've done it on and off down the years. Most recently working on this live stream with Alfa Live, who do a fantastic job of bringing this racing to you live wherever you're watching around the country or indeed around the world, judging from some of the messages that we see come up on the comments feed.
It was that meeting 10 years ago that I thought I better get involved in this club. This is rather exciting stuff. You had stock catches back then with huge grids as well. Of course, that was the season we had Josh Cook in the stock catches and had Ash Sutton in the V's, and they both went on to be teammates in the British Touring Car Championship for a bit. And of course, Ash Sutton more recently won the championship.
And Josh Cook's won races as well, so
Absolutely.
they've both been pretty successful. Josh Cook was supposed to be racing at the first race meeting back a couple of weeks ago at Castle Combe, but had problems with his car in qualifying, so he wasn't able to take part, which would have been a shame. It would have been good to see him out in the local Saloon Car Championship down there. He's a West Country lad. But yeah, he raced successfully in stock catch.
But back
about
then,
a decade ago. Yeah.
Back then, I think V's and stock catches were the two real most competitive championships. I remember that meeting. Early March we started that year, and we start again here at Snetterton a decade and a few months later.
Yeah, 4 months later, mid-July really, I suppose. Not by design. We'd have liked to have gotten underway at Silverstone in April. That was the plan.
Not for that meeting, but for a week earlier. I've still got a real ticket for a meeting in March at Silverstone, obviously never used.
No, well, I'd keep that one. That's a collector's item. Meetings that have fallen victim to the pandemic. But it is great that motorsport has been able to get underway, and I know that a lot of work was done by Motorsport UK and representations to the Department for Culture, Media and Sport to get to motorsport underway really ahead of a lot of other sporting activity, because it is something where socially distancing is naturally more possible than others.
Because I guess it potentially could have happened even earlier if they could foresee into the future with sporting events allowed in June in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But as everything had been planned for July, that was the date to go for.
Well, that's right, and of course what certainly no sport wants to do, and motorsport was very mindful of, is the fact that we do have to have a number of medical personnel attending race meetings for obvious reasons, and they were pretty busy in March and April and May, and it wouldn't have been the right thing to do to take medical professionals away from where they were really needed before that was required. Anyway, we have Formula V's on their green flag lap now, which is great news. 15-minute race. So a reminder, earlier on it was number 77 James Harris that took the win from 5 in Buxton, 2 Danny Hans. Maurice Gloucester was 4th Peter Studer 5th and Andrew Cooper 6th. Of course, as you say, no Tim Pro, but he was up there, wasn't he? But he smokily headed into the pits.
Just saw a shot of the other Spider there, of Richard Walsh. That car looks good. Completely different looking car with a different livery on it to the other car, the Spider
Peter
starter
Belsey.
at the back. Yes,
Yeah.
Peter Belsey. It's interesting when you get text messages from people saying great coverage. You don't know who it's from, so that's thank you, whoever that was.
Random people texting you. Well, of course, if you don't know who they are, they might not know who you are, and they might be texting somebody else completely who coincidentally is also good coverage. But no, it's good to have some good feedback.
So thanks to everybody that has got in touch over the course of the day, and glad that you're all enjoying the coverage here from Snetterton. Ian's got the posts from social media too, which are coming through throughout the course of the day, which is great to have. Do comment on the feeds. Ian tried hardest to watch the race and look at that screen too, but particularly when you get racing like Formula V, that may be less possible.
Yeah, actually on the YouTube thing, that seems to be the place where most of the comments are going. So if you're watching on YouTube, then put a comment in the comment window, and I will scrutinise it and then consider reading it out. I know that Mike Cavitt on Sky's cricket coverage last weekend got caught out by a tweet from a viewer, and I think we've all done that before. Anyway, here they come up to the grid. So Danny Hans, number 2 on pole position, number 5 Ian Buxton next to him, 50 Steve O and 41 Andrew Cooper on the second row, and then Peter Studer 55 on his own on row 3 of the grid. There is the fully colour coordinated Danny Hans. A smart looking car, the Dominator. You can see those treaded Hoosier tyres that all of these cars run on. So as I was explaining earlier on, lap records not really being broken these days because the Hoosier tyres not providing quite as much pace as the Dunlops that they used a few years ago.
As everyone's on the same time, doesn't really matter, does it? I think if we get some good racing, hopefully the next 15 minutes will provide that.
Should do. Revs rising. Lights out, away they go then. And a good start by both of the front row drivers. A more reasonable start by Danny Hans this time, but he's not in the lead. It's Ian Buxton from the outside of the front row that's got into the lead. It looks like Andrew Cooper was challenging Danny Hans for second place there. In the end, he's got into third position with Steve O in fourth spot. But certainly a better start this time from Danny Hans. Now, the thing we're going to have to watch out for is where is James Harridge in all of this? Let's see if we can spot him. There he is, the Race One winner. He's just getting past Bill Garner there, the number 10 car, so he's not messing about.
8th, I reckon, Ian, which is best part of 10 cars in 2 corners. So I'd say that's a good start by James. And he knows he needs to catch Danny Hans before he can break the toe. With Ian Buxton up front, that could be more possible. And here comes Andrew Cooper challenging Hans now. Cooper around the outside, that's not quite going to work. Then you've got O and Studer behind as they turn into Nelson. And here comes James Harridge. He's now past the Christian Dollar car. And he's after the Boyce Costa, I think, was the next one. So great opening lap here for James Harridge.
Absolutely right, so he is doing his very best to get involved with the battle. There is the number 42 car, which is James Huckle in the show. Another one you can see championship driver from Hartford. Okay, through the left-hander at Maris onto the centre straight to complete lap number 1. There's Pete Belton through slowly but surely from the back of the grid, but it's Buxton leading, Hans in second, Andrew Cooper number 41 in third place, in fourth place number 50 Steve O, fifth and sixth is changing round because James Harridge number 77 goes around the outside there of Peter Studer there to get fifth place away.
It's been impressive, hasn't it? This storming start of the race for James Harridge, absolutely brilliant from him to pass 17th to 5th at Hans slows as this gears again in the AHS. Is he going to pick up some speed? He's not really, is he? So Danny Hans dropping away then. James Harridge, that will put him, 4th? So 17th to 4th, 13 places gained in 1.5 laps.
I reckon he's third.
Yes, he is, isn't he? So that's got Steve O now as well.
Yeah. So Steve O has been passed. He's got Andrew Cooper and Ian Buxton ahead of him, 2 GAC drivers there, ahead of the Maverick driver. Is Hans getting back up to speed, possibly? We'll see what he can do. But I think his chances of victory have gone. we'll see what he can come back with, if anything.
Just going through shot there, Colin Gregory, he's made good progress too. He's really qualified further down than he would have liked, 23rd, while he was up to 13th on the opening lap, so he gained 10 places. Ian Buxton's about to be caught by James Harridge. Absolutely remarkable first, 4 miles to this race for James Harridge to be up to second. The next 2 miles might see him take the lead.
I think they mightn't they? Because he's less than a second behind Ian Buxton. Third is Andrew Cooper. Fourth is Peter Studer, now ahead of number 50 Steve-O. So that's changed into Rich's corner. Christian Goller is 6th. Mark Gloucester is 6th. Christian Goller is 7th, I think. But look, here's Harridge with that pointy-nosed Maverick, gaining all the time on Ian Buxton in the gap, the driver from Staffordshire. They make their way down the Bentley Straight. He's going to get him before they get to Brundle, isn't he? Certainly is. He's going to pull out to the right-hand side of the circuit. Harridge and Buxton will be side by side then. Buxton, not an easy man to get past. He's usually got quite wide elbows. But on this occasion, I think Harridge is going to sweep through, or is he? They're still alongside. Well, Buxton's not made it easy for him, and Buxton is still ahead. So that's good driving. Look, it's put Andrew Cooper into it as well.
Christian Goller's arrived backwards, so he's had a moment he stalled, I think. So can Goller get it fired back up? Because otherwise he's in an awkward place. Yet there he goes. So not sure what happened there. Here comes Harridge round the outside at Coram, and again Ian Buxton knows where to put his car, which is sideways from Murray's. Is that going to lose him momentum? Not too bad, but Harridge is going to have a good run now down the centre straight, and he's alongside, and he's not quite nosing ahead across the line. Inside line for Buxton, outside line for Harridge, who's got lots more pace in that car. But Ian Buxton's good at defending. You suggested that would be the case, Ian, and he's putting up a robust defence to try and win this.
Yeah, he's got to do it for another 11 minutes yet, though, to try and keep him at bay. Harridge looking on the inside line at Wilson, but again, that's been covered by Ian Buxton. And as I say, they are slowing each other up a little bit here, because Andrew Cooper, number 41, is there in 3rd place. He's having a really good run, probably one of his best runs so far in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. Here comes Harridge again, this time on the inside line.
He jinked out the toe there, got as close to the back of Ian Buxton's car as possible, then jinked out of the toe. And he's on the inside. No, he's not. Buxton's got back in front. Perhaps that jink out of the toe cost him momentum, and Ian Buxton's held on. Just a note, Colin Gregory up to 7th. So a good drive from him, and Pete Belsey to 9th. And I think we may have lost Danny Hands this time. He came in through at the end of the last lap, but not this time through. Here comes Harridge, and he tried the outside line at Coram last time. Let's see if he tries a similar move on this particular lap. Not really. Buxton holding on, as you say. Andrew Cooper right with them too.
Yeah, he's there in 3rd, Peter Studer 4th, and Steve-O and Maurice Gloucester 5th and 6th. Harold of Murray's along the centre straight, coming through to complete what will be lap number 4 now, I think, won't it? In this race. Race 10 on the programme, the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship. The leading group have gone through. Here's Harridge to the outside at Ritchie's. Can he go all the way around the outside? His car's a bit sideways, but he's done it. A great move there from James Harridge to get the lead.
Great stuff from Harridge. Now, can he pull away through Wilson and now Wilson and Chapman? Cooper's locked up there. He's understeered off the road. And he's got to find the right gear, and he can rejoin, but that'll drop him to the back of the lead in 6. Is it a car problem that's caused that? Yes, it may be. So Cooper, real shame for him. He looked to get his maiden podium in the championship, but he's dropping out of the race. Now, what I was wondering, if Buxton can fight back, and he can. This is what he did to Hans in race 1 and got back through, but he can't get past Harridge. And now, with some quick corners coming up where Harridge has got lots of pace, this is where he needs to try and break the toe in and immediately getting away, pulling some Carlex out towards Buxton.
Yeah, so we've got 5 in the sort of leading group now. So it's Harridge, Buxton, Studer, Owen, Gloucester. Gap back to Colin Gregory, who's up 16 places from his starting position. Peter Belsey is up to 8th now. That will be from 2019. He's up 21 places, I think, in his grid position. So good improvements there, a bit further down the order.
Broken toe, no doubt, hasn't he? Just in that half a lap of pushing. It's a huge gap. Absolutely incredible. We have a drive of the weekend award, don't we?
We do, here? Yes. Which is awarded, courtesy of Talk Raceway, to the driver that has produced the most excellent performance across the whole weekend. So we're this is a contender, certainly, but we're already not even halfway through yet, so we'll wait and see who might receive that.
Peter Studer now up with Ian Buxton. We don't say, as you said earlier, don't see Peter Studer on a particularly regular basis. I think he's a local driver here to Snetterton and going really well in the A8, in the TDS Challenger, a much older car than some of those around him, but a great drive this has been from Studer, and he's looking to the outside here of Ian Buxton, and he swoops through and goes past. So Peter Studer up to second now, and I'm sure he'll be really pleased with this.
Yeah, we've seen him up towards the sharp end of races before, but as I say, we don't see him good to see him here at Snet this weekend, and he's taking the fight to Ian Buxton, as you can see. We're ahead of him now into second place, as Harridge has just continued to extend this lead on this lap, hasn't he? He's reeling out the lap time. What lap time did he do in the earlier race? It was a 1:23.66. What's he done in this race? He's done a 1:24.13 so far. He may yet improve on that.
Ian Buxton trying to get back past Peter Studer, and he's done it. So back into second place, and a strong engine in Buxton's car, helping him there back ahead of Studer, as well as the toe, of course. But can Studer come back? He can. He's on the inside here, into the Wilson hairpin, and he outbrakes Buxton, gets it turned in, get the car sort of slid into Wilson, and he's back into second, but it may not last long. Buxton might be able to re-challenge when they get to the bridge.
Yep, may well be able to. He'll be in the toe, won't he? Down they go towards Rumble and Nelson. So Harridge leading as he did in race one, and Buxton back ahead of Studer there, but Studer fighting back. And Gloucester now ahead of Steve O in fourth place, so it's made it for the beginning of this, the 7th lap of the race. Earlier on we had an 11 lap race, so probably 4 more laps to go at the end of this one, I would suggest.
James Harridge led by 3 seconds at the end of the previous lap. There's smoke coming from the back of his car, though. This is what we saw with Tim Probert in the earlier race, and it's getting worse in, and he's pulling over. Well, he had a good look in his mirror at least, didn't he, to see what's going on, but this is not ideal for the race leader.
He didn't elect to pull into the pit lane that time. We might just see how long he can go. But it could be something that's causing more damage, of course, and it could be putting something down on the circuit and following drivers as well. So it's Harridge leading for the moment from Buxton second, 55 Peter Studer in third. Oh, Peter Bells' smoking away now, so all of a sudden a couple of cars afflicted.
Again, he's continuing to stay out on the circuit.
He was in 8th place.
Marshall's already waving to him, and I think he's got the message there. He needs to slow down and stop, and he's pulled off in the former championship winning car, driven by Jez Clark, who lives just a mile down the road.
Yep, he's gone on to race in road sports and
winner last weekend at Brands Hatch in his Lotus. Harridge again having a good look in his mirror. And the back behind could become the back of the leader. They're side by side, Buxton and Studer. Oh, the damage there, that's 43. That's Vaughan Jones in his Storm, running in the top 10, but he's had a bit of an incident. And there is his nose.
Well, he knows where it is. At least he can just stop and pick it up on the slowing down lap, can't he?
We know where it is.
We might have spotted it. If he knows where he lost it.
Oh, you think so?
Now, is Harridge going to pit this? Like
he's pulling away, isn't he?
He is, and he's riding the curbs in a way that suggests he's going to continue. He is going to continue. I suspect, knowing James, he will want to continue for as long as he possibly can, and hopefully it will be long enough.
Marshall's had a good look at that. The start line marshals here at Snetterton. The battle behind continues. Ian Buxton and Peter Studer. There's yellow flags down the straight, but that should go green into Richie's. There's another car that's had an issue. That's Richard Rainbow in his AHS Challenger. Now he's stopped on the circuit just out of Chapman Curve, which is not an ideal place to have stopped, and he doesn't look like he's going anywhere anytime soon.
Not necessarily the worst news for James Harridge. He said, sort of racing ahead of himself. So yellow flags in the background, that is for the Richard Rainbow car. And there's James Harridge coming towards us now, getting into some of the traffic. You can see the 47 car might top him. I'm sure Tom he retired from racing a few minutes ago. But
slow in.
He is. He's a long way behind Buxton now, but he's still ahead of Gloucester.
For long.
Yeah, not for long. So Gloucester swoops ahead, and the red flags come out.
So that's a save for Peter Studer. I suspect he did have a car problem. To unsurprise, that's our first drama in the race, isn't it?
It is. We've got a safety car or a red flag until race 10, which is not a bad result. And as I say, not the worst news for James Harridge, who might have been struggling with his car. We've gone 11.5 minutes, so we won't get a restart, I don't think, for that race. So I think the win will go to James Harridge. Second will go to Buxton, I think.
Yeah, on the count back, because they've been sort of trading positions, haven't
Yeah.
he? And, Maurice Gloucester would be disappointed, wouldn't he? Because he was on for a podium there, which would be his first podium.
I think it
category.
would have been. Yeah, I don't think he's had a top 3 before. Had a second place in the 2019 Vee Festival, but I think in a championship round that would have been his best. So it looks like the cars are all being sort of signalled to go back round and head into the pit lane. So a premature end, unfortunately, to the Heritage Park Centre Formula Vee Championship Race Round 2. It is a championship that will continue anon. The next round is at Brands Hatch in 4 weeks' time. Then it's Anglesey, Alton Park and Donington Park to round out the Formula V season. But it's been a pretty good start to it for James Harridge. 2 wins from 2 here at Snetterton today in the Maverick, and I think he'll be very pleased with that, although by the looks of it, not quite as pleased as he was with the first race.
No, I guess there's a little bit of concern what the problem with the engine is. 4 weeks to sort it out for Brands Hatch, I guess. He'll be leading the championship and our first double winner of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had, 3 championships raced twice, and it's taken until championship number 4 for a double winner, which sometimes you look at in autosport, for example, where they put your race winners and the same person wins both races all day long, which isn't so much fun. But so far up to this point, we've had different winners, which is good to see. Good competitive championships in the 750 Motor Club help, of course, that to happen.
Yeah, lots of comments coming in on social media as well. Dave Vass, let's say hello to Dave Vass, often lap charting with us here in the commentary box. Sadly not with us this weekend. Obviously he wouldn't have been able to anyway with the virus, but he's also had some pretty serious problems with his eyes, which hopefully he will be able to get sorted out. But all the best to Dave if you're watching. Pip Hammond's watching as well, I can tell. But yeah, wherever you are, thank you for watching on the live stream, and thank you all for being here at Snetterton as well. If you're visiting the circuit today, lots more racing to come tomorrow. Another 13 races for you tomorrow, and still 2 more to come before the end of today. We've got the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship, that will be coming up next, and then the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship will round out the day in a little while. So that's what we've got coming up.
They shouldn't disappoint, should they, going off the earlier encounters?
No, shouldn't be bad races at all. So I think we've got cars coming down the pit lane possibly now. It's quite difficult to tell from where we are because we can't see it on the screen. But hopefully James Harridge will be able to make his way down to Anthony Jordan for a word.
What we can see is what Marshall's checking to see if any fluid has been left on the circuit. Hopefully not, otherwise that would be a slight pause. Hopefully it's just that car to pick up. There's a nice 911 up there at Coram, parked up at the inside of the circuit.
Yep.
Good to see. So a number of Alfa Romeos in the car parks too, supporting the Alfa Romeo Championships debut with the 750 Motor Club.
That's always good to see, isn't it, when you've got people coming along to support the marque that's racing on the weekend. We like that. Right, there's some sign language going on between the marshals and Anthony Jordan, I can see across the way there. I don't understand what any of it means, is the only problem, but hopefully it means that they're going to get James Harridge to talk to before much longer. It'll be interesting to find out what was wrong with his car.
Has his car made it back?
Oh, that's the question. That is the question, because I suspect it may not have done. So
we've got the rescue vehicle just in front of us to pick up Peter Studer's car.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a few moments. Oh, right, there is a driver, and it looks, I think, like James Harridge. So let's go over to Anthony Jordan once again.
So we've got James. He's just talking to the marshal at the moment. We'll try and get his attention. James, a quick word, preferably away from the smouldering engine that you've got there.
Only a few litres of oil. Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Bit lucky there with the red flag. I thought I was going to get a mechanical and I didn't. You know, very, very lucky. Nothing's wrong with it. It's just got a leak. I know exactly what's wrong. It's easy to fix. But yeah, just got a bit lucky because they don't like the oil and the smoke. It's all still in there, but it's just the smoke. They see it and they worry, so that's fair enough. But yeah, no mechanical flags were shown, so it won't be a problem. So yeah, very lucky there. But coming from 17th on the grid, yeah, happy with that. I mean, didn't expect that. I was happy to get top 5 for that second race. But yeah, it's just very, very lucky. So yeah, thank you. So.
Yeah, no, so we were watching it drive past. We could see the smoke billowing out of it. We had the marshals coming over going, he's seconds away from getting the meatball flag.
Very, very, very lucky and fortunate with that respect. But yeah, it's about time I had a bit of luck. I mean, I've had torrid luck for years now, and we've been quick up the front, but just never had that last little bit there, you know. So we've managed to get the power now for the first time in four or 5 years. I forget how many years it is now. But yeah, we can finally put together something that hopefully we can carry on all year. And what's it, Brand's next, so yeah, so that should suit us as well. So looking forward to it. So.
Excellent. Well, a double win for today. Yeah. Congratulations, well done.
Couldn't be any happier. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done.
Thanks. See ya.
Well, that was James Harridge, double winner in the Heritage Park Centre Formula V Championship, talking to Anthony Jordan. Now, next up, we're going to have the second of the day's races for the Toyota's Toyota MR2 Championship. We've already had one race, of course, for these cars, and we saw in it the 4-time champion Sean Trainer, but he switched to a new car this season. Earlier on, Anthony Jordan caught up with Sean to find out about his plans for 2020.
He needs no introduction to the paddock. Sean Trainer here, absolutely fantastic to see you. Multiple MR2 champion for the 750 Motor Club. How are we feeling going into the season with the new Mark III?
Yeah, more optimistic today after qualifying 4th. I thought we were going to struggle, but as it turns out, you know, we're doing all right. So we've had a few engine changes. I've had Lee and Phil working hard all week. I blew it up on Monday at Thruxton, so they've been busy getting it fixed, and hopefully, touch wood, they've done a really good job. It's like I sort of sit back and they do the hard work. I just get to come enjoy it on a Saturday. So
that's definitely the way forward. I mean, the cars, in terms of the Mark II versus the Mark III, is there any differences in terms of how it handles out on circuit, or is it pretty similar?
No, there's a big difference. Yeah, the Mark III is very much like a go-kart. You can put it, you're down on power a little bit, which is why we thought we'd struggle here. But as far as handling, they're far superior. Even though after 5 years, I think I was in the Mark II, you get used to how it moves around, and then jumping into this, it's a whole different ball game. But they are definitely a better handling car. So hopefully, as the season goes on and I get to grips with it, then, you know, after having such a long break off, with no testing, I've struggled to get anywhere to get the track time. But surely over this season, I can only get better, hopefully.
Excellent stuff. And walking through the paddock, we see a wide variety of cars, but the main standout in the paddock is definitely the MR2s. Why are they so popular?
I don't know. I mean, I've said many times, I haven't ever raced anything else, so it's, and I'm not looking at going anywhere else. It's all the people, and it like almost like a big family. It sounds a bit cliche, but it's everyone gets on. We've got a great coordinator with Patrick, who keeps us all pretty much in check, and it's always just good fun. You can have, you know, if you have issues, everyone's willing to help. Like you've just found us over with another car doing the timing on another car that we're competing against. It's, and I think that's it. I think it's, there's a few lads that run with the BMWs, yet they still say their most fun is with the MR2s. So, and they're back again this season. So I think it speaks for itself.
Definitely so. And of course, with us coming back into the season, this question is definitely going to be asked a lot today to most of the drivers, but after such a long break from racing, the atmosphere here must be just great, with everyone wanting to get back out on track.
It is. We've had, like I say, we're all sort of mates, you know, over the last, I mean, most of us have been, I think nearly all the drivers here, you know, maybe 10% have been together now for about the last 5 years, so you know, I think what we had probably getting on for 8 months, I think, since we've all been together again, and it's sort of, you know, we're all together, social distancing, but sat around in chairs.
Excellent. Well, again, getting scrambled from the background there. Well, thank you very much for taking time to talk to us, Sean. Obviously, we dragged you away from you helping out another team there, but yeah, exactly. But well, thank you very much, and have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So that was Sean Trainer with Anthony Jordan, and we will shortly have the cars out on the grid. In fact, they are arriving as I speak for the second race of the day for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Earlier on, it was a fantastic race, and it was a race won by Aaron Cook, but only by 7/10 of a second from Paul Cook. Pretty good battle between the two of them for the whole 10-lap race. And the man we've just heard from, Sean Trainer, was third ahead of Ali Topley, Ben Rowe and Nick Williamson. So Sean Trainer winning Class C for the Roadsters, and Dave Hemingway winning Class A for just a couple of Mark 1s, with many of the drivers that have been racing in Mark 1s over the past couple of years in this championship having elected to move on primarily to the Mark 3 Roadsters, including Neil Stratton in the number 84 car, the 36-year-old IT technician from High Peak. He has been one of those that raced 10 years in Mark 1s, and then his third year in the MR2 Championship he switched to the Mark 3s. Anyway, let me give you the grid for this. It's based on the fastest lap times from the race earlier on. Front row, 26 Paul Cook and 96 Aaron Cook. Second row is 22 Nick Williamson and 2 Ben Rowe. Third row, 41 Ali Topley and 27 Sean Trainer. Fourth row, 69 Daniel Bryant and 79 Jonathan Grimes. Fifth row, 25 Paul Hinson and 33 Mick Nichols. Sixth row, 4 and 18 Peter Higton and Sam Harper. Seventh row, 71 and 11 Graham Mailings and Adam Lockwood. Eighth row, 32 and 82 Luke Carter and Andrew Ruthven. Ninth row, 15 and 65 Gavin Aldworth and Veer Aldridge. Row 10, 8 and 99 Tim Heron and Oliver Aldworth. Row 11, 86 and 13 86 Lee Brown and 13 Rhys Dorman. The 12th row, 84 and 55 84 Neil Stratton and 55 Dave Hemingway. The 13th row, 7 and 78 7 Wayne Lewis and 78 Jim Yu. The 14th row is 28 and 42 28 Phil Collins and 42 Michael Japp. The 15th row, 39 and 20 39 Adam Lewis and 20 Patrick Stoner. The 16th row, 74 and 17 74 David Mustard and 17 Maxine Nichols. The 17th row, 67 and 44 Simon Quinn and Martin Grist. The 18th row, 36 and 52 36 is Georgios Georgides and 52 Nick Emily. And row 19, 53 and 49 William Humphries and David Rowe. So that's the way the grid's going to line up for a 15-minute race around the Snetterton 200 circuit, Josh.
While you were reading that through, we saw our onboard camera from Jonathan Grimes' Toyota MR2 Roadster. There it is, in what Alfa Live are trialling this weekend. So, all being well, we're getting more views of that throughout the course of the race. So you can see the look forward there from the car on the fourth row of the grid, Jonathan Grimes, while everybody else is waiting ahead of this race. No green flag lap in the MR2 Championship, sponsored by Toyo Tyres in 2020. I do like this grid format when you get the fastest lap from the earlier race. It does seem to mix things up more than any other type of, well, except for the reverse grid, obviously. Yeah. A natural way of sort of mixing the grid up a bit. It's a shame more series don't go this route.
I do quite like it, I must admit, because you do get someone maybe who's had to burn from the start in the first race, and they can get quite a decent way up the grid because it's based on fastest lap times, possibly more so than if it was based on just race one results, which is a reasonably common way of doing things. So yeah, I quite like it. It's quite a good way. I'm usually pretty reliable at working the quickish guys towards the front anyway. So Paul Cook is going to be on pole and Aaron Cook alongside him.
Seem to have a green flag lap, which we wasn't expecting, which has kind of been cancelled, but that's confused the drivers now, which I think means we're probably now the drivers are reversing back into position.
Yes.
So that hasn't gone to plan.
There was only a couple that reacted in time, wasn't there?
Let's hope they've hooked first gear back again.
Yeah, 5-second board goes up then. Find first gear, everyone. Red lights go on, and they go out. So where we go, it looks like they have done. And away they go up towards Richie's corner then. Paul Cook leading the way from Aaron Cook in second place. Up towards Richie's they go. There's Nick Williamson actually, who's made a great start from the second row. He's got through into the lead of the race. So number 22, Nick Williamson, who was 6th in race 1, takes an early lead here in race 2. You've then got Aaron Cook and Paul Cook more or less side by side. You've got Ali Topley in 4th place, Sean Traynor in 5th. And Jonathan Grimes, our camera car, in about 7th place. And Cook, Aaron Cook, that is, has had a grassy moment there and has lost a few places, Josh.
Yeah, that didn't go well for him, did it? But it has gone well for Nick Williamson. I know went well at Croft, didn't he, last year? He leads here at Snetterton. From the rest, which are 2, 3, 4 cars across the circuit. It's certainly 3 wide for second. A great start from Sean Traynor, who tries to go second, and he does so. So Traynor second from 6th on the grid. Topley third. The Cooks on the front row are dropping down the order. Paul Cook might lose another one here to Daniel Bryant, who's on the inside. He had, so there are the 2 Cooks back together again. They started on the front row, but now they're 5th and 6th.
Okay, so too many Cooks, maybe, as they turn their way through the bomb hole towards Coram for the first time. It's a big, big lead for number 22, Nick Williamson, then, as he approaches the end of lap number 1. In second place, it's the number 27 car, Sean Traynor. 41 in third place is Ali Topley. And then the rest of them all making their way through Murray's.
Bit of damage on the Aaron Cook car there, who did get back ahead of Paul Cook. So Paul Cook, who was battling for seconds, dropped to 6th now. As we get this train of MR2s accelerate past the pit wall and head off down towards Richie's, and they're side by side. Paul Cook loses another. There's damage on his car. One of the 2 Cooks came together then, because there's damage on both of their cars at the start of this race, and Paul Cook is dropping back as if he may have a handling issue with his car, because he was second. He's now, 7th, because Ben Rowe has passed him too.
Okay, there is the 82 car getting well and truly stuck in, and that is Andrew Ruthven, of course, the Coventry driver. 11 and 71 right together as well. So 11 is Adam Lockwood, 71 is Graham Mailings. So 2 of the roadsters together, but a bit of a class apart in the roadster class is Sean Traynor at the moment. He's well clear of the rest. So that damage to the front of Cook's car, you could see. There's the Mick Nichols car. Up on the inside there is number 86, which is Lee Brown from Bicester. Surging his way through past Mick Nichols as well. So that's for 11th place, I think, that one. Just behind is Andrew Ruthven then.
Sideways.
Yeah, and you've got a few roadsters in there as well. But here's Nick Williamson, and the gap has come down. It was 1.04 seconds to Sean Traynor at the beginning of the lap. It's less than that now. And Ali Topley also is bearing down on the top 2.
Much like the earlier race, he's hit the window wiper stalk. So they're going away. So that shouldn't affect him too much, though, as he chases the leaders off down toward Richie's. There they are. Williamson in 22, Traynor in 27, and then Topley, Bryant and Aaron Cook. Aaron Cook, whose car seems to be running better than Paul's, it would think to be fair to say. And he's chasing down Bryant up towards the hairpin here at Wilson. And here comes Bryant with Cook around the outside of him. Cook up the inside through Chapman. That's a bit of an awkward corner to make a pass on. So Ben Rowe pounces around the outside, and Ben Rowe goes up to 5th place. Ben was telling me this morning he's been very busy over the last few months as he runs a care home.
Yeah, no, he's been on the front line of everything in the last few months, I'm sure. Here is Nick Williamson then, leading the way from 27 Sean Traynor. For 41 Ali Topley, then it's 69 Daniel Bryant, then you've got Ben Rowe, Aaron Cook and then Paul Cook still together in 5th and 6th positions. A little bit of damage on the front of Aaron Cook's car, as we say. Ben Rowe's wipe is going as well now. It's catching.
Whoever positioned this when they designed the Troy MR2 didn't envision them racing, did they?
No, not quite.
Actually, what, 20 years old are these cars now?
Well, 1990s the Mark 2s will be, 2000s for the Mark 3s and 1980s for the Mark 1s, broadly speaking. That's how they break down into decade of manufacture. So Nick Williamson has Sean Traynor right behind him now as they head along the start and finish straight once again. Coming through to complete lap number 3. Over the line they go. Bryant's going through as well. There's Paul Hinson in 8th place at the moment. He's ahead of Jonathan Grimes in 9th. trainer. And this new car for him for 2020. Pushing on, a bit of dust kicked up by one of the leading group there, I think. Ali Topley trying to go around the outside of Sean Trainer now, but up at Wilson. But to be honest, it looks like we're really getting to be a 6 or 7 car lead battle here, Josh.
It's great to see, isn't it? Normally the MR2s, they spread out a bit sometimes at the front of the field, but that's not been the case this weekend. There's been a number of cars in the front, and Nick Williamson's trying to break the toe. There's a yellow flag down at Wilson, so someone's had a moment there. Here comes Paul Cook on Aaron up the inside. They were battling earlier, but for the lead, now they're battling for 6th. And Sean Trainer's going for the lead of this race, but can't get there. Nick Williamson holds on. And this is what Sean Trainer sort of had the opposite effect when he's been racing the Roadsters when he was in the Mark II before. He's now learning about what their difficulties were at trying to get past him. Now he's got to try and work it out for himself.
Yeah. Oh, now one of the Retzel barriers has been rearranged into the circuit there at Chapman by somebody. Now, whether the marshals were to retrieve that, I'm not quite sure. We will see. But it is still Nick Williamson doing everything he can. I think he had 3 podiums, or 3 third places, I should say, last season. So really punching with his weight, you'd argue here. Side by side for 3rd place there. That was Ali Topley and Daniel Bryant in the all-grey car, looking to find a way through. And Bryant's done it in number 69, so he's up into the podium positions now. And Ali Topley, who was 2nd in last year's championship, is down into 4th position. But here's Trainer on the lead, and he's not quite close enough to Nick Williamson to make that work.
Well, I was going to say, we haven't seen Dan Bryant quite this high up either before, so great performance from him. Haven't seen him on the podium outright before, but he is there currently. Again, Nick Williamson pulls his car to the left-hand side of the circuit, then drifts back out into the middle to try and break the toe, to break the slipstream to car number 27, Sean Trainer, the Roadster. And there's some jockeying a position in the pack as well, as some drivers see if they can make a move into Brundle, but don't think so. Oh, Sean Trainer tried it, but he hopped over the curb awkwardly, and that may allow Dan Bryant. There's been a clash behind, big damage to the front of Ben Rowe's car, and Paul Cook's off on the grass. So big shame there for Ben Rowe, who's he was ahead of Paul Cook at the beginning of the lap, and the safety car's being deployed.
Yeah, and that will be because of the barrier that's in the track. Ben Rowe's out of the race.
There's a big dent in the side of his car as well as at the front, so there's obviously been some kind of shenanigans going on behind the leaders. And there was a bit of a moment, of course, for the leaders too, as Sean Trainer was trying to pass Nick Williamson.
Okay, so end of lap 5, safety car out on the circuit, and it will hopefully pick up our race leader Nick Williamson, which I think it's
down there at Ritchie's.
Has done, yeah. Yeah, so there it is. So
Daniel Bryant's 2nd now, so we haven't seen him on the podium before.
Yeah, well, he was sort of getting ahead of Sean Trainer. Sean had that sort of moment himself, just ahead of what was going on behind between Rowe and Paul Cook, wasn't he? So that's when Sean Trainer lost 2nd place to Bryant.
Well, there's a big biff in the back of Paul Cook's car too, so a little bit confusing to work out what went on there, but something did, and Paul Ben Rowe is the main loser out of it with a fairly badly damaged car. So that is not how he wanted to end his day and his long trek down south later on this evening.
No, not at all. So, hopefully it won't take the marshals too long to clear the section of barrier from just about here. There it is, Chapman.
The problem here is there's no marshal post on the outside of Wilson, so that's why we needed the safety car.
So we've got to wait for the whole field to go through, then an intrepid marshal too's got to go over, shove it across, off to the off the circuit, and get back again. And obviously, we are going to get reduced marshal numbers compared to what we normally would do to comply with COVID-19 social distancing, with a limited number of marshals on each post. So I think, as we've seen at other meetings already, I think some marshals have had to be turned away, sadly, who would otherwise have liked to be here. But just to measure, there we go. I think it's one of the circuit staff, in actual fact, that probably was on the right side of the circuit. Is able to do something that looks like...
keen to put it back where it should go too.
Absolutely. It's like a task from World's Strongest Man, isn't it?
Well, he's got a screwdriver too, so we...
Okay.
We're happy with that.
That'll do.
And the safety car's been going slow enough where I think we've only have this single lap under yellow, which is good. And Ben Rowe parks his car in a sensible place. So experienced driver there, doing a good thing.
Yeah.
In a bad circumstance for him.
No, but he knows that the right thing to do is park in that kind of position.
Got another marshal going out to perhaps check the track, make sure no fluid went down.
Well, there was a bit of something on the circuit, a bit of bodywork or something. Safety car lights are out though, so I think it is going to pull in.
And Nick Williams is going to make a rather strong restart here, I wonder.
He's got a bit of a gap, hasn't he?
Though he shouldn't be passing the safety car possibly quite like that.
Well, it's on the borderline. Anyway, green flag's waved, so he can do pretty much what he likes now as they go over the line, and it's very close, second, third or fourth on the way into Richie's corner. So it's Nick Williamson leading. Who's going to be second by the time they get to Richie's? It's going to be Daniel Bryant or Sean Trainer. Which one though? I think it was just about Daniel Bryant with his nose in front, and he still is as they make their way up towards Wilson now, but Trainer trying to find a way around the outside of him. You've got Ali Topley trying to come back. You've got Aaron Cook that's gone up to fourth position there. Jonathan Grimes is there in sixth position as well. There's all of the field now, I think, through to start their next lap. So we're on to lap 7 with 4.5 minutes left to go.
So, will benefit Nick Williamson, that was, for sure. Good restart. And then all the battling behind means he has a big old gap to the rest. It's Bryant second, Aaron Cook trying to get third here off of Trainer, but Trainer breaks late. And a big slide on the exit, but he holds on. Now here comes Topley on the inside of Aaron Cook, but no, that doesn't work either. So in all that battling down at Ritchie's, it was the one driver who wasn't free abreast, Aaron Cook, with this deranged rear end to his MR2 that is gained a place ahead of Alistair Topley. They turn through Coram now then. There's Williamson way out in front in MR2 terms. And there's Bryant leading this pack over the curves. That chucks the car sideways. Sam Harper going well too, just noticed there in seventh. Huge slide for Graham Mailing. Spectacular stuff down there at Murray's.
Might still get 3 more laps out of this, just about, I reckon. Over the line they go. What an absolute fantastic sight and sound they made as they crossed the line. Line astern. Here's Sean Trainer up the inside into Richie's corner, and he's done it. Sean Trainer's gone through to take second place away from Daniel Bryant, and as Bryant managed to hold on to third position, you see he has, but Aaron Cook trying to relieve himself of it. He's on the outside line for Chapman. Bryant on the inside. Topley might capitalise here and get past both, but he's spun around. Topley spins. The last year's championship runner-up is going to drop way down the order now. And it's going to allow Jonathan Grimes through into 5th position and Sam Harper up to 6th position, and the rest of the field all to move at one place.
Didn't see a touch there, but not 100% sure. It was all very tight. And here comes Jonathan Grimes going really well in the second of the Roasters. He's, 5th now, but he's got Sam Harper trying to come around the outside, and you've got the former champ, Paul Hinson, in there too. So all a change around there. And you've got Lee Brown not far behind either, so some new names inside the top 10 in this race. And then Paul Cook behind with his car that appears to be struggling somewhat in this race. There's Trainer. He's still under pressure from Bryant for second as they turn their way down into Murray's, up over the curbs. As seems to be the way constantly in this race. Trainer, though, has got a good run out of Murray, so he started to pull away from the chasers, Bryant and Trainer, as they go across the line. They should squeeze 2 more in, shouldn't they?
Yeah, I would think so. It's looking like how it will be. So it's Williamson leading, but second, well, it's anyone's guess, isn't it? Really? 3.5 seconds down the lead for Williamson, so he's checked out pretty much. But Bryant and Trainer, second and third, third and second, are certainly pushing on. Here's Aaron Cook up the inside of Bryant this time. Can they both get through? Certainly Cook's mirror's been turned in at some point in this race, hasn't it, on the left-hand side of the car. He's all over the curb now as well. Is he going to hold on to the position he's got, which is 4th? Looks like he is, because he's got about a second or so in hand over Jonathan Grimes there. But, wow, he's having a rough old race, is Aaron Cook.
A nasty old curb ride that was, wasn't it? Of course, being the cut-through, the curbing not necessarily made for this layout of circuit, and it sort of bounced the car through the air, and it's fairly badly damaged anyway, that car, before that happened. So, as you say, didn't actually lose much time. There's Grimes in 5th, Hinson's behind, then Harper, and then Paul Cook, who's got himself ahead of Lee Brown on this lap up to 8th. Another car with not much body panel that hasn't been scraped at some point.
There's certainly some polishing and a bit of fettling to do after this weekend, isn't there? There's a few cars looking a little bit more solid than they were at 9 o'clock this morning. Here's Trailer in second place, Bryant in third, Cook of the Aaron variety in fourth place, and it looks like Aaron Cook's got a good run out of Murray's this time. They're going to go on to their 10th and final lap of the race, and Cook trying to get alongside Bryant there for third position. A bit further back, Paul Hinson trying to get past Jonathan Grimes as well. Here's Bryant though, looking down the inside of Trainer into Rich's corner, backed out of that it seemed to me, part way round the corner, and he's lost a bit of ground, and he might lose a place here to Aaron Cook, who's going to the outside line into Wilson hairpin, and he can't make that work. So there's Hinson, he's made it up to 5th. Grimes is 6th, Paul Cook 7th, Sam Harper 8th. Sam Harper all over the grass, and he gets 7th place away from Paul Cook.
That might not last long. Both Cook and Lee Brown fighting back to make that 3 MR2s across the circuit down the, not the Rabbit Straight, the Bentley Straight. There we go, I was going back 10 years. No wheel-to-wheel, mirror-to-mirror action there. Daniel Bryant, is he going to hang on? No, he's on the grass, he's sideways, he saves it. Is he going to lose the position? No, not quite, but fighting back. Aaron Cook, no, he's done it. So third continues to be Daniel Bryant. Good save there. That's allowed Sean Trainer to get away.
It has, so it looks as if this might have sorted itself out. I mean, Nick Williamson has spent the last 5 minutes or so well out in front of everybody else because they've been falling over one another. So he's going to come through and take his first win in the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship for 2020. I think Patrick Morsell was having a laugh when he gave the championship that name this year. Anyway, up to the line comes Nick Williamson. He takes the checkered flag. Congratulations to him, his first win in the championship. Second place goes the way of Sean Trainer. Third place, Daniel Bryant. Fourth place, Aaron Cook. All of them come over the line in pretty short order. Fifth place, just waiting for that to update on our screen, goes the way of 25, Paul Hinson. Sixth, number 79, Jonathan Grimes. 7th was 26th, Paul Cook, who was up there in race 1, of course. 8th to 86, Lee Brown. 9th to 18, Sam Harper. And Graham Malings, number 71, rounded out the top 10. So the Class C victory for the Roasters went the way of Sean Trainer from Jonathan Grimes and Graham Malings. The Class B win went to 22, Nick Williamson, from 69, Daniel Bryant, and 96, Aaron Cook. In Class A, another win for Dave Hemingway, number 55, Josh.
Shame that race got a bit messy in places, didn't it? The first race, we saw some really good racing. There was good racing in that, but there was rather a lot of contact and bumping through it as well. Not necessarily anybody's fault, it was just lots of close racing.
I think it was the scrappiest race we've seen today, to be honest with you. But I guess sometimes when you have the second race of the day like that, the drivers can be a little bit more relaxed. About the possibility of what might happen to their car, knowing that they've got another few weeks until the next round of the championship.
Nick Williamson's car looks fine, and he's going to get a winner's trophy. That shows you doesn't keep out of trouble, and a good result will come too.
Yeah, Silverstone the next meeting for these cars in August. Then they go to Anglesey, Alton Park, and Donington to end out the season. So just one more race to come. That's going to be for the Cleos. We'll bring you that in a moment. But first of all, we'll hear from our winner. I'm sure I'm very delighted. Nick Williamson there. Talking of Nick's, it was Nick Emmony's first race back after many years. Thanks to Nick Turl that messaged us about that. He finished 35th, so well done to him. And as I say, we will look ahead to Cleo's in a moment. But first we've got Nick Williamson heading down the pit lane now, I think. And yeah, there he is. You can just see the roof of his car, I think, being signalled in and ready to have a word with Anthony Jordan. So once again, let's go across to Anthony in the pit lane.
Nick, yeah. How was that one for you out there? Looked like
hard work. I got a great start. Got past, got into the lead actually up by the first corner, and got past inside of Paul. And just Sean was on me for quite a bit, and Then the safety car came out, which actually helped. I didn't know whether we'd get extra laps added on or not, and I was really hoping that the checkered flag would come out. I got a great start after the safety car, and then managed to gap everybody, and then they were fighting amongst themselves, so that really helped me. So it's brilliant. Yeah, first win in the MR2, so stoked about it. Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, yeah, we were unsure from our end what the safety car was actually out for. It looked like a... Sorry, is that a bit...
One of the bollards was knocked into the track.
Well, we did see a bollard. It looked like it was off track.
It was in the centre of the track.
It was in the centre of the circuit.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so...
mean, points us back, but that was great, yeah.
Okay, right, so yeah, definitely something I would think warrant a safety car, but yeah, it was luckily only out for one lap, so wasn't out for too long, so a quick restart and managed to bottle
I
away.
didn't know they looked like they were putting out the last lap board, and then actually they quickly changed it to the checkered flag, so that was a relief, because Sean was catching me a bit, so yeah.
No, excellent.
Brilliant.
Well, a first win for you in the MR2s,
awesome.
and a first win for 2020 as well. So
Thanks very much. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
Perfect.
So, Nick Williamson there with Anthony, and we look ahead now to the final race of the day, which is the K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship. Second and final race of the weekend for these cars. Earlier on, it was a victory for Ryan Polly, last year's champion, of course. He beat Scott Edgar by 2 seconds. Simon Freeman was third, Josh Larkin fourth, Tom Hall fifth, and Nick Garner in 6th place. The grid for the second race, a bit like the MR2s, is set by fastest lap times from the earlier race. So again, I think this could set things up quite nicely. Let's tell you about how the grid's going to line up. On the front row, it's going to be 1 and 15. 1, Ryan Polly, and 15, Don de Graaf. Second row, 17 and 88, Simon Freeman and Tom Hall. Third row, 21 and 42. 21, Scott Edgar. 42, Nick Garner. Fifth row, 44 and 5. 44, David Garside, and 5, Crispin Williamson. 6th row, 31 and 23. 31, Jay Daniels, and 23, Jason Powell. 7th row, 86 and 22. 86, Oliver Wayne. 22, Christopher Keir. 8th row, 99 and 7. 99, Neil Heath, and 7, Stephen Richardson. 9th row, 11 and 80. Stephen Langton and Christopher Noah. 10th row, 19 and 8. Matthew Holtham and Alan Peterson. The 11th row, 26 and 51. Gareth Tansey and Simon Vincent. And the 12th row, number 27, Michael Ward. So that's how it should line up for this, the second race of the day for the Cleos. Final race of the day here at Snet. But we do have plenty more action tomorrow. What did you make of the earlier race for the Cleos, Josh? Obviously a win for Ryan, probably not an unexpected result.
He didn't win by quite as much as qualifying would suggest, whether that was just him setting his pace that he needed to or not. But you've got Don de Graaf, who fought through earlier, who is best lap only 1800ths of a second away from Polly, would suggest that there should be a battle there, and we saw them battle last year too. But good to see those new names up there, just like in a number of championships we've had today. New to the championship, Simon Freeman. He will start third for this race. He did a bit of hot hatch racing, but mainly raced in the Michelin Cleo series in the past. There's lots more cars to race against here than he had in that championship. Alongside him, Tom Hall. Real improvement from him from last year. I don't know if you've got the notes there. Did he get sort of an odd top 10 finish?
Tom Hall had 4 top 10s last year. 1 top 6, 4 top 10s.
So big improvement from him. So great to see that. And this time Scott Edgar has to start a bit further back, so he'll have to work through. And with Nick Garner and Josh Larkin too, and Tim Bentley. And you've got Nick Crispin as well. So you sort of had 9 pretty quick guys out there, which is good to see.
Yeah.
And with James Bark not here, and then of course what we had last year not having Patrick Fletcher, you see these new names on the podium, and then these big improvements from year to year. We've just had to wait longer for that this year, haven't we? Normally that's a thing that happens in March.
Yeah.
And with more possible summer testing this year, if you can afford it and if you can get the time to do it, that may have helped some drivers. Don't know the case for sure here, but that is a potential that you've got this season, which may not have been possible in previous years.
You've certainly had a bigger lead time between your car hoped being ready and the start of the season, and the availability of testing, which came online in sort of June.
Although I'm sure a number of drivers did their prep this week.
Suspense. racing drivers do have that tendency to leave things to the last minute. You mentioned Patrick Fletcher, and I was just looking at lap records, and actually the lap record in the programme, digital programme available on the 750 Motor Club website, by the way, 750mc.co.uk. You can download that free of charge. But the lap record is wrong for the Cleos. I think it was a 1:45. It's actually a 1:27.17 for Patrick Fletcher. Fastest lap by Ryan Polly early on, a 1:27.17. So actually, there's quite a few joint lap records here. Patrick Fletcher already has a joint one with Ryan Polly. That's at Silverstone. And on the Pembrey Clubman circuit as well, back in 2018. Patrick Fletcher shared one with Jack Kingsbury as well.
Good to see a number of sponsors on the side of Ryan Polly's car. It's sort of a BTCC-like, isn't it, with stickers all over it from different companies.
Very impressive.
Ryan Polly, of course, come from short oval racing. Well, did mini stocks, I think, to start off with, didn't he?
Yeah.
Before moving into stock hatch for the Saxos and now the Cleo champion last year. He's a very busy team, aren't they, on a race weekend, because they don't just run the race car. The Polysport group also sell tyres and sort people's tyres out over the course of the weekend, so they haven't just got to focus on their race car, they've got to focus on their business on a race weekend too.
Absolutely right. Don de Graaf, now you mentioned him earlier on as being someone who doesn't have an awful lot of luck, but he's not looked into a front row start here. He got it by doing the second fastest lap of the earlier race, but it does give him a good situation, a good position to go forward from here, surely.
He was interesting when he came into the championship. When we look back at former Formula Renault race, so he's not your obvious thing then to see out in a Cleo, but he's been pretty strong from the outset. Very different car to drive, I suspect, to Formula Renault. A fair bit cheaper too, I imagine. So it's been good to see him returning to racing. Actually, you do see with a number of drivers, they try the single-seater career, realise they've got no money left, go and build a business, and then come back club racing. I think Don de Graaf's been enjoying it, although that bad luck, seen him frustrated sometimes.
I think he's done far more Clear racing than he did Formula Renault racing by now, hasn't he? Because he's been doing it for a few seasons. And I don't think he did all that much in Formula Renault well over a decade ago. So car's heading off on the green flag lap.
Just thinking, we haven't had Formula Renault racing in the UK for quite a long time now, have we?
I'll tell you, when I looked at that, I can't remember why I looked at it. I think I was looking at it during lockdown, the list of Formula Renault champions. It shocked me how long ago the last, main TOCA Formula Renault champion was. It was a long time ago now. Obviously, the Bark Renault Championship continued for a couple of years after that.
Even that's been quite some time, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But Renault continuing in club racing. And with the Cleo 182 Championship, this has been pretty successful. Really sort of took over from stock hatch, didn't it? A modern version of stock hatch, but just with the single make rather than allowing any other models in.
Originally, we had a sort of handful of these cars sharing the grid with stock hatches to sort of try them out, and I think that's probably about 2013 that happened, and then 2014 was a full season, if you like, of non-championship racing, and then first championship was in 2015, if I remember rightly. Find the right piece of paper. Yeah, it was, and James Bark won the championship from Patrick Fletcher that year.
But those two names were the story of the championship for quite some time, weren't they?
They were. Really close battling between those two. Very close, very evenly matched drivers, a lot of respect between them as well. It was really good to watch for 3 seasons, I think, wasn't it? 15, 16, 17.
Don't know if we may get James Bark back before the end of the season. I think he's busy running his fish and chip business, isn't he?
Yeah, if you're somewhere up in Lincolnshire and you live in one of the outlying villages, you'll probably be around selling your chips at some point.
So perhaps when the weather gets a bit colder, we'll see James Bark return. November race meter might work quite well for him.
You'd be very welcome to bring us some warm fish and chips there and into the commentary box in a November meeting. Anyway, drivers heading past the pit lane entrance and up to the start and finish line for this, the final race of the day. So we're getting a thumbs up there.
It's amazing to think how old these cars are now. I think 2007 was when the 197 came in, so it's 2006 when this type of car was stopped. And
I think they should still look quite fresh though, don't they? Yeah.
I remember the last ever Cleo Cup race of this model at Brands Hatch. It was a bit messy.
Yes.
As everyone, there's not many Cleo Cup cars left, are there?
No,
potentially
not
after that
authentic
race.
ones, no.
But good to see I think the road version is called the Cup, isn't it? Where these cars come from, and it's one of the biggest grid I think we've had for the championship here this weekend.
Yep, certainly is. It's great to see more than 20 cars on the grid. So we've got number 1, Ryan Polly on pole position, number 15, Don DeGraff alongside him, 17, Simon Freeman, and 88, Tom Hall, lining up on the second row of the grid. 2 teammates there. 5-second board goes up. About to see the red light go on. It does so now. Lights go out, and away we go. And it's a pretty even start between the 2 front row drivers. It's just about the black car there of Ryan Polly with its nose in front as they head up towards Riches for the first time. But of course, Ryan Polly has the inside line. What's Don DeGraff going to try and do is sort of try to sweep it in front, but he's too far back to make that work. So it is Ryan Polly leading from Don DeGraff in second place. Now, what I didn't see was how third and fourth sorted itself out. Let's have a look. Well, it's the 17 car of Simon Freeman late on the brakes again. He tries to go around the outside of Don DeGraff and might make that work as they go through the left-hander at Chapman. There's Stephen Langton, who had an off retirement in the first race, and the Yoo-Hoo number 11 car, hoping for better things this time around. It's just behind the number 23 car. That's Jason Powell. But here are the leaders then, and it is Ryan Polly that's ahead.
Yeah, it hasn't worked for Simon Freeman because Scott Edgar's got past him and he's under pressure from Nick Garner, who comes round the outside into Brundles. That really didn't work for Simon Freeman. If he stuck with third, he would have been in a much better position, but instead he's fifth, and his teammate Tom Hall's dropped back too. So that first lap hasn't gone well for the pair of them. Scott Edgar, they were good first lap, 5th to 3rd. There's Stephen Richardson looking up the inside of Christopher Noah, a new driver. Novice cross there, 2 for 22, Christopher Keir. So good to see drivers making their racing debut in this championship. And through the Murray's Corner they come. Can Don DeGraff go with Ryan Polly? We shall see over the next 15 minutes. At the moment he's fairly close, but not close enough really to get a good tow down towards Ritchie. 6/10 of a second is the gap at the end of lap 1. With Scott Edgar there in third position. 4th is Simon Freeman. There you see 5th. That is the car of Nick Garner. He's ahead of Josh Larkin and Tom Hall. Gap behind to Crispin Williamson, who's ahead of Tim Bentley, and Neil Heath completes the top 10. And into the Wilson hairpin they go, bouncing there. You see car 13, Josh Larkin, who's just behind that car, 42, the ALS liveried car driven by Nick Garner.
So along the Bentley Straight they go for the second time. In the earlier race we got 11 laps out of it, so we'll probably get the same again as the sunshine glints off the roof, the bonnets, the windscreens, just about everything else now. It's brightened up here at Snetterton as the day's gone on. There's Simon Freeman trying to get up the inside of Scott Edgar again. Can he make that work? No, he can't. There's Nick Garner's there trying to pick up the pieces if he possibly can, and just behind him is Josh Larkin, number 13 as well. Tom Hall is the driver that dropped back a little bit then off the start into 7th place, number 88, and Tim Bentley, I think it is now, ahead of Crispin Williamson into 8th place. But there is Ryan Polly, and Don DeGraff trying to go with him, Josh.
Yeah, the gap hasn't extended, that's for sure, but he's pulling away from the cars behind. A great gaggle of cars behind Scott Edgar there in third. Problems for Crispin Williamson, he just goes straight on, so is something broken there on Williamson's car? Certainly a problem, whatever is up. No, the car just seemed to go straight on for no real reason. So he's out of what was 8th position. Here's the battle of a third. There's the 4th place car, and that is Simon Freeman, who is behind Scott Edgar but ahead of Nick Garner. Gap went up slightly for the lead, 3/4 of a second between Polly and DeGraff. Freeman doing the outside move into Wilson again. It didn't really work last time. I don't think it's really worked this time either.
Chris Noah getting a shout out from Tom Cook on the YouTube comments. He's in 15th place at the moment, which is Chris. As we've got Powell and the 44 car of David Garside up alongside one another now. Jason Powell in number 23 just going to lose out there to Garside, I think, as they make their way down straight. Jason Powell, the 29-year-old LV cable jointer from Norwich, so he's at his local circuit. He's done a bit of racing in Fiestas and a few weekends in the Cleos as well, so still relatively new to all of this.
Off the road goes Scott Edgar in third position, holds on to the place though. Josh Larkin joining in on this battle for third place as they make their way off towards Coram Curve. Tom Hall not going quite as well as he did in the earlier race, not able to go with that battle for third place. There's Polly, the leader, De Graaf in second, pretty evenly spaced. And the battle for third, Scott Edgar feeling the need to defend over Simon Freeman. There's definitely nowhere near a car length, is there, between those two Cleo 182s as they come to complete lap number 3 of this race. They accelerate across the line. Any challenges towards Ritchie's? Is their car with problem there with smoke billowing out the back of it? Is that a blown engine? I think it is.
It's still going, isn't it? I didn't spot who that was. Blue car heading to Ritchie's now.
See the smoke, so the car continuing, presumably. Oh, big challenge here from Freeman. Is this outside move into Will's going to work? No, there's a touch, and it rips off the front splitter on the Freeman car, so Nick Garner can come through. And on the other side comes Josh Larkin. Right now, Simon Freeman might work out the outside move doesn't work so well at Wilson. He did it well in the first race, on the first lap when everybody was bottled up, but when they were all sort of more evenly spaced, it doesn't work quite so well. That car with the blown engines continuing in the background.
I don't know if it is a blown engine, but it's certainly smoky, isn't it? It's looking expensive. So, and this is Freeman again trying to come back at Brundle and Nelson now, isn't it? So he's got Scott Edgar ahead of him, he's got Josh Larkin ahead of him, and Nick Garner as well. He's down to 6th place, is Simon Freeman. Ryan Polly and Don De Graaf a bit further up the road in first and second positions. Make their way through Coram.
Jay Daniels running better this time. He's up there in ninth ahead of Neil Heath. So good to see Jay Daniels, who went well last year. There's David Garside, so that was the smoky car.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, it doesn't look good, and he's getting, he would be getting the mechanical flag, but I don't think he's going to make it that far. Here's the battle for third across the line. They keep on going, third through to 8th in that battle. And it's Garner ahead of Larkin, who chucks the car in. The deranged trucks liveried Renault Cleo, sliding its way through Ritchie's corner and heading off down towards Wilson. Now, are we going to see Simon Freeman try to go around the outside of him? I don't think he's close enough this time.
No. He's got Tom Hall, his teammate, just behind him as well, and then Tim Bentley. There's Jay Daniels, who we were just talking about, the 20-year-old delivery driver from Lowestoft, started karting at the age of 12 at Redfield's, just down the A11 from here.
Here's the Garside car for the pit lane on the inset.
Yeah, so let's race over for him now. Chris Noah we heard about a minute ago, and he's just behind now Christopher Keir as well in the number 22 car, the 31-year-old from New Biggin. So they were having a good old scrap, but back to this scrap with Scott Edgar and Josh Larkin and Nick Garner, 3rd, 4th and 5th, and Freeman and Hall just behind him.
We saw that splitter come off the front of Freeman's car. I don't know how much difference they make, but he just sort of understeered off, so whether it induces a bit of understeer into the car. Now, is De Graaf catching Polly? It was 1.7 seconds. It's nowhere near that now.
Now, is this a problem for Polly, or is De Graaf just had a really good lap time? Let's have a look as they come past us this time. Oh, it's probably about a second as they cross the line that time. Just trying to get confirmation on our screen.
You were 100th of a second out, Ian.
Well, not bad. Not bad, yeah, 0.99. But it's certainly closer than it was on the previous lap. That's at the end of lap 5. We think 6 more laps to go.
It's the top two both actually lapping slower. All the group behind are going quicker than the two leaders. Here's a big challenge from Josh Larkin to the outside of Scott Edgar. But he's seen what goes wrong when Freeman does that move, so he tucks him back underneath Edgar's car, and then they can accelerate off down the Bentley Straight. We head into the second half of this motor race. Edgar defends to the inside, so Larkin follows him, and he goes back to the middle of the road, back to the racing line. Larkin follows again, and then he darts out the toe, up the inside into Brundle, late on the brakes. This will be a good move if he can pull it off. Can he get the car stopped? No, not too much, but he has got the position, so Larkin is through. Edgar fights back, up the inside. No, he has to back out of that. So it is Josh Larkin up into a podium position. I don't think we've seen that before.
I don't think we have we? Just looking back, 5 top 6s, but no for a podium finish for Josh Larkin last season.
Sideways, he held on to it, ahead of Scott Edgar, so good move there. Went a bit wide at Nelson, but I think that was fairly okay. He's starting to get away now that he is ahead. Leaders cross the line in front. Polly pulling out again to De Graaf with a good lap back into the 27th.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds clear now and about 4 seconds clear of Josh Larkin in third. Scott Edgar on 21 is fourth. Nick Garner in 42 is in fifth place. 17, Simon Freeman rounds out the top 6. So up towards Wilson they come, and there is the 42 car now. Oh, well, was there a yellow flag there? I thought I might have seen a yellow flag on the way in.
So did I.
Yeah, but well, they've gone past the green flag now, and Simon Freeman's going to take advantage of that, and he's getting alongside Scott Edgar.
There was another yellow there, so there's presumably a car, double yellows.
There's a car stopped on the Bentley Straight, so maybe they hadn't passed the green after all.
The officials love a last race, post-race look at stuff, don't they?
No, absolutely. Anyway, I think they're putting past the green flag now. Nick Garner is up there ahead of Simon Freeman. Then it's Tom Hall, then it's Tim Bentley making a return this season.
Have they stayed all in the same order at the end of all that? If they have, so that might avoid any post-race looking into that. Leaders closer, are they? Polly, not really a great line into Murray's there. Now, we saw the tyres go away in the first race, and I wonder if similar things happening here as they complete lap 7. 4 to go. The gap, 1.2 seconds again, does come down somewhat to 0.8 of a second, so nearly now close enough for De Graaf to challenge. Should another mistake like that happen for the leader, Ryan Polly.
Absolutely. So, interesting. There's Jay Daniels coming through shot. Behind him is the 23 car of Jason Powell, and it's 99 now. It's Neil Heath that's got ahead of the 86 car of Oliver Wayne. And Chris Keir there as well in 13th position in number 22 in his first season of racing. He did the Janetta Want to Race competition last year and finished 2nd overall. First taste of actual competitive racing in the JG Racing entered car.
I don't think we really saw what the yellow flags were for, did we?
Well, there was a car off down the straight on the right hand side. It's probably still there now, so I'm just having a look to see who's not come through. Possibly it's David Garside's car.
Right.
I think.
Well, I thought that one came back to the pit. So Stephen Richardson was also missing, so that may have been.
Could be Stephen Richardson. Yeah.
Battle here, 86. There's Oliver Wayne just about holding on ahead of Chris Weir, and that's allowing Neil Heath to get away. There's the leader, Polly, keeping a gap now to the chaser, and Josh Larkin in P3 getting a bit of a gap over Edgar and Garner and Freeman and Paul and Bentley in that 6-car Cleo train. Here's Polly, the leader, yet the gap went back out again, 1.3 seconds. So whenever De Graaf gets a bit closer, Polly seems to be able to pull something out to extend that margin once again. Down into the Wilson hairpin. Here comes Polly up on 3 wheels. The rear wheel bounces about, or the rear tyre bounces on and off of the ground. There's De Graaf, see him working at the wheel. Goes up a gear on the exit of Chapman Curve and off the road, car 27. That's Michael Ward.
Okay, so another one into retirement. It's unusual, this. We don't usually get these retirements. He's got his thumbs up, though, to the marshal, so that's what drivers are required to do these days, to let the marshals know they're all okay, don't need any assistance with a thumbs up. We've got black and white driving standards flag going out for somebody, so it could be a track limits issue maybe, or something like that. So we're in the dying embers of this race now, really, aren't we? We've had 8 laps on to lap 9. There's the 99 car going through, that's Neil Heath.
Just behind him, Chris Keir went round the outside of Oliver Wayne. Nice move, that one.
Was, so that's got him up into 12th place.
Indeed, then got Matt Holton behind, who's returning. He was, what, a top 10 runner a few years ago. Returning to the Cleo series as the leader, Ryan Polly, starts his penultimate lap of the day, pulling away from Don De Graaf. Then the 3rd car race train go through past our window 2, all in the same order, and we watch this battle for 11th, 12th and 13th complete their lap. Here's the battle for 3rd. Josh Larkin ahead of Scott Edgar, who looks keen to break late into the Wilson hairpin. Difficult to know what a good line is through that Wilson, then through the Chapman flick. It's all a little bit awkward there. It's a full hairpin still, isn't it? It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's more than, and then it sort of turns into a chicane halfway through.
It's a very unusual corner, really, and probably not as nice as the old Sear was in terms of it being quite so pure.
The old Sear caused many track limits problems.
Well, it did, because there was so much runoff, wasn't there, which was usable. There's probably other ways to solve that problem, but there we go.
Now, with technology's come on, that could be solved now, couldn't it, rather than... But yeah, there was lots of concrete out there, wasn't there? And the tarmac didn't get very well used.
No, and the problem was sometimes the concrete broke up and we got bits of concrete flying around, didn't we, which wasn't great. Anyway, we are approaching the last lap of this race now, aren't we? Because, well, there's Don de Graaf. Here's our third place man, Josh Larkin. Now, he's not had a podium before, so he'd like to get his first one now. In the early race, he was 4th. Can he hold on for the remaining lap or so of the race, as Polly and de Graaf both go on to their final tour? Larkin has got Edgar and Nick Garner not too far behind him. A bit further back is number 17, Simon Freeman, in 6th place. Tom Hall in 7th place, number 88, which is number 1, and number 15 out front.
Hashtag Team Deranged on the front of Josh Larkin's car. They're in 3rd position.
It's not the most encouraging word to see on one of your competitors' cars, is it? Oh look, I've got a deranged person next to me on the grid. But anyway, that's the message on the side of, on the front of his car. Josh Larkin got a 5-second penalty. Yeah. So there we go.
That podium has gone then.
Yep. Unless something very odd happens now. So Polly, it is from de Graaf, and it'll be Scott Edgar then that gets onto the podium. He was 2nd, of course, in the earlier race. So that will be a track limits penalty. He's obviously been warned about track limits already. He's infringed again.
Well, Edgar keen to get through on the road, looking up the inside there.
He won't know, I don't suppose, that there's a 5-second penalty at this point, so he'll be doing everything he can to get third place away. The danger is, in doing so, he has an action. Meanwhile, Ryan Polly is going to come through to be another double winner.
Here comes Garner on Edgar. This will be for 3rd, and he gets him. But Edgar might get the run out the corner. Meanwhile, we see the flag going to the winner, Ryan Polly, 2nd de Graaf, but who's going to be 3rd?
Looks like it's going to be Nick Garner, doesn't it? Let's have a look, though. Up to the line they come. There's Josh Larkin. Oh, and it's side by side for 3rd. Nick Garner and Scott Edgar. Who gets the verdict? Waiting. Oh, it's exactly the same time. Scott Edgar is shown ahead of Nick Garner. They'll both go ahead of Josh Larkin, who has that 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. And Simon Freeman was only just behind them as well. But Josh Larkin will actually drop to 8th, I think, behind Tim Bentley.
Yeah, it was just 7/10 of a second between Edgar, Garner, Freeman and Hall.
So joint 3rd place, unless the timekeepers can sort them out, Scott Edgar and Nick Garner. It did look like we were side by side over the line, to be fair.
That is the thing with Murray's. You can go up the inside and get the position, but generally you haven't got the better exit to the corner, which I'm sure that won't be the only race to the line we get over the course of the weekend. I think we had one in the Locost race already, didn't we? And I'm sure tomorrow there may be another, potentially from the Locost again.
Yeah. I think everyone's already crossed the finish line, haven't they? So let's give you a rundown on the results then. The win going to number 1, Ryan Polly, beating Don de Graaf, number 15, into 2nd place by 2.55 seconds in the end. 3rd, after adjustment for Josh Larkin's time penalty, number 21, Scott Edgar. But he dead heated for 3rd place with number 42, Nick Garner. 5th to number 17, Simon Freeman. 6th to number 88, Tom Hall. 7th to number 4, Tim Bentley. Then I think we'll find Josh Larkin slots in 8th. 9th, and he's number 13. 9th to number 31, Jay Daniels. And 10th to number 23, Jason Powell. And then, just because we've got a minute, Neil Heath, Oliver Wayne, Matthew Holton, Christopher Keir, Chris Noah, Gareth Tansey, Alan Peterson and Simon Vincent. There's that finishers. We lost Michael Ward, Stephen Richardson, David Garside and Crispin Williamson and Stephen Langton. So a good day's work for Ryan Polly.
Yeah, it's been a good day of racing, hasn't it? It's run pretty smoothly, which was the concern, wasn't it, coming with a reduced staffed race meeting. But from what I've been watching, everything's run very smoothly. We've run to the schedule, and there's been lots of good racing to watch. Certainly the on-track part of the race weekend felt very normal indeed.
Yeah, it did, and we've had some really good racing as well, as you say, Josh. We've got a lot more to come tomorrow. We'll probably tell you a little bit more about that in a moment, I think. But I can see that Ryan Polly is now pulling up into his slot down in the pit lane. And so, once more, for the final time today, in fact, let's hand down to Anthony Jordan.
Well, Ryan, 2 for 2. You must be pleased with that one.
Yeah, it's a mega way to start the season back.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, how were the brakes this time around? Of course, you were saying that they were failing last time. You've had some time. Did they manage to get repaired, or were they okay in that one?
We thought we repaired it. We've gone from not working at all to kind of working, so we're going in the right direction.
Oh, yeah, it definitely seems like a plus side.
Yeah, no, it wasn't too bad at all.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, a pretty fantastic race. Some points in that one, it looked like you were gaining some time. It looked like you were falling back at some points as well. You just trying to keep a nice, consistent pace. Just the gap was kind of yo-yoing a bit.
Yeah, once I got a decent gap, it was just sort of a case of being sensible. Obviously with the brake issue, trying not to fall off. But then Don would get back a couple of times. But no, we done enough in the end.
Excellent stuff. Well, again, congratulations, 2 for 2 today for great stuff for 2020.
Thank you.
Well done.
So thank you very much to Anthony Jordan, speaking there with Ryan Polly, race winner in the second K-Tech Racing Cleo 182 Championship race of the day. So we've got time for today here at Snetterton, but there's 13 more races to come, and they start pretty bright and early tomorrow morning. First race getting underway at 10:25, following qualifying at 9 o'clock. We'll be on air with the live stream a little bit before that, around about 10:15, 20 past 10, something like that, I would think, for the first race of the day. And we'll have, I think, 6 races before the lunch break and another 7 after the lunch break. We've got second round of the racing for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and the Demon Twix Yokohama Locost Championship. They're both out after lunch as well. We've got 2 races each tomorrow for the Sports Specials, the Classic Stock Catch, the Mazda 7s and the Type Rs. And the one race which just has one solo race, but it is a 90-minute endurance race. That's for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, which has got a very encouraging grid actually, which we're looking forward to seeing tomorrow. That's the second to last race tomorrow at about 3:45. So lots more racing to come here tomorrow at Snetterton. If you've been visiting the circuit today, hope you'll be able to come back tomorrow to enjoy some more great racing here. If you're watching on the stream, do come back and join us tomorrow from around about 20 past 10 in the morning. But for now, from Josh Barrett, Anthony Jordan and myself, Ian Soman here at Snetterton, it's a very good night to you.